Hey, what's up everyone? So this video marks the beginning of a new course in which we will be working on a real-time chat application with real-time messaging and real-time notification system using React, Node.js and Socket.io. You will get to learn a lot of stuff in this particular course, and let's see the demo of the application that we will be working on. So right here I am on two browsers. One is Brave, the other one is Chrome, and I am logged into the system as two different individuals. Here we have Charles, here we have Jane, and as you can see, we are able to see users who are in the system and those users who are online and the ones that are not online. For example, right here we can see Charles is online, and from Charles we can see Jane is online. So if I happen to log out from Jane, you'll see that Jane here will no longer be online. So I will log out and you can see the online status is gone. But if we log in back, you'll see that Jane will now be online again, which is pretty awesome. So we have this Auth system where we can register users, log in users, and also be able to log them out. So we will be adding Auth in our system, which is awesome. Now let's try to create a chat and send a message. So I'm in Jendo here, and to create a chat, I just need to click on a user here. So I'll click on Charles, and this will create a new chat. And if I click on Charles here, this conversation, you'll see that we have now this chat box where I can be able to type a message and send the message. So right here, let's type something. Good morning, Charles. And we can also use some emojis. So I can click on this one and coffee emoji, and then I send the message. And you can see we have sent the message to Charles. We have it here. We have when it was sent, and also we have a preview of the message right here and the time when the last message was sent. And from Charles, amazingly, we are able to see that we have a new message from the notification, and also from here we can see the count of that particular message from Jendo. So this was now real time. It was created automatically. I didn't need to refresh, and this is the power of Socket.io. With Socket.io, we are able to do something like this without needing to refresh this page, okay, which is really awesome. Now when I click on this, you'll see that Jendo sent you a new message. When I click on it, you'll see that this chat will now open. The count here disappears since we have opened the chat, and now we can see good morning Charles right here, which is awesome. And we can now be able to see this in real time, okay, like when I send the message, you'll see it appearing here. Let's send another one. How are you? I will send, and you will automatically see it here. How are you? And this is it here. How are you? Pretty awesome. We also update the recent message and the recent message here, which is awesome. And now we can send a message back to Jen here from here. So I can say I am fine, and this will also send it in real time. So when I send it and open this chat again, you'll see that we have a message here from Charles. I am fine. We can see it's from Charles. Pretty awesome. We have that live chat going on, and when the chat is open, you'll see that we are not getting the notification. So whenever the chat is not open is when we can see the notifications. So let's send messages when the chat here for Jane here is not open, so that we see if we can get the notification. Hello, I send, and there we go. We are getting the notification. Hi again, and we now have two notifications, which is awesome. For John, I can click on John here, and I can start chatting with John. Hello, John. So when I send, and the message is sent, but John is not online. When they get online, they'll see the chat is created and they'll get the message. So this is what we will be working on. It's a simple when demonstrating it, but you'll get to learn a lot of stuff. Okay, you'll learn how to use the socket.io, how to use Node.js to create APIs or APIs, and also we will be using React. And here is an overview of whatever you will run. We will be using socket.io to create a real-time messaging and notification system, and we will be using a ContextAPI in React to manage state. We will be reusing code by creating custom hooks and some utility functions. We will be having Auth in React, Node, and JWT, and then we will be creating and consuming APIs. Okay, so we will have all the APIs and some CRUD operation APIs to create chat, create message, fetch the data, and so on. Another thing is about the source code. So the source code will be available in my Patreon. Okay, so you can join as a patron, and right now I just have only 5 of them, and here is where I'll be dropping all the source codes for my YouTube videos. Unfortunately, it's not free, it's just $3 per month, and this is the best way that you can support my content. Okay, so here we have a real-time chat source code, we have e-commerce source code. All the source code will always be now available in my Patreon account. So go there, join as a patron, and support my content. Otherwise, if you are not able to afford $3, everything else is free. You can watch the entire course free here on YouTube, and you can get the code from there by watching through the videos. So that is it for the intro, and I'll see you in the next video where we will start working on the auth system of the application. So we'll be able to register users, login users, and also log them out using React and Node.js. Okay, and then after that we will start diving into our chat system. So in this particular episode, we are going to create our auth APIs using Node.js Express, and we will be saving our data in MongoDB. And then in future episodes, we will consume these APIs using React and using ContextAPI to manage the state. So to get started with, we need to have Node.js installed in our machine. So you can visit nodejs.org, and then you download the recommended version right here because this is more stable than the latest one. And then to make sure that you have Node.js installed, you can go to the terminal. So on Windows, I'll type cmd at the search and open my command prompt. And then right here, you can type this command, node, and then space -v. And this will give you the version of Node that you are using. So if you don't see a version, that means that you don't have Node.js installed. So go ahead, download and install it. So once you make sure that that is installed, the other thing is the code editor. So we need to have a coding environment, and my preferred code editor is Visual Studio Code. It's pretty awesome. So if you want to have the same experience as me, you can download Visual Studio Code. This is what I'll be using in this entire course. Now, once you make sure that your tools are set up, the next thing is to create a folder. So I have already created this folder called Chat App, and I'll open this folder on Visual Studio Code, and this is how I will do it. On this path, I can just click, type cmd, and I'll open that path on the command prompt or terminal. And now right here, to open this particular folder on Visual Studio Code, I can use this command, code space and a full stop or a period, and when I hit enter, that folder will be opened on Visual Studio Code. Now the other way to go about it is to first open Visual Studio Code, and then you can go to File and you click on Open Folder, and now from here you can navigate to the folder that you want to open. In this case, it's Chat App, and you select that folder to open it. You need to open a terminal, so you can click on a new terminal and it will open down here. And I'll just close the one that we had here for command prompt. We will be using this inbuilt terminal for Visual Studio Code. And to get started with, we will be having several folders inside our chat app. One for the front end, the other one for the back end, and then the other one for working with our socket.io library. So right here, I'll just create those folders. For front end, I'll call it client. And then for backend, for Node.js, I'll call it server. And then for socket.io, I'll call it socket. Just like that. So this will be our initial folder structure. And then right now, we are starting to work on our server, our backend, where we will be creating our Auth APIs. So I'll click on server, and then right here, I'll create a new file called index.js. And this will be the root of our application, okay? But before we even proceed, we need to generate what we call a package.json file so that we can install the various dependencies that we need to work with. And to generate that file, we need to go inside the server folder from our terminal. So right here, I'll say cd server, hit enter. Now we are inside the server, and we will use this command to generate our package.json file, npm init. Then we provide a yes flag, and this will autofill it with some default settings. And then I'll hit enter, and this will create a file called package.json file. Let's wait and see. And there we go. Now we have this file right here. Inside the server now we have two files, index.js and package.json. And you can see we have some initial settings. Cool. Now we need to install dependencies that we need to use. So to get started with, we will be needing our Express framework, which will help us to easily create our Node.js APIs. So we will install Express. We need to say npm I express. So here I for install, then Express. And then the other library that we will be using is the Mongoose library. So this Mongoose library will help us to work with the MongoDB database. So we can create models, we can save data in DB, we can retrieve data, and so on. And then we will also be needing CORS. So this will help us to communicate with the front end, standing for cross origin resource sharing. And then we will need to add the .env library, and this particular library will help us to work with the .env file so that we can create environment variables and store some secret data or information there, making our app to be a bit more secure. So to begin with, let's install those 4 libraries. So I will give it some time to complete, and then we will proceed. So it has completed, and when you check here, now we have another file, package lock.json. We don't need to bother about that. And also we have this folder called node modules. So every package that we install, all the data for it will be available in our node modules. And when we check at package.json file, you'll see now we have these dependencies with all the dependencies that we have installed, CORS.env, Express, and Mongoose. And also we have their versions right here. So versions are so important. So sometimes something might work for me and might not work for you. So the best thing that you can do is to maybe install the same version that I am using. So you can specify the version using the @ symbol. So this is how you do it. For example, let's say we want to install this specific version. You can just say npm I, then CORS, then you use the @ symbol, then you specify the version 2.8.5, and then you space, you say .env, then you use this version 16.0.3, and so on. Now let's get started here at index.js. We will bring in Express this way, const Express will be equal to require. Then we invoke require and use quotes then we will say express. And now we can make use of this express in this particular file. Pretty awesome. To get started with, we can create what we call an app, an express app. So I can say const app will be equal to express. Then we invoke this or call it, okay? We call express. Now this app will be an object which will have various methods which we will be using to create our application. For example, we can add what we call a middleware function. So this will add just extra capabilities to our application, and this is how we do it. App.use. Here we will add the express .json. So we call this particular method from express, and this will allow us to use JSON data, receive and send JSON data in our application. So this is now what we call a middleware function. Pretty nice. Another middleware function that we need to set up is cos. So let's bring in cos. So I can say const cos will be equal to require. Then we invoke this and we pass in cos. And cos will allow us to communicate with the front end. So if we don't include it, we might have problems communicating with the front end or passing data or receiving data from front end. And we pass it as a middleware function app.use, and then we invoke it in here. So we can say cos, then we invoke it. That's all. Now these are middleware functions. All you need to know is that they add extra capabilities to our application. Now down here, let's just create a server by listening to a port. So we can say app.listen. So this will accept two parameters. The first parameter is what we call a port, and then the other parameter is a callback function. And this callback function will have access to two things here. One is request and the other one is response. So we use request whenever we are receiving data from the front end, and then we use response to send data to the front end. So we have those two right there. And then now right here, we can log something to the console. So we can say console.log, just the regular JavaScript here. And then we say a server running on port, and right here I can specify which port it's running on. So instead of using these quotes, I'll use backtick so that I can write some JavaScript in it. So I'll remove that quote and use backtick. So backtick is the character that is near your number 1 on the keyboard and it looks like this, okay? And then now right here, I'll use full colon, and I can write some JavaScript here to read the port. So right here I can say it's running on port. But this port is supposed to be a number. So I can create it as a variable here, okay? So right here, let's say const port will be equal to 5000. So by this, we have created a simple express server, and we can try to run our application and see if we can see this message at our console. So to run our app, we can say, make sure you are inside the server here, and then we can say node, and then we say index.js, and we hit enter. And now you can see server running on port 5000. Pretty nice. Now sometimes this port is not usually available whenever we deploy our application or whenever we host our Node application. So what we usually do is to set an automatic port, which will be set automatic by the online server or wherever you are trying to host. So we don't need to include this specific one. So right here, what you need to do to read a port from the environment variables is to say process .env and then .port. And then right here, I can use double these straight slashes. I don't know what they are called, but what this means is that Let's use this port from the environment variable. So this is usually set automatically by your hosting service. If it is not available, then let's just use this one. So I'm including this one so that we can actually use it on our local machine. Okay. Now, another thing is that whenever we run this particular project using Node index.js, we will need to stop the server each time and run it again so that we can actually see the changes. So for example, if I make a change right here, let's include 3 dots and save. For me to see these changes, I need to stop the server by using Ctrl+C and then running Node index.js again. And whenever I do that, that is when we see this change that I have made. So to avoid this, I recommend that you install nodemon. So this is how you install nodemon. You can say npm I -g to install nodemon globally in your machine, that is, and you say nodemon. And the nodemon will help us to automatically restart the server whenever we make a change, so that we don't need to stop and start it again. So I have already installed nodemon, and now once you install it, all you need to do is to say nodemon. And if your file here is index.js, it will automatically pick it up and run the application. So when I say nodemon and hit enter, you will see that nodemon is already now giving us this particular message. And whenever I make a change here and save, you will see that it's automatically restarting and starting our file and giving us this updated message or console log. So make sure you install nodemon for better developer experience. Now, the other thing that we need to do now is to connect to a MongoDB database. And to connect to a MongoDB database, we need to first create a MongoDB account. So I have MongoDB here. You need to go to cloud.mongodb.com, then create an account. And once you create an account, I think you'll be prompted to create an organization. Once you create an organization, you need to create a project. So I'm right here where I have my projects, and I'll go ahead and create a new project. And right here, I'll give it a name. I can say chat-app, and then next. Now here we need to add members to our project. I'll be the only member in this project, so I'll just go ahead and create it. Now we have this current IP not added. You'll not be able to connect to database from this address. So we will be talking more about this address, but now what we need to do inside our project, we need to create a database. So I'll build a database. So I'll click on build, and then we have this free cluster right here, or a free tier. So I'll click on create here, which is the shared one. I'll click on this one, create. It's free. And then now right here, you need to choose a provider and region. I will go with the defaults, and then I'll just create a cluster. So just click on create cluster right there. Now right here, we need to create a user for our database. So I'll just say Charles. Then I need to set a password. I'll set the password. I'll say Charles 123. It's not a strong password, just for working on this course. Then I'll create the user there. And then down here, we have now Charles and the password there. Cool. And then down here, we have again adding an IP address. I will add my current IP, but we will make a change to this because the IP address keeps on changing. But for now, we need to select it so that we finish and close. So I will finish and close. Congratulations on setting. Okay, go to databases. And right here, it's loading. So it's creating everything and setting everything up. As it does so, on this particular path where we have a menu, you can go to database access. So this is, in case you forgot the password, you can create a new user and delete some users. And then we have network access here. Now this is where I want us to change this, and I need to enable from everywhere. It's not that secure, but it is better for development because when IP changes, we will still be able to access. Okay, so I'll edit, and right here I'll say allow access from anywhere, and now this is the entry, and then I'll confirm. So this way I'll be able to have an easier time working with MongoDB. So this is now active. Awesome. Now let's go back here to database, and it's still I think setting everything up, but I think we can connect to this particular database or cluster by clicking on connect, and then right here we will have connect your application. So I'll click on this one, and right here we will have a connection string. Okay, and what I will do is that I'll copy this string, then we will go back to our code editor. Now this string is pretty sensitive, like it's something that is supposed to be a secret, so I will add it in our .env file. So I'll click on the server here, click on plus, and then I'll say .env, hit enter. So I'll call it our atlas underscore URI, and then it's just a connection string, and then right here I'll paste it. Okay, so the reason why this is a sensitive string is because it contains even our password for accessing our MongoDB database. So right here I will replace with the password that I used Charles 1123. You need to set a stronger password. This is just for the video, and I'll be changing or deleting that particular database when we are done. So don't use this particular string. And then another cool thing is that we can add something here that will automatically create our database, and this is what we will add. So after this stroke, after this forward slash or stroke, we can say chat app. And whenever we successfully connect to MongoDB using this string, we will automatically be creating this particular database called chat app. So this is the name of the database in short. So I'll save, and then I'll come back to index.js. Earlier, we had installed a package called Mongoose. So this Mongoose will help us to interact with MongoDB, create a database, connect to it. It will help us to save data, retrieve data, and much more. So right here, I'll go ahead and bring it in. So I'll say const mongoose, and then this will be equal to require, we say mongoose. Okay, and now we use this mongoose to connect to our MongoDB database. So this is how we do it. We will say mongoose, and then dot connect, and these will have several parameters. So the first parameter, so we call this connect as a method. The first parameter is our URI, but this URI is our connection string, which is available in our .env file. So we need to bring this particular URI into our index.js file, and it is available in our .env file, meaning it's an environment variable, and we will be using this particular method. This process is available by default in our Node.js to read environment variables, and it is the same that we will use to access our environment variable right here. So let's duplicate this particular line. I have used Alt, Shift, and the bottom arrow to duplicate it down here, or you can just copy paste it. Okay, so right here I'll set up this particular constant, this one. Let me minimize these so that you see more. So right here I'll say URI. This is now a variable that I'm creating. I'm calling it here down here, and then we will say process.env. Then we specify the environment variable, which is this one, atlas underscore URI. I'll copy that and I'll actually come and paste it here. So now we have process.env.atlas URI, and then I will remove this. So this is what we have. We are reading that environment variable from our .env file. And the reason why we can do that is because of the .env package. Actually, we haven't configured it, so it won't work. We won't be able to read that particular variable until we configure .env. So this is how we can configure our .env package. We need to bring it right here. So I'll say require. Okay, require. We invoke it and we say .env. This is our package, and now we can automatically configure it by calling the .config method right here. Okay, so now since we have configured .env, we will be able to read our environment variable from our .env file. Pretty nice. The second parameter is that we can pass some options here. The first one is use new URL parser. Just copy what I'm typing. You don't need to worry about it, and set these to true. And then the other one is just two of them. We will use the unified topology and set these to true. Right here, I'll tap on what we call the .then method. This is a variable when we are working with async actions. So when we successfully connect to MongoDB, we can log something to the console and say that we have successfully connected to MongoDB database. So right here, I'll console.log MongoDB connection established. MongoDB connection established. Just like that. And then if we have an error, I'll also tap the catch method here, catch. And we have a callback function in here. We say error. And we can log this error to the console. So I can say console.log. And we include the message here. I will say MongoDB connection failed, and then full colon. Outside here, I can include a comma, and we include our error dot message. So this is good just in case something doesn't work with our connection. We will see what the issue is. So I will save that file, and this is how we are connecting now to our MongoDB database. So now right here, you can see that we have successfully connected to MongoDB. MongoDB connection established. Cool. Now let's test if this is working. If we use a wrong password, if I use the wrong password here, I will save. You'll see that this connection will fail. So let's see. Okay, I need to save this index.js so that it detects a change. Okay, nothing happens. Let's say failed. Fail. I'll save. So it's restarting. When we make a change in our .env file, it doesn't restart. So when we make a change to these other files, is when it restarts. Okay, cool. Now right here you can see Mongo connection fail, bad authentication failed. So we know the issue is that with authentication. So this line is also working pretty nice. So I return to failed here, makes more sense, and then save, and also come back here and make sure that I'm using the correct password so that I connect to my MongoDB database. So now I want us to start working on our user registration route. So that is a sign up. But before we do that, we can see the different ways in which you can create APIs or routes in MongoDB, and we will be making use of this app right here in order to create our routes. So we can start by creating a simple route or a simple API endpoint. Okay, after our middleware functions right here, I'll enter and I'll say app, and then we have various methods which we usually use to create routes. Let's see how we can handle like CRUD operations in Node.js. So CRUD operation standing for create, and then this one is read, this is update, then this is delete. So if we want to create something in the database, we usually use app.post. So app.post, this is like posting data. We get data from the front end, then we receive it using app.post here. We save that data in the database, and then we can optionally send it back to the client. And then to read data from the database, we usually use app.get, and then we send that data to the client. Then when we want to update data, we usually use app.put to edit the data in the database, and then optionally send it back to the client. And then we have also app.delete. So in this particular course, we will not be using delete and update. We'll just be creating and reading the data. So let's create a simple route for reading the data or sending back the data to the client. So we can say app.get, and then we invoke this function. Now in here, we usually pass two parameters. The first one is a path, and I'll make the root path right here to be our path. And then the second parameter is usually a callback function or a function which have access to request, and also it has access to response. So this request is used to get data from the client, and response to send data to the client. So now right here, I'll make this to be an arrow function like this, and we can do something right here, and whatever I'll do is to send some data to the client using response. So I can say res.send, and then I invoke this, and I can just pass a message like welcome to our chat app API, all APIs. So I'm sending a message to the client, and by client we can use the browser as a client, and our app has crashed. Let's see what's up. Okay, we have this CRUD here which is not defined. This was just showing you what it is. So let's remove that and save. So server running on port 5000, MongoDB connection established, so it's working. And let's go to the browser and visit localhost 5000 here. So right here on the browser, if I say localhost 5000 and hit enter, you'll see that we have this message, welcome to our chat app APIs. So that means that we are sending data from our node server to our client, and our client is the browser here. So awesome. This is like just the first step that you can take to create a very simple route. Now we will be doing this, we will be creating a structure like this, but we will be writing more logic to save data to the database and sending it to the client, and so on. So in order for us to create data in the database, we will be creating what we call models and working with schemas to shape our MongoDB documents. So let's just add several more folders in our server. So this will be the folder structure. We will be having our models, so I'll say models, and then we will also be having our routes. So we will not be creating these routes in this particular file, just to make our app to be more modular and not have a lot of data at this particular file. So I'll add another folder for our routes. So I'll say routes, and then we will also have another folder, and this folder is what we call, we call this folder controllers. I want it to be at the root. Okay, something is wrong here. these two are supposed to be inside the server and not the chat app. So let me drag and drop them inside the server. So I remove, and now in our server, okay, something is wrong again. Where have they gone? They are now inside the models. Yeah, this is messed up. Let me drop them down here. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Now inside our models, let's create a new file, and we will call this user models, or user model, and then .js. And right here we'll be making use of mongoose to create our model. So let's bring in mongoose. So I'll say const mongoose, and this will be equal to require, and we bring in our mongoose package. Now down here we will write what we call a schema, and a schema is used to just shape our document. So I'll say const user schema, and this will be equal to new mongoose dot schema. So we are using the keyword new here because now this is a class, and we use the new keyword together with the class to create an object. So this is an object basically we have created using this new mongoose dot schema, but we need to specify whatever we want in our schema. So I will invoke this, and then I'll pass an object, and in here we will have a name. So we want our user to have a name, and then we can perform some validation of this name. So this is, we will have type. The type of the name will be string, and then we will make it to be required. So required true. A user must have a name. That is what that line means. And then another thing that we can include is a mean length of the name. So let's say mean length, and right here we will say 3. So a user will not have less than a name. A user will not have a name with less than 3 characters. And then we will have a max length, and we will have a max length of 30. So if you have a very long name, it won't work. Then let's also have an email here, and for the email it will be a type of string. So we say type here to be string, and then another thing, it will be required also. So a user must have an email, so I'll set required to true. And then another thing is that we can set a mean and max length for the email. So I'll just copy this and I will paste it here. The mean 3, max, let it be about 200. And another cool thing that we can add here is that an email must be unique. So I'll say unique to be true. And then we will also be having a password. So let's add a password. And for the password, we just need several of them. Type to be string. Type to be string. A user must include a password when registering for an account. So we will say, okay, right here I missed a D here, that will throw an issue. So let's just copy this required, then min length, max length, and the rest, but we don't need it to be unique, so we will remove that one. So we need it to be required, min length of 3, but max length, it will be wrong because we will be hashing the password. So let's just say 1024. Then will it be unique? Passwords can be the same, no one will know they are the same, so we can just like remove that. So the reason why email should be unique is because when logging in, we will be using an email to identify a user, and we can't identify, we don't want to log to another person's account, so it must be unique. So cool. Now the last thing that we can throw in here is a timestamp, and we usually add a timestamp after this particular object. So I'll add a timestamp here, and this timestamp will just include the date or the time that a particular user or a particular document was created. So I'll say timestamps true. Now, what have we done? We have just stated what our document should look like. So our document should have a name, an email, and a password, and also we should include a timestamp to it. So this will be added automatically. Cool. Now that we have our user schema or our user or the shape of our document, we can create now what we call a model, and our model is what will give us various methods which we can use to save the data to the database, retrieve data from the database for a particular user. So let's just do that. So we can say const user model, and we set this to be equal to our mongoose dot model. And amazingly, right here we pass two parameters. So the first parameter is usually the name that will be for our collection. So I told you collection is like a table. So it's like we are having a table of users. So here we will have a collection of users. So right here, we start with a capital letter and we say user. Now Mongoose will turn this into a plural form. So it will create a collection called users when we write it like this. It will know what to do with it. And then now right here, we include our user schema, which is this one right here. Now with this, we will be able to use this user model to interact with our database while we are working with our Express and Node.js here. So let's export our user model here so that we can use it in other files. So we can say module dot exports, and we set this to be equal to our user model. Okay, and I save. So let's go ahead and create a route right here. So I'll create a new file and I'll call this user route. So user route, and now right here we can import our express. We can say const express will be equal to require express. And now what we will do, we will create what we call a mini app, like a small version of Express, which is a router. So we will say const router, and we will set this to be equal to express dot router. Now right here we can create our registration route. So we can say router, and then we will say dot post. So when registering a user, we are saving data in the database, and then right here we will have stroke register, and then now I'll use a comma, and right here we will have a callback function, and we can write our logic right here. So this callback function have access to request and response. Now, but instead of doing this, because we'll be having a lot of logic, we want to clearly see all our routes. What we will be doing, we will be creating what we call a controller. A controller is just a function that we will pass right here, okay? So that we just have the entire of that logic in a different file, okay? Nothing big. But to test if this router is working, we can say res.send, and right here let's say register, just that, okay? And then we are supposed to export this router down here. So we can say module and then dot exports, and we set this to be equal to our router. We save. So we can import this router in our index.js file from our user route. So in index.js file at the top here, let's bring in our router. So right here I can say const user route, and then we set this to be equal to require, and we follow the path to our route, which is stroke routes. There we go, cool. And then we pass our user route. So we are exporting this router, then we are importing it as user route right here, and then we can now pass this right here. So we can use it as a middleware. So we can say app.use. Whenever we are using this, it's a middleware, and it's just used to extend or increase the functionality of our application here. So app.use, then we include a path. So I want us to specify that this is our API. I can say stroke API, and then stroke users, and then yeah, that's it. And then now right here we include a comma, we include user route. So that's how we configure it, okay? And now when we try to access it, we should see this message, we should see register. But since this is not a get request, it's a post request, I think it will throw an error. Just for testing, let's change this to get, okay? But it's supposed to be post. Just for testing, we are using get. Okay, now let's see if we can get this particular message at our browser. So I'll open the browser. Now to access it, we have used stroke API and then stroke users. So that is this one here, stroke API stroke users. And then to specify our route, because we'll be having other routes for registering user and so on, we must specify this one, stroke register. So I'll say stroke register, and we hit enter. And look, we get register. So that configuration is working okay. But if we use post right here, you'll see that this is not a get request, so we won't be getting this, because whatever the browser is sending through this URL is usually a get request. So if I hit enter, you see, cannot get this. So it's usually a get request. That is why I had changed just for demonstration purpose, but it's supposed to be this way. Now let's create a controller which will have this particular logic of our registration. So at our controllers, we will create a user controllers. So I'll say user controller.js, and then I hit enter. So we will be using our model in this particular file. So const user model, and this will be equal to require. We pass our path to our models, so models, and then we say stroke user model. We can just first create a simple function to demonstrate how we will configure it with our user route. So right here, let me remove these ones so that we have few files there. So right here, we can say const register user, and this will be equal to a function. So I'll make use of an arrow function. This function, we will have access to request and response, and we can do something in here. So let's send this data res.send right here. So you can see this function is similar to this one, okay? So it's the same thing. You can write all the logic here, but for us to see all the routes clearly, it's recommended to use a controller. Yeah, that's it. Now all we need to do is to export this register user right here. So let's say module dot exports. So right here I'll say is equals to, I use an object, and I will export our register user. So we will also be having login user, we'll be having find user. So that's why I'm including it in an object like this, and we will be able to import this function now in our user route. So let's bring it in. So I'll say const register user, So I include these brackets. Remember, we exported it inside an object, so we must extract it from that object like this. So register user. Now this will be equal to require, and we specify the path. So we will go to our controllers, then we go to our user controller. Now we have this imported. Now instead of using this function like that, we use our register user function, which we are getting from here. So we are just separating our routes from the logic, which is awesome. So I'll save, and let's use again here get and test it out just for testing. Save, then we go here and let's refresh the page, and we get register. So it's working. Cool. So we change back this to post, okay, so that it work as expected. So now let's write the logic for our register user controller. So we will be needing several packages for us to successfully register the user. Therefore, let's first install those packages, and I'll make sure that I go inside the server. So right here I'll say cd space server, enter, and then I'll say npm I, and I will install bcrypt. So we usually use bcrypt to hash the password so that it is not the raw text that we usually enter at a form, okay, so that it's more secure in the database. Okay, and then now right here I will also install what we call JWT, but it's called JSON web token in npm. So I will say let's bring in JSON web token. Cool. And then I will install a validator. We will use this library to validate an email, make sure that the email is a valid email, make sure that a password is a strong password. So install validator, and then what else? Yeah, I think those are enough. Bcrypt, JSON web token, and a validator. So I'll go ahead and install them. Okay, as they install, we were already bringing in user model. Now we will need to bring in a bcrypt, JSON web token, and a validator. So let's do that. So right here I'll bring in a bcrypt. So I'll say const bcrypt will be equal to require, and we invoke that and say bcrypt const JWT will be equal to require JSON web token. So now that we are bringing them in like this, let's start working on our logic here. So also we make sure that this is router.post. Okay, cool. So whenever we enter some data in the form from the front end, we will be getting the name, the email, and the password of the user, and we can extract those from our request here, and they are usually available in the request.body. Okay, so let's extract the name, okay, the email, and the password from request.body. And then another thing that we need to do, we will check if a user already exists in the database. If they already exist, then we send back a message telling the client that, oops, the user that you are trying to create already exists. And we will make use of this email to find a user. Remember, we made email to be unique. Right here, we will say let our user be equal to, we will have an async action here. So we should await user model, and then dot. This now user model gives us a method called find one, so we can find users. So I'll say find one, and we use the email as the parameter here to find a user. So we are finding a user using an email, and once we use await, we should have or wrap our function here with async. Okay, so right here I'll make this to be an async function since we are using await here. If we have a user, we will be able to have some data in our user here. But if we don't have that user, then this user will not have any data. So if the data exists, that means that we already have a user and we should not create another user. Therefore, we send an error message to the client. So this is how we send the message. So we will say if user exists. So if this is true, then let's return, immediately return. Don't proceed to execute the logic that will be below this. So let's just return res.status. So we can set a status for this particular response, and the response is 400, meaning that there was an error, a user error. And now right here we say .json. You can also use .send, but .json is much better. So I'll say .json, and whatever I will send here is that user that you tried to create already exists. So we can say user with the given email already exists, with the given email already exists. Okay, now once we check that, we should also check if the email is a valid email, and also we should check if all of these are, if they are empty or not. Maybe we can start with that. Okay, so we are performing some validations here. So right here we can say if we don't have a name, so we use this exclamation mark, if no name, or if we don't have an email, if they are empty, if we don't have an email, or if we don't have a password, we should immediately return. Okay, and we can say return res.status 400, meaning that we have a user error, the data that is incoming has an issue, and then we say .json, and what we will say is all fields are required. All fields are required. And another thing, we usually have validation both on the backend and the front end, but for your information, backend validation is more important than front end, because people usually can bypass the front end validation, but it's hard to bypass the backend validation. Okay, so make sure to usually write some, even if it's some basic validation, it's good. Now after that, we should also check if email is valid and also if password is a strong password. Now for those cases is where we are going to use this library called validator. It's pretty easy to use, and we will say like this: if we can say validator dot is email, and we pass our email here, and this email is the one that we are getting from the request body. So if this is a valid email, it's the correct format, so this usually returns true. So what we are supposed to do, we are supposed to say if it's not a valid email, so if this check validator.isEmail returns false, that is not a valid email. So we iterate that false with this exclamation mark for it to give true. So if it's not a valid email, now this check will be true, and therefore we should not proceed with the execution of our code, and we should immediately return. So right here we return, and whatever we will return is res.status again, and we say 400, and then we say .json, and whatever we will say is email must be a valid email. So email must be a valid email. Valid email. just like that. Okay, now we will also do a similar thing for our password. So I'll highlight these, use Alt Shift and the bottom arrow on Windows to duplicate that line. Now we will have a validator dot is strong password, and then right here we pass in our password like that, and we will return res.status. Right here we include 400.json. Now we change the message that the password must be a strong password. So a strong password means that we should have at least one small character, one uppercase character, a number, and a special case character. So you can specify that right here if you want, but I won't. I just want it to be simple, must be a strong password like that. So validator makes it easy for us to validate the password and the email. You can see this is very simple to use. Now after this is when we are going to create a user and try to save that user to the database. So right here, this user, we were getting the user, but if we don't get this user, means that this user will not have anything. It will be either undefined or null, but it won't have the data for the user. So if we don't have the data, this will pass, like we will proceed to the next check. If everything is there, we proceed to the next check. If everything is okay, now we save this user, or we create this user and save the user to the database. So this is how we create the user. We will say user. So remember, we are just using user because we have already defined it here as a variable using let. So we can redefine it here. We will say user is equals to, now we will use the new keyword and make use of our user model. So we will say user model, and then now right here we will pass the data that we want our user document to have. So we want it to have the name, the email, and the password. So we pass all those here, and now this user object is our user document. Okay, so we have created it, and all that remains is to save it to the database. And we have an issue here, this should be password. Cool. But before we save this user to the database, we need to hash the password. Okay, to hash the password, we will make use of this package we imported here called bcrypt. So let's do this. We will create what we call a salt. So const salt, and we set this to be equal to await. So we say await, and then bcrypt dot, we have a method called gen salt, and we pass the number of characters that we want this salt to contain. So this is just a random string of characters that makes it hard for people to decode the password. So you can pass as many number of characters that you want, but the default is usually 10. So I'll just pass 10 right there. So now that we have the salt here, a random string of 10 characters right there, we can use it to hash the password. And right here, we can get our user. This document already contains the name, the email, and the password. So we can use it directly like this, user.password. So this will hash our password directly inside our user. And then we will set it to be equal to await. So this is an async action, bcrypt, and we use the method called hash. We invoke it, and whatever we want to hash is our user password. So I can say again here user.password, or you can just pass the password directly. And then this is the first character, the second character is our salt. Now after we do this, we need to save the user in the database, and this is how we can do it. We have our user document, and it has a method called save. So I'll say user.save. I just call that, and this is an async action. So I say await here, await user.save, and now we have saved the user to the database after we hash the password. Now, another thing that we can do is to generate a token, a JWT token. We can create a function here for creating a token. So we can say const create token, and we set this to be equal to underscore ID. So we will be getting the ID of the user here, and then we will be using that ID to generate a token. This is a function, and we do something in here. So right here, we are supposed to have a secret key, okay? And this secret key is supposed to be saved in an environment variable. So what we should be doing is creating a key in our .env file. So right here, I will say JWT underscore secret underscore key, and we set to a random string here, okay? So I can just say super secret, and then I include some random numbers. It shouldn't be predictable, okay? Now we read this from this .env file in our user controller. So right here, we get our JWT secret key. So I can say const JWT key will be equal to, we use our process .env, then we access this right here. Let me copy so that I don't misspell it. Copy, and I will paste it here. So okay, Control V. Cool. So now that we have this key, we can go ahead and return a JWT token. So to create the token, we usually use JWT.sign right here. So JWT.sign method, and for this sign method, we can pass some data in here. So this is not supposed to be a comma, that's why we have an error here. So use semicolon like that. So let me show you something. We can actually go to JWT website here. So JWT, and here it is, jwt.io, and you can see an example of a JSON web token. So this is an example of a JSON web token, and you can see it has 3 parts. The first part is an algorithm, the second part is a payload. So this payload is the one that I'm saying that we will pass as an ID. So what we will do here, we will pass the payload now. Whatever we want to be at the payload, it can be underscore ID. You can have more, you can pass even the name, the email, as much data as you want, but I will just pass the ID, is good enough. And then now right here, I'll use a comma, and then I'll pass our JWT key, this one here. And then finally, this is optional, but we can pass an expiration date. So I can say expires in, and we say right here 3 days, okay? 3 days. So this is how we create a token. Now we can make use of this to create a token when registering a user. So once we save the user to the database, right here, we can create the token. Const token will be equal to, we call our function create token, and we pass our user dot underscore ID. So that ID will be received by this function here as ID, and then it will be added at the payload. So there we go. Now once we create the token, we can send the data to the client. So right here I can say res dot status. So now we have successfully registered a user. So I'll say status is 200, meaning okay, dot JSON. And right here, whatever we will send to the client is the ID of the user. We will send, okay, I'll set the ID to be user dot underscore ID, and then comma. Another thing that we will send is the name, and then the email. We will not send the password. The password should be a secret, shouldn't be visible on the front end. The other thing that we will send is the token, okay? And then after that, the last thing that we can do in this particular function is that we have some async methods that are happening, and it's good to usually catch the errors. So we can wrap the entire of this in a try and catch block. Okay, so right here I can say try, we open our block and we include everything in there. So I have pushed this in here, and in case of an error now, we will be able to use catch here. So I catch, we say error, and we can log this error to the console as well as send it to the front end. So I can say console .log our error. Else we can res dot status, and right here I'll use 500, meaning it's server error .json, and we send the error. So in case of an error, we catch that error so that our server doesn't crash. Okay, cool. I think everything is okay. Now what we should do is to try and register a user and test out everything and see if we are good to proceed. So we will use Postman to test our APIs. Okay, so I'll open Postman. I have it installed. So if you don't have Postman, you can just search on Google Postman, download and install it, and then we can use it to test out things. Okay, so once you open Postman, I think you'll see somewhere where you can add a route. You just need to create a new one. Then right here you'll select the kind of request you want to send. Right now it's a post one, a post request. Then right here you will enter the URL. The URL should look like something like this. So it should be http localhost 5000. We have API, but now in this case we are trying to register a user. So we will say users and then stroke register, and that is our path right here to this route, register, then API stroke users. So now we have that. The other thing that we should do is to include something in our body. So the body here, we can go to raw data, and then right here we select JSON. So we are sending JSON data to this particular endpoint. So from this we were supposed to be having a name. So right here we will write JSON data. Okay, so I open an object, we will have a name, and the name I can say Chaoo. Then we will have an email, so email I can say chaoo@gmail.com, and then we can have a password, so you'll say password, and remember this should be a strong password, so it should have an uppercase. I can say React as the password here, and then 567, and we should have a special case character like end. Okay, so that will be my strong password here. So once we send this, we should get a response, and the response should contain these data that we passed here. Okay, let me show you. The response should contain the ID of the user, the name, the email, and the token. So let's come back to Postman, and fingers crossed this will work. Send, and there we go. It's working like magic. So we have the ID of the user, we have the name, we have the email, and you see we have the token, and we are not getting back the password. Okay, so password we shouldn't send it to the front end. So our registration is working, and we can check the database to confirm that that data was actually saved in the DB. So right here I'll log back to my MongoDB. So there we go. In our chat app, now we have users, and there we go. And I need to show you something. when we were sending a string here .env, yeah, this is the name of the DB chat app, and then when we open here, we have these users. Now these users is the name of our collections, so users, and that was gotten from our user model right here. Okay, and then finally we have now this particular document. This is a document, and now this is our user data, and we have the timestamp, created that, updated that, we have the password here, and you can see it's now hashed. Pretty nice. So let's test if email should be unique is working. So if I send again, what should we get here? User with the given email already exists. So our validation for checking if a user is already existing or not is working, which is here. We were using this to find a user with the email. Then if the user exists, then we send this. Okay, let's try to omit something like the name and see if it's working. So I will omit the name here and send, and now you see user with the, okay, it's the same old one. Let's use a different one, like 200 here, and send. And now we see all fields are required because the name here is not included. So let's include the name. Okay, now let's try to test the password. We omit and a special case character and send, and we see what we get. Password must be a strong password. So you see our validation for the password is also working. So this is working. Let's test the email must be a valid email. So what we can do is open Postman, and we can omit at here or dot here. So I omit dot and send, and email must be a valid email. So the validation is working well, pretty nice, and we are able to register the user. Now the next thing that we can do is to log in a user. It will be a similar process, so let's just dive right in. I'll move a bit faster now. So right here, okay, we will create another function called a login user, and now this is our controller for logging in the user. So I can say const login user will be equal to, we will have async method, so let's just define this as async. We'll have access to request, we'll have access to response. Now you know the drill, so I'm moving more faster so that we can complete the course area. You can slow down the video if you want. Okay, so now right here we extract some data from our body. So I can say let's get the email. So for logging in, we will be just having email and password. So I get email and password like that, and this will come from our request.body like that, and I save. The other thing that we can do is to try and find this particular user from the database, since we have the email of this user. So right here, what I'll do, let's wrap everything else in a try and catch block actually. So try and catch. So for catch, we usually have the error object, and we can do something with it down there. Let's start with try here. So we use this particular method here to find a user. So I'll just copy that. Let user be await user.model.findOne email. So we pass the email. So right here, I paste that, and we check if this user exists. Okay. So I'll say if this user does not exist. So if this user does not exist, we return. So therefore as dot status for 100 here, and then dot JSON, and we send some data. We don't want to specify what is wrong. We don't want to specify whether it's email or password, like a person should be knowing their account. So we say invalid email or password. So it's just a vague message. It's not specific. We don't want to say that the email is the one that is wrong. So we just say invalid email or password. And another thing that we will do is to check if the password is valid, like if they entered the correct password. So for that, we will use bcrypt again. So right here, we will say const is valid password. So this is a variable that I'm creating, is valid password. And right here, we set it to be equal to, we will say await bcrypt, and we have a method called compare. So we can compare the password that we are getting in right here and the password that already exists in the database. So I can say password and then comma, and now we include password from the database. So if this step passed, that means that we have a user, therefore we can get the password from the database using this user here. So we can say user dot password. So they entered the correct email. Now let's see if the password is the correct one. So we compare them using bcrypt. It will be able to decode the password that is in the database, compare them, and if it's correct, then this is a valid password will be true. So if this is not true, we perform a check. So if password is not true, so if is valid password here is the wrong one. So if this is false, we use this to make it true, then we return an error. So right here, we will return res dot status. We invoke these 400 and we say dot JSON, and we send now a message which is similar to this one, invalid email or password. We include it here. Okay. So here we are making sure that we are sending the right email and password before we even give access to the system. Now after this, we should send the user details. So we will create a token and send the details that we were sending when registering a user. So right here, when we do this, we are actually logging in the user because we are sending the user ID and the details of the user. So right here, I'll copy this. Here we register the user plus log them in. So right here, we just want to log in the user. So we get the user from the DB, and if the email and the password are correct, then we go ahead and send these details. Okay. So right here, we create the token using the function that we mentioned at the above here, this function, and then now we send the data to the user like this. Awesome. So another thing is that yes, we are doing this name, email, password, but we don't have a name here. So that will be a problem. So to get the name, we can use a full colon and say user dot name. So now let's test this logic. Before we test, we should pass this function to our route, and we create a login route here. So it's also a post request. Here we will have login. Then we should export that function, login user here. Login user. So I save here login user, and we pass it here, login user. Cool. Now let's test it. So we go to Postman, then this is no longer registration but login. We are logging in with just an email and a password, so I remove this. And let's use a long email. This email is not yet registered in the database, so when I send, we get invalid email or password because that email doesn't exist. If we enter the correct email, the wrong password, we don't have the and sign right here, and send, we still get invalid email or password. If I enter the, was it and or was it $sign? I have already forgotten my password. Let's send and see. Okay, I think it was $sign. Let's send and see. Oh, it's not working. Guys, it's not working. Okay, here this email is not valid. We should say at gmail.com, and I think it was end here and send. There we go. So we have entered the correct email, the correct password, and now we get back the data, the ID, the name, the email, and the token, and we can now be able to use that data on the front end. So two more things are to conclude our user controllers here. We will create a controller for getting all the users, and another one for getting one user, for finding one user, and we'll be needing them on our front end. So these are pretty simple. They are much easier than registering and logging in a user, so it will be much faster. So right here I'll go ahead and create another function called find user. So this is getting a single user, and we will say this will be equal to async, and this async function have access to request and also to response, and we make this to be an arrow function just like that. Now the first thing that we will be getting is a parameter, and this parameter is from our request. So we will be getting a user ID from our request. This will be a get request, and the parameter is usually included at the path here. Okay, so right here let's first create it. So we will say const our user ID. We'll be passing ID to the parameter, will be equal to request dot params, and then dot user ID. And then once we get this parameter, this ID from our URL, we will be able to use it to find a user. So right here I will try and catch try. Actually we didn't include the data for this one, so we should. So let's just copy and paste here. Copy this one, paste it here. It's similar. And also let's do the same for this one. Catch error, and we paste that again here. It's good to send an error. Okay, and now right here let's proceed with our logic. So let me save to auto format. So right here we can say const user will be equal to await, and now from our user model we have another method called find by ID. So remember here we were saying find one, and we were passing an object which is email. So this is expecting just one. Find by ID is expecting only one parameter, and that parameter is a string. So I'll say dot find by ID. You can see we have find by ID and read, find by ID and update, find one. We have a lot of methods there. So I'm using this one, find by ID, and I invoke it and I pass our ID, which is now this user ID. So right here I say user ID. Now right here we will just send that user to the front end or to the client. So res.status, and we have status now 200, and .json, and now we pass our user here. Now this find user should be passed right here. Let's minimize that one. So I pass find user, and then we go to our user route and we create a route for finding a user. So I'll duplicate that, and now right here I'll say router dot get, and right here when we pass our parameter to the route we will have something like this, find. So this is the route, and then we will add stroke full colon user ID, and this is the variable that we pass to our URL here. And then now right here we should have find user we click on this, it's auto imported. Pretty awesome. Now how do we send a request when we have a parameter at the URL? Let's see how we can do that in Postman to test this. So this is a get request to this path. So what we should do is change this to get, and then we will have localhost 5000 stroke API stroke users stroke find, and then we will add an ID here. Okay, ID of a user. So I can copy this ID here, copy and paste it here. When we send this request, we should get back this user right here. Okay, so let's send, and look, we get back the user, and you can see we also have this password and so on. And what has happened is that when we use this find and then stroke ID, we have specified that at our route that extra part is a parameter with we give it a variable called user ID. Then from our user controller, we are able to get that from here using request.params.user_id. We get that ID, we use it to get the user from the database. I hope that makes sense. Now we will have another one, it's similar. So this is for finding one user, but we should also have another one for getting all the users. Okay, so right here we will be adding another controller. Let's change the function here. So I can say get users. It will be an async action, request and response is there. Now this is much easier because we are not using a specific ID, so we just remove this, and here whatever we will get is users. It's an array of many users. We use await.userModel, and now if we use only find here without any parameter here, what we will get is the entire collection of users. And then now right here we return res.status 200, and we send all the users to the front end, and again we catch the error here, and what we pass here or export is get users. Actually it's get users, makes more sense. And then I save. Now I can create a route for that, pretty easy here. We will say we will duplicate that, it's a get request, and right here we can say stroke maybe users, or we can just include a // since already this one has users here, API stroke users. Okay, so if we perform a get request to that path, then we will get our users. So I import that controller here. So I save. Now let's test it out. So all we should be doing is going to Postman and using this URL up to this point. Okay, localhost 5000 stroke API stroke users. So if I send, I should get an array of users. Right now we only have one user, but that user should be inside an array. So you can see this is just an object, a single one. Okay, so I send. So how do we know it's working? If we get that in an array. So I think we have an issue since it's not concluding. So if I come back here and we see we check our server, I think there is an issue. Let's see, it's hanging. So you see we have an issue here. Mongo connection failed. Okay, let's see. I don't understand this query text cluster. Okay, I don't know what this error is. I don't know what exactly was the issue, but what I did, so I came to connect here, connect your application. I just downgraded this version to 3.0, and once I saved, once I refreshed my application here, it established the connection. I don't know if it's the Node version the problem, but yeah, now it's working. Now we can test if we can get our users. So I come back here to Postman here, and this is the route. So I send, and we see if we can get the users. So we get the users, but now you can see it's inside an array, meaning that it's getting all our users in the database. In this case, we only have one user. So that is successfully working, and that is how we can create Auth APIs in Express and Node.js. Okay, it's using these user controllers here, and yeah, that is it. So what are we going to do next? The next thing that we are going to do is to cover the front end part of it, where we will be using React and ContextAPI to log in the users. So we will register them, we will log them in. We will need to design some forms using Bootstrap and some custom CSS, and we will also be needing to create some routes on the front end. So we will also be learning how to use React Router DOM, and then after that we will go on and start creating our charts. So we will create some endpoints to create messages and read the messages, create chart, read chart, and so on. There will be much more following, so stick around. I hope you have learned something. Let me know what you think about the video at the comment section below. Make sure to subscribe, and if you need the source code for the entire chart, the link will be at the description section below, and the code is actually available on my Patreon. Unfortunately, it's not free, it's just $3 per month. There is a problem getting this page. It's $3 per month, and this is the best way that you can support my content. I have 5 patrons, and you can just be the 6th one here. Let's get to 100 here, okay? And this will be a huge support for my content. I'll be able to bring in more courses and more videos per month. So that is it, and I'll see you in the next one. What's up, everyone? So in the last episode, we were able to create Auth APIs. So that is an API to register a user, to log in a user, to find a user, and also to get all the users that are in our database. So in this episode, I want us to jump into our client. So this is where we will start on to work with React and ContextAPI. But to begin with, I want us to configure our React Router DOM in this particular episode, so that we can have the multi-page feeling in our application. So for example, we will be considering this as one route, which is the home route, where we have all our charts. And then when we happen to log out, you can see now we have this login route. So we will be having a login route and also the register route. And then after that, we will work on our forms using Bootstrap in the next episode, okay? So let's just dive right in. So you can close all the tabs and then minimize everything here using this button, so that we start afresh here on our client. So you can also close all the terminals and open a new terminal. And now we go into our client. So I'll say cd client. I hit enter. And this is where we will be having our React app. I'll be making use of Vite to create the React app. I recommend the same. Or you can also use create React app. So this is the code that you need to run. You can just search for Vite, okay? Vite.dev, and see how you can spin a React app using npm. You use this way, using yarn, using pm. So I'll just copy this one, I'll copy that one, and paste it here. So you can type it out, npm create Vite at latest. So this means that it will use the latest version of Vite. I hit enter. It gives us to choose a project name. I will use a full stop to take the name of the folder here, which is the client. So I'll hit enter. And then now right here we have options, which is one of the other cool thing about Vite. We can create an app in Vue, React, Svelte, and others. So right here I'll use the bottom arrow to select React. So I'll click on React.
Another cool thing is that we can easily spin up a TypeScript application, but in this case we are just using JavaScript. So if you want to use TypeScript again, you can select TypeScript using the bottom arrow. In this case, I'll go with just JavaScript, and now we already have a React app right here. So if you check at client, there are these files which were auto-generated. You can check what you have at package.json. We have React, we have React DOM. So we have to run npm install in order to install these dependencies and other dependencies for dev environment. Okay, so right here, just run npm install. I hit enter, and this will install the necessary dependencies in order for us to run the application. So I'll wait for that to complete. As it loads, we can check what we have at the source folder here, src, and you'll see we have more files at main.js. This is the root of our application. This is why we have a react dom.create root, and we have our app here. So this app is coming from app.js here, and we can check again what we have at app.js, and it's a simple counter application here, which is created by default by Vite. And then we have some CSS files which we can delete some files and we will remain with others. But for now, let's check the other folders. We have assets. This is the React logo. Here you can include images. And also we have the public folder here, which we don't have to touch at all. So the first thing that we will do is to clear up some files, but let's wait for this to finish. So it completed installing. So what I want us to do is to first run the application, and if you check package.json file, we use dev to run the application. This is how you run this command here. We say npm run dev, and it's also actually mentioned right here how you can run the app. Let me scroll a bit. This is it, npm run dev. So this will run this dev script. So I'll hit enter, and this will start our application. So there we go. Now to open the app on the browser, we need to use this URL here. So I'll use control, then click on it to follow the link, and it will open on my default browser right here, and it's opening. And Vite plus React, there we go, it's loading, and here it is. Now what we have at app.js file or JSX file is this counter app, where I can just click like that. So I want us to clean up everything so that we start afresh with our own files. Okay, so in the src folder, we will go to main.jsx here, and this is the beginning of our application. And in this file, we are making use of index.css file, this file here, to style everything. So the first thing that I will do is remove all the styles in this index.css file. So I'll click Ctrl A to highlight and remove, and then I'll save that file. And we will be using this index.css file to enter our custom CSS. Then we have app.jsx, and I don't want anything here, so I will remove everything inside our return here. I will remove everything like that, and let me just include these React fragments, and I'll say chat app. So that is the only thing that we should see on our application. So I will remove this state, so I will remove that. We remain with function app there. Then right here, I will remove the app.css file. I will remove the logo. I will remove the state here. So the only thing that we have in app.jsx is this pretty simple thing. And then we remove this file app.css. So I will delete it completely. Then we don't need to use this React logo in here, so I will also remove it from our assets. So the assets folder is empty, and we have now this pretty simple setup going on. So let's check and see if our app is still working. And let me go to this browser here. Now we only have chat app, we don't have anything else. Okay, so we can now start adding our own stuff in our Vite React application. And what we will do, we will be making use of our React Router DOM to add our routes. So let's go ahead and install React Router DOM. So in our terminal here, we just need to say, I can't see where it begins. Okay, here is where we have our React app running. I don't want to touch that. So I'll open a new terminal here and then go inside the client. So cd client. And from here, I can install React Router DOM using npm I React-Router -DOM. I hit enter. Okay, as this installs, we will have some components or pages which we will include the chat, where we will include our login and our registration forms. So let's go ahead and create those particular files. Inside the SRC, I'll create a new folder and I'll call it pages. So this is where we have like our page-like components, and then we'll also have another folder for components. So inside the SRC again, we will have another folder for components, just like that. Now inside the pages, let's create some files. We will have chat.jsx. So this is where we will be including the code for our chat. So that is the chats, the messages, and so on. This will be the root for it, okay? And then let's create another one here for login.jsx. So here we will be having our login component or our login form, and we will also be having a register.jsx. So register.jsx. And then let's create these specific components right here. I'll be making use of an extension called React Snippets. So you can go to extensions here. So it's called Simple React Snippets. You can install. And let's create a simple component here for chat. So I'll say SFC. This will create a simple stateless functional component. I'll say chat. Okay, chat. And right here, let's return chat. Okay, so I'll save that. We do the same for login and for registration. SFC, login, and right here I'll say login. Okay, I use the React fragments login. I save, and also for register, SFC, register, and right here register. Okay, cool. Now we have those 3 pages. Those will be our main pages, and then other components that we might need, like the navbar and so on, we will include them inside the components folder. Cool. Now our React Router DOM completed installing, and if we check at package.json file, you can see the version that I am using. So if something doesn't work for you, you can make sure that you install the same version right here, which is version 6. Cool. Now I'll go ahead and jump into app.jsx file. This is where we will set up our routes. So let's import our various stuff from our React Router DOM, and we will import routes. So let's say import routes, and then we will have route, and then we will have navigate, and these will come from React Router DOM. Cool. Now inside here, inside our app, we will wrap our routes inside this particular component. This is a component, this is a component, even this one is a component. So we are importing these components from React Router DOM, so we can make use of them like this. So right here, we will wrap everything inside our routes. So let's say routes, like that. So let's go ahead and create one for chat here. So for this case, we'll now make use of this route. So we will say let route here, and we will pass some props here. the first prop is the path. So here the path will be the root, and then the other prop will be the element. And now right here we can specify the component that we want to load in this particular route, and I will call our chart component here. So I'll say chart, it's not suggested, so we should import it. So let's import chart from our pages folder. So I'll say import, we will have chart, and these will come from dot stroke pages and then stroke chart. I save. So we'll have similar thing like this for login, for register, and also for a page that does not exist. So let's go ahead for this one and we say register. So this will be the path for register. We will say stroke register. Then here we should have the register component. So right here I'll say register. We should import it from here. So this will be from register, and we bring in pages stroke register. Okay, again here we will have login, and now right here we will bring in login. So this is the component from the login file. So right here let's bring in login. I'll use Control D to select this and this, then I'll say login. The last one is for a page that does not exist, so any other path does not exist, so we use a star. Then right here the element, whatever we will load is that we will navigate to a particular path. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll make use of the navigate component which we imported at the top, and this navigate component, we close it like that. We can also pass a prop to this navigate component, so we will navigate to a certain path. So we'll say 2 is equals, we will navigate to the home. So whenever we enter a path that does not exist, we will be taken back to home here. Cool. We can go in main.js file here and import something else, another component from React Router DOM called the browser router. So we will import the browser router here, and we should wrap our app here inside the browser router component. So I'll set this up real quick and I save. Now let's see what we have. So now when we go to login, we get login. When we go to home, we get chart. When we go to register, we get register here. So if we go to a route that does not exist, like XYZ, enter, we are taken back to home. Cool. So everything is cool. Now the next thing that we will do in the next episode is that we'll start working with Bootstrap and React to create our forms, in order we can be able to continue from there, log in a user and register a user and so on. So I'll see you in the next episode. Hey, what's up everyone? So in the last episode, we were able to work with React Router DOM, and we also created our React app using Vite. Now in this episode, I want us to start working on the UI, and we will be using React Bootstrap together with some custom CSS to style our application. So you are free to use any other UI library or framework. You are free to use something like Material UI, which I highly recommend, styled component, tailwind CSS, and you can also just stick to the custom CSS. So whatever I'll do, I'll go to the Bootstrap website here, and there are instructions on how to get started. So I'll just install right here React Bootstrap and also Bootstrap. So I'll also be making use of some Bootstrap class names for the styles. So I'll go ahead and copy this, and I'll go ahead and create a new terminal here and make sure that I am inside the client. So I'll cd into client, and I'll paste whatever I copied. I hit enter, and these will install React Bootstrap together with Bootstrap. So the first thing that I will do is to import our Bootstrap CSS file, and this is how we do it. So I'll just say import, and this will now be coming from the Node modules. So right here I can just say Bootstrap and then a stroke dist. So we have a directory or folder called dist, and then we will have a CSS, and after that we can now specify the file, which will be bootstrap.min and then .css. And before I save this, let's check our app here. You'll see that the font will change once we save. So let me save. I will save, and when I come back, you'll notice that this font are changed, which is awesome. Now I can import a component from React Bootstrap. So right here I'll say import, and I will import the container component. So I'll say container, and this will come from React Bootstrap, and I can wrap everything here inside a container. So right here I can say container like that, and I will save. Now when we come back, you'll see that this starts right here and not at the very end, meaning that it is inside a container. Cool. Now another thing that I can show you is that we can be able to make use of Bootstrap class names. So this is the Bootstrap component from React Bootstrap, but since we are now also using the Bootstrap CSS, we can be able to make use of some class names. Like I can say class name here, so class name, and I say I want the text to be secondary, like that. And when I save, you'll see that this class name will change the color of the text. Now it's pale black here. Cool. So we will be making use of components like this, and we will also be making use of class names like these. The other thing that we will use to style our application is the custom CSS, and I want my application to have a dark theme. So right here I can select the body, and I will set the background to be RGB. So this will be a dark color, and I'll say 40, then I'll say 40 and 40. And when I save, you will see that now our background here should be black. I don't know why it didn't auto change, but there we go. Cool. Now I also want to use my own font. So if you want to add a font, you can go to Google Font. I will go to Google Font. So here we are, and I can go here to fonts, and I'll be using a font called Nunito. This is one. I'll highlight it, and I'll select some weights. So I'll go with the regular 400, and I'll also go with a bold one, which is 700. And now from the side here, you'll see we have selected Nunito and the regular one. You can also click these to switch this tab, okay? And I want to add it in CSS, so I'll come here where we have the style tag, but copy this import. I'll copy this import, then go here and paste it in my index.css file at the top. And now I can be able to specify the Nunito font right here. So right here I'll say let the font family be Nunito, and let us have a fallback of sans serif. So if Nunito is not found, then sans serif will be used. So I save that file, and when I come here, now we should be having the Nunito font. Cool. So that is just the initial basic setup. Now I want us to create a navbar component. So right here, I'll come to the components, I'll add a new file, and I'll call it navbar.js. .jsx. Let's go ahead and use our shortcut here, sfc, to create the navbar component. And right here I can just say nav. Let's bring it in our app.jsx file. So right here I will import that file. So I'll say import navbar, and this will come from the components navbar there. Now I can be able to use this navbar. I want it to be above our routes, and also not inside this container. I want it to stretch all through. So right here I'll use the React fragments again. I'll take the container to be inside the React fragments, and I'll use the navbar in here. So I'll say navbar, just like that. And yeah, I save. So let's see if we can see the navbar. So I'll come back into our right here. We should see a text of navbar, and we don't actually see anything. Okay, it's there, but it's dark. Okay, you can see here. So let's go ahead and specify the color here. Maybe we can say let color be white. I save so that we always see the colors. Maybe I can remove this one, so I'll go back to app.css and remove this class name and save. And now we have everything as white. Cool. Now let's start working on this navbar, since we can now see it. So I'll jump into the navbar component, and I will import several components from React Bootstrap. So I'll say import. We will have the container component, so container, and then we will have the nav component. We will also have the navbar component, so navbar, and then we will also have the stack. Now right here we will wrap everything inside this navbar component. So I'll say navbar, like that, and we can specify some props. So I want this one to be dark, so I can say bg is equals to dark. And then the other thing that we can specify is a class name. Told you we can use some Bootstrap class names, and I'll say mb, meaning a margin bottom of 4, and I'll use a space here, and also I'll use some inline style to specify the height of the navbar. So I'll use these double curly brackets so that I can enter height here, and whatever I'll do here is include the quotes and 3.75 rem. And then in here, whatever I'll do, I'll add this container so that the content is not at the very edge. So I'll add the container here, and inside the container now we can add some stuff. So whatever I will add is a h2, and this will act as our logo. So if you have an image, you can add the image right here, but I'll just say our chart up here. But I want this to always navigate to the root of the application whenever I click it. So you can make use of React Router DOM to do that. So right here, what I'll do, I will say import, and I'll import a component called link from React Router DOM. So this will come from React Router DOM. And now we will wrap this chat app inside that link. So I'll say link, and it will have an opening and a closing tag. I take the chat app in there. First of all, I save, and we can check what we have first of all. And I'll go back to the app, and here we are. We can see this dark part is the nav. This is the our logo here, which is super big, and we can be able to go to login like this. So now here we are in login, but our navbar is still there. And when I click on this chat app, we should be taken back to the home. So but it's not working. So to implement that, we should add a prop to the link. So I'll say take us to the root or home whenever we click this particular chat app. So when I come back and click, we go to chat. Awesome, it's working well like magic. Now this is how we can navigate using links in our React Router DOM. Cool. Now the other thing that we can do is to style this chat app to remove the default styles, and we can make use of the Bootstrap. So I can use a class name here, and I'll say let the link be light, and then that will change the color, and let the text hyphen decoration be none. And when I save, you'll see that it changes to white and we don't have any text decoration. But still, when I go to maybe login again, so stroke login, we are in login and click chat app, we go back to chat, so it's working. Now the other thing that we will do is to specify the other side of our this side here of our navbar. So for that, after this h2 down here, we will have the nav component. So I'll say nav, and inside the nav component I'll make use of the stack. So the stack allows us to align the stuff either horizontally or vertically. So right here, if I say stack, by default it will align items vertically. So if I add a link like this, so we will add several links. So if I add a link like this, I'll copy that and paste it here, and this one now will be for login. So I can say login, and right here I'll say login. Let's add the class name. They will be the same, so nothing to change there. And then we will also be having the register one. So I'll just save this to align them well and duplicate it down here. This now will be for register, and then this will be the same. Now right here we will be having register. Cool, and I save. Okay, so this stack will align the items by default vertically. So if I come back, you will see login and register are vertical, but I can specify the direction here. So I can say let's add direction prop, and we say we want it to be horizontal. So I'll say horizontal like that. I save, and now when I come back, it's horizontal. And the other cool thing, we can add a gap between them. So right here I can add a prop, and I'll say let the gap here be equal to 3. And when I save, now we have a space between them. When I click login, we go to login. When I click register, we go to register. When I click chat app, we go to chat. So you see, it's awesome. It's a basic setup which works very well. So right here, we can add a span, and the span will specify we are logged in, maybe as Charles, like that. But we should also specify a class name here and change the color of the text. So I'll add this to be text color of warning, which is I think orange or yellowish color. I'm not good with colors. So I'll save and come back, and there we go. So we will be having this logged in as Charles. We have our everything here. So whenever we are not logged in, we'll be seeing this. After we are logged in, we'll be seeing logout here. So we will be adding that later on. But for now, this is it. So now I want us to work on our register and the login forms. I will start with register, and for this one we will import some components from React Bootstrap. So let's bring in alert. We'll use this one to display error messages. We will have button to submit the form, therefore we'll also have the form, And also to organize our layout, we will make use of row, column, and stack. All this will come from React Bootstrap. So we select React Bootstrap, save to auto format, and by the way, I am using an extension called Prettier. In case you are curious how my code is formatted, it might have a little bit of a setup, so go to extension, search for Prettier, install it, but also check for some YouTube tutorials on how to configure it well. Okay, so I won't cover that. Let's proceed here. We will have a form in here. Let's do this form. Now inside the form we will have a single row, and then inside a single row we will have also a single column. And now in here is where we can style our inputs. So I want them to be aligned vertically, and for that case I'll use stack, and by default it will align everything vertically. And the cool thing is that it will also create a gap between them. So right here we can also specify a gap of 3. Now inside the stack, this is where we will include maybe a heading for our register. So we will say register, and then we will now have the input fields. So for the input fields we will use the form component, so I'll say form, but it also have dot control here. Okay, so this is simply a form control. It is a single self-closing component, but we can pass props here. So the type of this will be text, and then we can be able to add a placeholder. So right here we'll also have a placeholder of name. So name will be plus placeholder here, and that is all we need to do for now. If I save, go to the form itself, so we go to register. So this is what we have. Okay, register name, cool. Now if we want this to be smaller, we can come here to the column and specify a prop. Here we will say XS, meaning extra small, and we will set this to 6. If I save and we come back, now you see it's taking a smaller width, and I want everything here to be at the center. So for that case I will come to the row here and add some custom inline style. So I'll use these double curly brackets. I'll add a height, let it be 100 VH, and then we can justify content, content, let this be at the center. Then we will add padding top to be 20%. So let's save and see what we have. Look, now it's right here at the very center. Maybe we have a lot of spacing here, so you can just reduce this one to maybe 10. Let's see, I'll go with that. So let's proceed. So this is for text. Remember, we need another one for email and for password. So I'll duplicate these using Alt Shift bottom arrow. I duplicate twice. So here we will have one for email. This one will be email. We will have another one here for password, and we can add here password. And yeah, those are the 3 inputs. So if I save, we have them right here. Cool. Now we will also need a button. So down here we proceed and add the button component. So I'll have this having the opening and the closing one, but right here is where we will say register. We can specify some props for the button. The variant will be primary, it can be secondary, primary, then the type will be submit. So whenever we click this button, we will be submitting our form, this form here. So submit type, and then finally whatever we will add is an alert. If we have an issue, we will be adding a message here using alert, and the variant for alert will be danger. So variant will be danger, meaning that it will display a red message, meaning that there was an error. Then right here we can write a sample error. So I'll add a p tag here and I'll say an error card. So we'll customize it later when we add logic to our form. So right now it's just the UI. Cool. When we check on this is how the alert looks like. This is the register button. So this is what we have. I think it's good for me to go with, if you want it to look much better, you can customize it further, but for now I'm okay with this. Okay, the other thing that we will work on is our login form. So all I will do, I will highlight everything. They are very similar. Come to login, and I'll actually replace everything here with what I copied. So let's start at the top. We'll bring in all this. We will have now here login instead of register. We'll have form. The style here will be the same. We center everything. Column same, stack same. Now instead of register, we say login. For login, we usually log in with email and password, so I will remove this one for the name. Then the button here will say login. And then down here, alert can be that for now. Then right here, we export login. I save, and we are completed with that. Pretty nice. So this is register. When I go to login, we get login. When I go to chat, we get chat. So yeah, we have now the basic design for our application. It's dark themed. Now in the next episode, we will cover ContextAPI, and together with that, we will handle the state for the inputs. And then after that, we'll now be able to perform some HTTP request to register a user and also to log in a user. So that is it for this particular episode, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello everyone. So in the last episode, we were able to make use of React Bootstrap to design our navbar and our forms here to register and log in the user. Now in this episode, I want us to check at ContextAPI, and then we will see how we can make use of ContextAPI to manage our form inputs here. And then after that, we'll go ahead and make a HTTP request to register a user. So to get started with, I have a simple example here of why we might need the ContextAPI. So ContextAPI will allow us to create an auth context, and this auth context will be containing our user data. And the reason why we make use of ContextAPI is so that we can be able to use this data in any other component that we want to without having to pass props through our component tree. So for example, if we wanted to make use of the user data inside our chat room, all we will need to do is to make access to the auth context. We get the data from there and use it in our chat room. Else, if we weren't having a global state management system like ContextAPI or Redux, what we will do is that we will be having a user right here at the top level, and then we will pass that user down the component tree up to where we need to make use of it. And this is usually a tedious process to keep track of all the components that we need to pass through up to the final point here. And also it pollutes these other components where we are not actually making use of that data. So the main reason why we are making use of the context API is so that we can be able to share the data globally. And that way it's much easier and straightforward. So in order to use this data, we'll also be creating this auth context provider component, and we will wrap our app with it. And then after that, we can be able to access the user from our context API. So let's just dive right in, and this is how we can create auth context in our application. So in client, make sure you are in SLC, create a new folder, and I'll say context. In this folder, let's create a new file called auth context.jsx, and right here we can import a function called create context from React, and then make use of that function to create our context. So right here we will import create a context, and this will come from React, and then now we can create our context and actually also export it. So let's export our auth context. So this is just like a variable. You can name it anything that you want. Auth context make more sense. So we'll say export const actually auth context to be equal to our create context right here, but we make sure to call it. Now right here we have created an auth context, but still we don't have the data that we need to share throughout our application. So to begin with, I can use a simple example of the user. So right here what we usually do is to create another component, and this component is called the provider component containing our data. So right here I'll say auth context provider. Again, you can call this particular component any other name that you want, but this makes more sense. And then I'll set this to be equal to an arrow function, just like this. Like any other component, we need to return something. So let's return, and whatever we will return is a component provided by this auth context object. So right here I can say auth context dot provider, and I call it like that, or I include it like that. And now in here we are supposed to pass all other components that will be making use of our auth context data. And to get those components, we will be getting them through props right here. So we will be having children prop, and this children prop simply means the components that are the child of this particular component. Okay, so I'll show you where we will include this component. And now right here we should pass that children like this. Okay, now how do we pass data to these child components? We can include some piece of state here. So let's bring in use state from React, use state, and now right here we can create a piece of state. Let's call this state user. So we'll say let user, and here set user, a function to update our user, be equal to use state. We invoke that, and we can pass an initial value of user. Let it be an object with the name as Charles. So this is just an example. We are not yet getting this user. This is just an example. Okay, so let's imagine we have a user state, and the default is having name as Charles here. So how we pass this is by using the value prop, which we pass to this auth context provider component. So I say value, and we set this to be equal to we'll set it to be an object right here. So we set an object, and the object that we will include here is our user. So I set it to be an object so that we can extract multiple values from here. So we will be having other stuff that we can be able to add here. Okay, so for now, let's do it like this. So we are including the value prop. We are using the first these curly brackets to get out of JSX, and then now we are including an object and passing our data in there. Okay, I hope it makes sense. Now, how do we get these children components? If we have the children components, then we need to have the parent, and this is the parent. So to make this the parent, we will go to main.js and we will import that particular component and wrap our app with it. So right here, I'll include all context provider, and I wrap the app with it like that. And when I save, now this app becomes the child, and it will be inside our props, and it will be inside now here. We are wrapping it with this particular provider, which is coming from here. Okay, so you can see the way they are linking each other. The more you use it, the more you'll understand. So just follow along, try to understand what is going on, and you'll get it. Now this value will now be accessible in our child components, and the child now it's app. But remember, app carries other components like chat, login, register, meaning that we can also access that user in these other components. So how can we access that user in register? So how we can do that is to go to the register component, and we will import the use context hook from React. So at the top level, makes more sense to import it here. I'll bring in the use context hook. So use context like that from React, and then now right here I can call it, I can say use context. I invoke it, but what we pass in here is our auth context, which we created in our auth context.js file. So here we have auth context, we are exporting it, so that is what we are supposed to include in here. So right here we should have auth context, we click on it to auto import it. Here it's coming in, and we use it here. So what this will return is the data that is in our value. So it will give us this information here. So we can extract the user from this particular object like this. So we can say const we extract user, and we set this to be equal to use context auth context. Now we have this user in our register file, and we can try to view it. So if I come here, duplicate this heading, alt shift bottom arrow, we can say let us see our user dot name. And if I happen to save this and go to our application, you'll see we have Charles, and we accessed that using the context API, which is really nice. And now we can be able to access this user from any other component, from login, from navbar, and so on. So this is one of the main reasons why we make use of the context API, so that we can be able to easily access shared data globally. Okay, and in this case, user is a perfect example. So we will be doing something like this for user. Okay, so this user should be coming from the database, and the first step to do to get that user is that we should be able to register a user using our register form here, and then we should also be able to log in. So let's see how we can be able to manage this register user form data. So that is this form data here using context API, and then after that we will be able to make a HTTP request to the database to save that user in the database. So this is what I will do. We don't need to bring in this user, so I'll just remove this one, and I'll also remove this h2. Let me first save that file. I'll go into auth context, and we will create a piece of state for our form information. So in this case, we'll be having user here as null. So let's remove this one. This was just an example, and we say the user here is null. Cool. Now right here, let us create another piece of state for our form information, and I'll say const. I will include these square brackets, and then we will have register info, and then we will have set register info, like that, and we will be setting this using the use state hook. So use state, and initially we can set the initial value to be an object. We will be having the name as null or empty string, then we will be having the email as empty, so empty string, and also we will be having the password as an empty string. We should just pass this register info right here. So right here I'll pass register, and now from our register form we will be able to access it using the use context here. So right here we'll say const, we can extract register info, and these now will come from our context API, so use context, and I invoke these, I say auth context. Now register info is not enough for us to update our form data, so we should also find a way of bringing in our set register info. So right here, actually this is info, sorry, I save. Now how we pass this set register info, you can pass it directly here, but it's good to wrap it with the use callback hook, because use callback hook is used to cache functions and optimize them generally. Okay, so right here what we will do is that we will create a new function const, we can say update register info, and we set this to be equal to the use callback hook. This will come from React. Again, this is used to optimize the function so that they are not called with every render. And now right here we'll have info. So this info, now this is the data that we input in our form. Okay, sorry, that we input in our form here. So that is what I'm calling info. Let me close that because it's confusing me. And so this is use callback, we pass info here, and this is a callback function that I want to create here using the arrow function. So I'll say like this. Okay, so the first parameter is a function, and with this function I'm able to receive info, and right here I'll use the square brackets, and this is now the array of dependencies. In case we wanted to run this function again, I would need to just include something here. For now it will be empty, and what I'll do, I'll just call now this set register info right here. So I'll say set register info, I call it like that, and I'll update our register info using this info that is already updated, so info. Now we can pass this function update register info through our provider. So I'll say update register info like that, I save, and I can go to register and I'll be able to get it from there like this. So update register info. Okay, now how do we update our state using register info and update our register info? We just need to come to this form control, and right here we will be firing an onChange event. So whenever we type, there is a change that is happening, so we will be firing this onChange event, and we set it to be equal to these curly brackets. We will pass an arrow function here which have access to the event object, and now we can make this use of this event object to update our state like this. So right here we will call this update register info. So we will say update register info. We invoke it, and right here we pass an object, and now this object is the one that will be received right here as info. Okay, so this is our update register info. That object that we are passing is the one that will be received here as info, and we will use it to update our state. So right here we pass that object, and what we should do is that we should correctly update the state. So we should not mess up with the previous state. So I will spread all the other state, which is this one, register info. So I will spread it, register info, and then I'll just update the name, and the name we'll set it to be E, which is our event here, our event object, and we have access to .target and .value, which is our current value of the input. So I'll save this, and this is what we have. This is how we are updating our input right there, and we can test it and see if it's working. So what I'll do in Auth context here, I can actually log this register info to the console. So maybe right here I can say console .log our register info, and here we say register info. So I save. Now I come here, I inspect, and we should be seeing something on the console, which is our register info. It's showing an object with nothing. So let's go ahead and update the name to Charles. So we'll say Charles, and now you'll see that now our register info is having email name as Charles, password as empty. So it's working. Okay, it's working, and we are making use of the ContextAPI. So one of the reasons why I'm using ContextAPI in this case is because one, for you to practice how to use it. The other one, it makes this register file or component to be more clean, as you can see. And the other reason is because we will be needing this register info to actually send it to the database in this particular file, so I can still use it here. Now the question is, can you still use the use state here to manage the state locally? The answer is yes. There is no problem with that, because this data is not actually needed globally. Let's complete right here register. All we need to do is to call this onChange event on this other form controls. So I'll do it for email. Here we will just update the email, and I do it for password. Here we will just update the password. I save, and we can test that out. Okay, and I think we have an issue. Okay, it's gone. We can test it out. I come to this. Right now we were updating only the name. Let's try to update the email. Hey, email is updated, password. Okay, and if we come here, you'll see now our register info is having everything. Cool. Now the next thing that remains is to actually call our backend and register a user. So we'll see how we can do that in the next episode. Hey, what's up everyone? So in the last episode, we were able to take a look at ContextAPI, and we also handled our state for our inputs here. Now in this episode, I want us to go ahead and perform a HTTP request to our backend or our API endpoints and be able to actually register a user. So I'll just dive right into my VS Code, and inside the client SRC folder, I'll add a new folder called utils, and here we will be creating some utility functions. I'll add a new file called services.js, and here is where we'll be performing our HTTP requests, that is post and get requests, and so on if we have more. So the first thing that I'll set here is a base URL for our backend. So right here I'll say export const base URL, and I'll set this to be equal to HTTP // localhost /5000 /API. So this is the base URL for our backend APIs, and it's good to set it here at one point so that whenever we want to change it, maybe when deploying the application, we can easily do so. So again now, right here, I'll create a function which will help us to perform the post request. So right here, I'll export const post request. So this is just a function. You can name it anything that you want, and we will be performing some async action. So I'll make it to be an async function, and it's another function here. It will accept two parameters. The first one is URL that we are making the request to, and then the other one is the body of the request. Now right here we will be using fetch to perform our post request, and it usually takes some time to process, so we can await it. I'll say await fetch, and we invoke it. Now right here the first parameter is our URL, which we passed through the function, and then the other one is an object which has several properties. The first one is the method, so we specify here that we are performing a post request. So if we don't, it will try to perform a get request, so we specify its post. Then we set our headers and specify that we are working with JSON data. So right here I'll set headers, and we will say content hyphen type. This one will be application JSON, application stroke JSON. So this just specifies that we are working with a JSON data. And then the other one now is the body of our request, so we'll just say body. This will be a JSON object. Okay, cool. Now we will be getting a response from this, so we can say const response will be equal to await fetch. Cool. Now in this particular response we can be able to extract our data. This is an object, it has a method called JSON. So right here we can get our data like this. We can say const data will be equal to await, and then right here we can just say response dot JSON. Okay, and then the other thing that you can just do is to return the data. So we can say return data. Cool. Okay, I should call this as a function like this. Yeah, there we go. So now this will actually be able to get our data, but I also want us to handle the error. So before we return the data, we can check if we have an error. So this response has a property called OK. If OK is true, that means that we don't have an error. If it's not, if it's false, it means that we have an error. So right here I'll say if OK is not true, so I'll say response right here dot OK. If it's not true, that means that we have an error, and we can set our error message here. So right here I'll first of all create a variable called let message, and then we will check if in our data here, which is from our response, if we actually have a message. So right here I'll say if data, and then I'll use this conditional check of message. And if we do have a message, we will set our message here to be equal to data.message. Now right here we'll also have else, and whatever we will do in here, we'll set our message here to be equal to data. So let me try to explain to you what is actually happening here. So the case that we have message is equal to data is where we were setting our own custom messages right here. So if we go to server and we go to user controller, so these custom messages that we were setting here will be now our data. So that is why we are setting here our data to be equal to our message. Then if our data is the message, how will fetch here know that we have an error? So it will make use of the response here to determine the status of OK here. So response will make use of the status that we set right here, like 400, 400. This means that we have an error. Therefore, it will set OK to be false. And then we can perform a check and set it right here. Now, this other case where we have a message inside our data is for other error messages, maybe from the server, like this, the one that we don't have control of. So that is where we are setting the message here to be data.message. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And then so if we have a message, we will set read this one to be either data.message or message to be data, and we can now return something from this particular check. So right here, after we perform this check here and set our message, we will return here, and whatever we will return is an object, and we will say in this object that the error here is true, meaning that we have an error, and the other thing that we can pass is the message. So error true, message, cool. And I save. So whatever will happen is that we will get to this point, but before we return the data, we perform a check. If we have an error, we set the message and we return this object. Therefore, it will not continue. It will not continue to this part. But if we don't have an error, this part will be skipped and we will return our data inside our response here. So this response will either be having the data or the error message, and we will be using this error right here to check if we have an error or we have the data itself. I hope that makes sense. Now, cool, we are done with this function. The next thing that we can do now is to make use of it. So what we will do, we'll just go into our client, SRC, then the context here, auth context. And from here, we will be able to register a user. So the first thing, we will set some state for registering a user. So right here, we already have the state for the user. So if we successfully register the user, we'll just set the user. Else, we also need to have a state for error and for is loading status. Okay, so right here, let's add const, and we will say register error, like that, then set register error, and we set this to be equal to use state, and initially the state for this one will be just null. So this is for handling the error when registering a user. Then we also add some loading status here. So we will say is register loading, and we set is register loading. So is set is register loading, and initially this will be false, so register is not loading by default. Okay, cool. Now we can come down here and we will create a function for us to be able to register a user. So I'll say const, and we will say register user. We set these to be equal to we make use of use callback so that we can optimize our function. So we'll say use callback, we call it, and now in here we can add an arrow function as the first parameter, and also some dependency array which will be empty. So this arrow function here will be making use of async action. So we can say async arrow function, and we will be able now to perform our post request right here by just calling this particular post request here and passing everything that we need to pass. So it's pretty easy. Let's just do it. So right here, we will just await our post request. We make sure that we click on it to auto import it at the top, and then we invoke it. So it's expecting the first parameter to be the URL, so we need to pass the URL. I'll use the backticks here, and I'll make use of the base URL. So right here, I will read the variable like this. We will say base URL. We auto import it from, again, our services. We initially had it here. So after adding the base URL, we are supposed to add stroke users and then a stroke register, and this will hit our register API endpoint. So this is the first parameter of our post request here. Then the second parameter is a JSON object, which will be now our body. So right here, let's convert our login info our register info to a JSON object using JSON.stringify. So we invoke this, and then we had our register info right here. So we just pass it directly in this particular method. So right here I'll say register info. So after some time, this will give us a response, and the response will either be our error message here or our data here. So let's save that response in a constant. So we can say const response will be equal to await our post request. Cool. Now that we have this response, we can check if it's an error or if it's having our data. So before we set our state right here, I'll say if response, remember it's an object, dot error exists. So if response dot error exists, remember we had set the error here, this one. So if this exists, then that means that our response is an error. So what we will do, we will set our error message using this right here, set register error to be our error message here. So I will return immediately so that I don't continue the execution of code below, and I'll say set register error, and I'll set it to be our response. Okay, cool. Now if this is not true, if we don't have an error, that means that we have our actual data, and what we need to do is to set our data to be equal to our user. So right here I'll say set user to be our response. And again, we should be able to save now this user to the local storage. So I want to save the user to the local storage so that we don't keep registering a user or logging in a user whenever we refresh our browser. So we will be getting that user that is already stored in local storage. So let's save this user to the local storage. So right here we can say local storage. We already have access to this, and we will set item. The first parameter is a key, let it be user, and then the second parameter is a JSON object. So I'll just copy this and paste it here, but what I'll change is this register info, and I will say response. So what we are doing here, we are just saving the user into the local storage so that we can get the user back whenever we refresh our browser, and we don't have to log in again. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Cool. So we are setting the error, and we are setting our user both on local storage and state. Now the other thing that we should do is to actually handle the is loading status. So before we perform this request, which takes some time to process, we can set right here set is loading, and we will set it to true. That means that our registration is going on. Then also we can make sure that we don't have an error when we are beginning to make the request. So we can set register error here to be null to begin with, and that way whenever we have an error, we'll come here and set it back to an object, which is our error message. Cool. Now after we have completed and we get a response, we can now set the register loading here to be false again. Okay, so after we have completed this request, we can say that our registration has stopped happening. So I'll say here false, and after that we will either log in the user or we will show an error message. Okay, so that is what will happen. Cool. Now that we have this function, where will we use this particular function? We will use it in our register form. So let's go to pages here and register. We will make use of that function whenever we are submitting our form. So let's make sure that we are exporting it from this particular file. So I'll come down here and I'll pass our register function. So I'll say register user, and also I'll pass our register error. So in case of an error, we'll be able to access it. So I'll save, and then I'll now jump into my register here, and what I'll do, I'll bring in our register user function and also our register user how was it? Let me check. Let me just copy. Okay, register error. I can just type it out. So this will either be null or it will be an object. Cool. Now, when submitting the form, we should be calling this function. So here is our form, and we will fire an event on submit event. So I'll say on submit, and we call our register user. So we don't need to pass any data because the data is available in our register info, which is already being handled right here. Now, the other thing that we can do is to handle our error message, this one. So right here, we can perform a check if we have an error. If we have an error, we show these plus the error. Right here, we can get out of JSX using the curly brackets, and I'll say register error, and we check if we have the error property. If we do, that is when we go ahead and show our alert. So I'll say if that exists, and let's have now this alert here. So I'll cut it and paste it here, and if we do, then we can now show the message here. So right here, I will remove that, use curly brackets again, and we will have our register error, and now that means that we have a message. So we show the message here that is coming from our backend. I save. So now we are clearly showing the message. Now also here we should be showing a loading status. So let's also export is register loading. We didn't export that. So right here is register loading. I actually go ahead and copy that. I save that file, go to register, and then right here we bring it in, and I come to the button here. So we conditionally render this text. So I'll use the square brackets here, and I'll say is register loading. So this will either be true or false. Is register loading. So if that is true, then that means that the process of registering a user is happening. So I'll say creating your account, or you can just say loading, and right here we say register in case the loading is not happening. Cool. I save. Now we have that set up. Now the other thing that we should do is that we should prevent the form from refreshing the page. So right now, if we try to register, you'll see that it will not happen. If I register, you see the form is refreshing. So when we call this function like this using the onSubmit event, we will be having access to our event object. So right here in our register user, we'll have access to event, and we can use this event to prevent the form from refreshing the page. So after this, we can just say prevent default, and we call that particular method. I save, and now we should be able to perform a HTTP request to our backend server. So let's make sure that our server is running, only the front end is running. So right here, I'll get out of client cd, then I think double dots will get me out of client, then we cd to the server, and we use nodemon to run the server. So it's starting our node.index.js, and there we go. Our server is running, front end is running. Let's go ahead and try to register a user. So first of all, I'll just submit the form when it's empty and see if we get an error message. Submit, creating an account, all fields are required. Amazing. And now this is coming from our custom error messages that we had included at our backend. Okay, let's include a name now. We can register John, so I'll say name here is John. Then email, we can say John at Gmail. dot com, and then we set a strong password. Okay, now let's try to use a wrong email. We are just checking if these error messages are working here, and it complains. So this is now from HTML. Let me remove this full stop. Then I check all fields are required. Okay, something is wrong because we have included all the fields, and our form is not updating the status. So register info, everything is there, but it's still giving us this error. Okay, at our services.js, if we try to log this body to the console, you'll see that we don't have any data that we are getting to it. Okay, let me show you. So right here, let's just use some dummy data, maybe Chaoo. Then we pass an email and some dummy data here. So at our register info, we have the data, yes, but if we register here, all fields are required. And if you check our body output here, name is empty, email is empty, password is empty. So the thing that we should do is that at our auth context, we were able to create this function, and we made use of use callback to optimize our function. So although this function is being called only when it first renders. So when we perform change to register info, it's taking the old one right here, the initial state. So we should be able to call this function even after this state changes. Therefore, we can specify at our dependencies that let's also be able to call the function with the updated state. So right here, you can just pass this register info right here so that we get the updated data. I hope that makes sense. Now, if we try it out, let's see. Right here, we'll have the name, then we will have email. Let me paste that one, then dummy password. So the password is not strong. We should still get an error, but at least a different error. So I register, and you'll see user with the given email already exists. And now at our body output, we have the data. So that was the issue initially. So now from our services, I can go ahead and remove this console log and save. So the other error is actually working. We are able to see that the user already exists. Now let's register a new user. I'll say John. Then right here, I'll say John at Gmail. Let's omit dot so that we see if it will perform the check. Then a strong password. And if I register, it will complain about email. Email must be valid email. If password is not strong enough, so email is valid, but password is not strong enough, password must be a strong password. And if the password is strong enough, we will be able to actually get to register this user. So I'll hit register, creating account, and now nothing happens, but we are successfully adding this user to the local storage and also to the state. So it's also available in state. We are not logging that state out, the user state. But if we go to application right here, then we go to local storage, you'll see that we have this user right here. And we have the email, we have the name, and we are getting a token and the ID of this user. So we are successfully registering this user and adding the user to the database. So that is amazing. Now next, whatever we will do, we will log in the user. So I'll see you in the next one. So in the last episode, we were able to successfully register the user, which is really cool. So whatever we will do in this episode is to protect the routes and conditionally render them, okay? Whenever we refresh the page, we lose the state of our user. So let me show you what I mean. So if I come to our auth context, and at the top here, let's get to log the user to the console here. So I'll say console.log, and we log our user, and we say here user. So I save. So we are logging this user to the console, and whenever we check, you see we have user as null, even though we are actually logged into the system and we have a user at local storage. We should be able to get this user from the local storage and add the user to the state whenever we refresh. Okay, and this is how we will go about it. So we can make use of the use effect hook. So whenever the application first loads, we get that user from local storage, then we add the user to the state, just like this. So we will say use effect, then we invoke it. The first parameter is a function here, and the other parameter is an array of dependencies that will be null. But whenever we first loads the app, what we will do, we will say let const user be equal to our local storage, and then we have the method called get item. So we get this user from the local storage, and we use the key, which is user, to actually get the user. And then the other thing that we will do here is now set our user to be, remember this is in JSON string, so we pass that using JSON.pass method, and we pass our user there. Now our user now will be available in our state. So let's check and see. So if I come back and go to console, you see now we have our user in our state. Even if we refresh the application, we still get the user in our state. Pretty nice. Now once we have the user in the state, we can make use of this user to conditionally render our routes, and this is how we can do it. We just need to go to our app.jsx file, and right here we can get the user from our auth context. So right here I can say const, we extract the user, and we set our user to be equal to use context hook. So I'll say use context. I make sure to click on it so that I auto import it from React, and I pass auth context right here, auth context, and now we have our user data here. So the user can either be an object or it can be null. So what we will do, we will now conditionally render this particular chart. So right here we can just say user, and we use this ternary operator. So if a user exists, let us show the chart, else just take us back to the login page or component. So right here I'll say login, and just like that we will be able to see the chart whenever we are logged in. So right here I'll copy that, I'll do the same for register. So I will replace this. So if we have a user, actually I should remove this. So if we have a user, let us see the chart, else just let us see the register page. So right here I'll say register. Now let's also paste this here. If we have a user, let us see the chart, else let us see the login page. So I'll go ahead and save. Cool. So now this is working okay. Let's see. So we are no longer getting to the register page since we already have a user in our state, and we are no longer getting to the login page. Even if we click on them, we are stuck here because we are logged in as whichever user this is. And we can actually include this name now in our navbar. So let's go to the navbar, components navbar. Now the cool thing is that now we are able to get the user globally using the ContextAPI. So the first thing, we have been able to get the user at our app. Now we can get that user in our navbar. So in our navbar we will still do a similar thing. Let me just come here and copy this and be able to get our user like this, and we import these, use context, and we also import auth context. I'm using control space for these suggestions. There we go. Now we have our user, and instead of right here saying logged in as Charles, we can now use the curly brackets and be able to access our user dot name, and that will give us the actual name of the user. Let's see, there we go, logged in as John, and this is John now coming from our user state here. Cool. The other thing that we can have is logging out the user, but let's cover that in the next episode. So in the last episode, we were able to conditionally render our routes, and now I want us to log out a user. So this is pretty straightforward. We just need to clear the state and also remove the local storage. And this is how we can do it. We will go to auth context right here, and let me just scroll down here. And right here, we will create a new function. I can say const log out user, and we set this to be equal to use callback hook to optimize this particular function. So use callback, and the first parameter is an arrow function as usual, and right here is where we clear the state, but let's remember to also include this dependency array, which is empty. We don't have anything there. Now right here we will access our local storage, and then whatever we will do, we will say remove item. So we have this method available in local storage, and we will remove our user from the local storage. So we use the key correctly. Remember, it has a caps right here. For my case, that is. I don't know if yours is that way. Now right here, we also update our user state. We set the user here to be null. Now we just need to call this particular function from our navbar. So let's just come here and export it like this, or include it in our value. Logout user, I save. Now if we jump to the navbar, we can be able to access that function from our auth context. So right here I'll say logout user, like that. And we should create another link for logging out the user. And another thing, if we are already logged in, we shouldn't see these routes, okay? So if we are logged in right now, we shouldn't be seeing login and register. Instead, we should be seeing logout, okay? So we should also conditionally render those. So we check if we have a user. Inside our stack here, horizontal gap, in here, we check if we have a user. So let's do this. We use these curly brackets. We check if we have a user, and if this user exists, so we use end. Let's go ahead and show the logout, okay? If the user exists, we show the logout. So right here, we can use these brackets here, and we include some React fragments, and right here we will display a link for logging out a user. So right here I can copy one of these and paste it here. So if we have a user, we show the logout. So right here, instead of login, we say log out. This will link to login when we click logout, so that is okay. But what we should do, we should be adding an on-click event here. So I'll add an on-click event. So I'll say on-click. Let us have this arrow function that will return our logout function. So I'll say logout user, and I call that function. So when I click this link, we will call this function and log out the user. That is, we will clear the state and remove the local storage. Now this is for the case when we have a user. Now for the case where we don't have a user, we will be having a similar thing. This way, I'll use exclamation mark, meaning that if we don't have a user, let's show the login and the register buttons. So end, I do the similar thing like this, and we can pass these two now in here. So I cut and paste here. Okay, So if we don't have a user, login, register. If we have a user, logout. And let's now check our app. Right there, we are logged in, we see logout. If I click logout, we get to actually log out this user. Click logout, and you see, now we are seeing login, and here you are seeing register. But we also have these. We shouldn't be having it if we don't have a user. So let's also conditionally render this span. Okay, so right here we can say user, and if we have the user, that is when we will get to show the span. So here it should be end, and we cross this with the curly bracket. So if we have the user, that is when we show this. If we don't have the user, we won't have it. So I save, and now we don't have a user and we don't see it. Cool. So in the last episode, we were able to log out a user, and also conditionally rendered our links or buttons and so on. Now in this episode, I want us to see how we can be able to actually log in a user. So that will include performing a HTTP request to our endpoint, adding the user to the state and to the local storage. So let's just dive right in. Again, I'll just go to the auth context. Let me clear these. We don't now need them. Okay, we had already created a service right here called post request to perform our post request for the HTTP request. Now I'll go to the auth context, and I'll create a function which will be so similar to the register user right here. So right here, let's go ahead and create a function called login user. So I'll say const login user, and we set this to be equal to use callback hook, and we invoke this. We will have a function to begin with, and right here we also have the dependency array for our use callback. Now the thing is, right here we will also be having the login info. So actually I have remembered we are not handling the state for our login. We will be doing that in a few, but we will be having login info in state. So it will be similar to our register info. So let's create that piece of state so that it doesn't throw any error. So right here we will be having, instead of register info, we will be having login info. And for login, we'll be having only the email and the password. Okay, cool. And I save. We will be updating this state in a few, but let us complete this login user function just to avoid confusion. So login info contains email and password. So right here, we simply perform the HTTP request like this one here. So I will copy this, and I'll go ahead and paste it here. The base URL here will be the same, but now we will go to users stroke login. So right here we will say login like that. Then this is complaining because we didn't include async here, since it's an async action and we are using await. We include at the body here the login info. So login info, and now that body will be received right here and sent to our backend. Okay, cool. So far so good. We are also going to handle the error just like we did with our register right here. These functions are so similar, but we need to have the login error state and the is loading state. So let's add those two states right here. I'll just copy these two, and let me add just after this to be more organized. Now in this, instead of register, we will be having login. So I'll change everything here to login. Make sure to include caps for these, and this one is loading, and this one set is is login loading. And yeah, now we can make use of them in our function. So in our login, so to begin with here, let's go ahead and set is loading to true before we perform the request. After we perform the request, we change the is loading status here, set is loading back to false. Again, let's clear the error when we are performing these requests. So if we had an error in state, we should be able to clear it before we perform these requests again. So we clear the error by setting the login error to null. And then the other thing, remember this, we will be using it on a form. So we'll be having access to the event, and we can prevent the default so that this action does not refresh our page. So e.prevent default, and we call that method like that. Cool. And now the other thing that we should do down here is to handle the error. So if we have the error, we set the status here to error, else we don't. So right here we will say if response.error exists. So response dot error exists. Let's go ahead and set actually we should immediately return, and we set our login error. So set login error to our response. Okay, and if this error does not exist, so we will be able to proceed to the next line here. Actually, I like to include these just at the top here after we complete the request. Now, if we don't have an error, we can go ahead and set our user to response, and also we should save the user to the local storage. So right here, I save the user to the local storage. I'll say local storage dot set item. We set the key to user, and right here we use JSON dot stringify so that we store the user as a JSON string. Right here we will be having response. Okay, so that is saving the user to the local storage. Then right here we will be able to return. Then right here we will set the user to be our response. Okay, so now we have created this login user function. We are able to make a request to the backend. If we have a user, we set the user to local storage and also set the user to the state. If we have an error, we are setting the error there. Okay, that is cool. Now, this login info, we should be able to correctly update it from our form. Therefore, we will create a function here, just like this one, that is optimized for us to update our login info. Okay, so right here, I'll just duplicate this one, and whatever I'll do is update login info, login info. We get the info there, but we set login info here, set login info to info. Okay, now we should be able to pass this update login info together with the login info itself. Login error is loading, and the login user right here to our value, so that we access all that in the login form. So right here we will be having the login user function, login user. We will be having the login error. We will be having the login info. We will be having the update login info. Also, we will be having is login loading. Okay, so we export we add all this to our value. Now we go to our login form, and we can be able to access them from here. Okay, so right here inside our login here, we will be able to extract all our information from our auth context. So I'll say const, we use these curly brackets, we will access the login info, then we will have update login info. Actually, I think we can just copy paste them here. So let me come here and copy all this instead of me typing. Now we will be extracting all this from the value. So right here we set them to be equal to use context. This is a hook from React. Make sure to auto import it or import it manually. We call it and we pass our auth context here. Auth context. I click it and it's also imported. I save. So now that we have all this, we should be able to use them in this form. The first thing that we should do is to update our form controls here. Right here, we will be firing the onChange event. So onChange, like that. We'll be having another function having access to the event object. And right here, what we will do, we will just call our update login info, and then we invoke this. We pass an object, then we correctly update the state by spreading the login info. So I spread the login info, and also right here we update the email. So I'll set the email to be e.target and then here .value. Cool. I save. So let me make sure that we are calling the right function. I don't know why it wasn't auto suggested. There we go. Then we are updating the login info, and yeah. So let's first test if it's working. So what I'll do, I'll come to auth context and let's log the login info to the console. So right here we will have login info, so that we don't do a lot of work and we are having a lot of issues. It's good to check with each retro progress. So right here, let's have login info. Okay, I save. So we should be able to update that field. Let's go to our app, and the good thing, we don't have any error. We have the login info here. Let's type something here. Okay, it's updating well, but for password not yet. So let's hand off for password, go back to login, and I will just copy this particular event, paste it here, and here we only update the password. So password, like that. I save. Let's go ahead and test that one out. So here password is updating now. Cool. Now we should be able to take that login info and send it to the backend. So for that case, we will make use of this the onSubmit event. Okay, so this button is already set to type submit, so it will submit whenever we click it. So right here we tap on the onSubmit event, and for this onSubmit event, whatever we will call is our login user function, which is this one here. Okay, we shouldn't be having logout, so let me remove logout. Yeah, there we go. So I call login user and I save. Now this should call our function here. Where is it? Let's go to login user. It should call this function, and we should be able to log in the user, get back a response. If we have an error, we will show the error. So right here, let's try to log in. I'll say Chaoo at gmail.com. I don't know if I remember the password, but I can try. Log in, and look, we are logged in as Chaoo. So if we check the state, the user is there now. And if I go to application here, we have now the user. So if I happen to log out, you see, we don't have the user. And in our state, the user is cleared. The user is null now. Cool, we are able to log in. But now we haven't handled the error here and the login status. Let's do that. That is pretty easy. So we are already bringing in the login error here and the is loading here. So to begin with the error, we can come here, we conditionally render these. So right here, we check our login error object. So if the login error has an error, we show that error. So if this is true, then we go ahead and say end. Let us have this right here. Something is wrong. We shouldn't be having this there. So we'll say if login error and end, we have our alert in this. I paste it, Control V and save. Now if we have error, we show the error. So let's change this actually. So I'll say login error, and we show the message, and I save. Cool. So if I come back, we don't have it. But if we try to submit an email that doesn't actually exist, you can say ch@gmail.com. Let me log in first. Invalid email and password. Cool. It's working like magic. So if we have the correct email, so chaoo@gmail.com, but we don't have the password, or the password is wrong, we still get invalid email or password. So let's handle the loading status here. Right here, we conditionally render it just that. So I'll say is login loading. If that is so, then we can say getting you in. Then else we show login. There we go. That is how we can do that. Now if I come back, getting you in, but we have an error. Let's log in as John. So I can say john@gmail.com. Then right here we now include a password. I don't know if I remember. Now I log in, we successfully log in, and here logged in as John, and we can log out. Cool. So our Auth system is complete. We are able to log in and conditionally render the routes depending whether we have a user or not. We can log out, we can register, which is really awesome. Now we can't go to chat if we are not logged in, and this is awesome. Now the next thing that remains, now that we have some users to work with, is to start now working on our chat, sending messages, creating chats, and so on. So we will get to socket.io after that. So the next thing that we will do is to go back to our backend, that is Node.js and Express, and create some APIs for our messages. So I'll see you in the next one. Hey, what's up everyone? So far so good with our chat application. We have completed the authentication part of it. We can be able to register users, login users, and also log them out to the system. Now that we have some users to work with, it's time now that we start diving deeper into our chat application, where we will be able to create chats, get the chats, be able to send messages, and so on. So we are now have gotten to the good parts. Okay, I know these are the parts where most of you have been waiting for. So to begin with, in this particular episode, we are going to create some API endpoints to work with our chats, and this is what I mean. So for example, when we click on a user here, we will be creating a chat. So we need an API endpoint to create a chat. So right here we will have an API endpoint which will enable us to create chat, and then once we create a chat, we will need another API endpoint to get the chats for a specific user. Okay, so we will need another API endpoint which will enable us to get the charts, and we will list those charts right here. Okay, so right here we will have an API endpoint to get the charts. Okay, and then another thing is that once we get the charts and we click on a certain chart, we will be setting that chart to state and be able to open it right here and see its messages. So we will be creating another API endpoint which will enable us here to find a specific chart. So we will be able to find chart. So we are creating 3 endpoints in this particular episode. One to create a chart, the other one to get all the charts for a certain user, and then the other one to find a specific chart, set it to state, and that way we will be able to open it here and get the messages. So let's just dive right in. So now on my VS Code, I'll go to the server, and then we will go to the models, and let's create a new file. Now here we will have our chart model, and let's import Mongoose. Just like that, we will create a chart schema. So right here you'll say const chart schema will be equal to new mongoose, and then our dot schema. Right here we shape our document, and we will only have an array of members. Okay, so right here we will select members be an array. So we will only be having 2 members, that is like the sender and the receiver, only 2. And then we will also be having a timestamp. So after this object, let's add a timestamp. I'll set these to true. And that's like it. So every chart we will only be having 2 members, and then we will use now this chart schema to create a chart model. So right here we will say const chart model will be equal to mongoose, and then dot model, and we say here chart, then here chart schema, and then right here we can export our model. So module dot exports chart model. So we will be using the chart ID and the sender ID to create a message. So later on we will be having another model for our messages. Now that we have our model, we can jump into controllers, and we will create a chart controller. So right now we only have user controller. So let's add a new file, and we will say chart controller Node.js. As we have said before, we will be creating 3 API endpoints. So we will be having an API endpoint to create chart. We will be having another one to get all charts, get all charts for a certain user. Okay, or we can say get user charts, get user charts, and then we will be finding a certain chart. So right here we will say find chart. So let's go ahead and start with the create chart right here. So the first thing, we need to bring in our model. So let's import it. So at the very top I can say const chart model will be equal to require, and we bring it from our models. So stroke models, and then a stroke chat model. Now we can use these right here. So let's create a function, and I'll call it create chat. Will be equal to async. Now when creating the chat, we will be having two things in our request here. Our request body, we will be having the both IDs, that is a sender ID and a receiver ID. They don't have to be in any order, so we can just call them the first and the second ID. So they are not like organized. We don't know who is sending, who is not sending. So right here we extract those two IDs from the body. So I can say const I extract first ID and also second ID. So these are the IDs of the two users who are having a conversation. So right here I get them from request.body. Okay, cool. Now we can use these two IDs first to find if a chat already exists. Okay, so right here let's wrap everything with try and catch block first of all. So right here you can say try and catch, and then for catch we will be having the error. Okay, it's good to log the error to the console here, so I can say console.log of error. And also we send this message to the front end, so we can say res.status. We include 500, meaning that it's a server error, and then .json. We send our error like that. Now in our try, we perform a check, or we find if we already have a chat that is created with these two parameters, the first ID and the second ID. So right here we will say const chat will be equal to await. Right here we say our chat model, and we use the .find1 method. So find1, we invoke these, and now we should pass some value here for us to filter. So we will use the field which is only one, which is our members right here. So let's say members, and we will check if members has the two of the IDs here. So right here we will use a MongoDB operator called all. So right here I'll say all, and I use full colon. I pass an array here, and I want to make sure that members contain both the first ID and the second ID, not just one, but both. Okay, so right here I pass the two of them like that. Okay, and if we get a chat back, if we get a document back, that means that we have a chat already existing with these two members, so we don't need to create a new one. So what we can do right here, we can just return this existing chat to the front end. So we will say if this chat already exists, let us just return it. So we will return res.status, and we will use 200, meaning no error, and we will say .json, and we pass our chat right here. Okay, I hope this makes sense. So if the chat already exists, we don't need to create a new one. We just send the one that already exists. Okay, cool. Now if this chat does not exist, we will go ahead and create a new document using our model. So right here we will say const a new chat will be equal to new model. So new chat model, and then we invoke these and pass the values that our new chat here should contain, and it should contain our members array. So right here we pass our members, and this should be an array of these IDs. So I pass the first ID and the second ID into our members. Okay, And yeah, so our chat is only having the IDs of those two users who are having a conversation. Okay, now the next thing that we do is to save this chat to the database and send it to the front end. So right here we will say const, let's say response, and we will await our response. So I'll say await, and we use this new chat object right here. So I say new chat, and then it have a method called save. So we are saving it to the database, and we are also getting that document back, which is now saved in the DB. And then after getting this document, we can say res dot status, and then this will be 200, and then dot JSON, and whatever we send is our response, and I save. Okay, so yeah, this is it. This is how we can create a chart. So this is for create chart. Let's come down here, and we get one for get user charts. So right here we will create another one, and we will say const find user charts. Since we will be using the find method, so saying find makes more sense. So right here I can also change this one. Now this will be a function, so async, then we will be able to use request and then response. So when finding the user charts, we will be passing the user ID of the currently logged in user through the URL parameter. So right here we will extract our user ID. So right here user ID will be equal to, and we will get this from request.params and then dot user ID. Okay, and now we can make use of this user ID to filter all the charts for this particular user. We can use the try and catch block. So I'll just copy this one for the error. We log the error and also we send an error. But for try, let's do this. So right here I'll say const. Now here we will be having an array of charts. So const charts will be equal to, we await, and we make use of our chart model. So I'll say chart model dot find, and we pass a filter here. So now right here we will pass members, which is our field again, like we did here, members. So I'll say members. Now the only difference is that here we were using this operator or, meaning that we must have these and these, but right here we don't want both. We just want to have one. If that ID exists in any of the members, then let's return that chart. Okay, so right here I'll pass an object and I'll use in. So this operator called in, it's a MongoDB operator, and we pass an array and we will say user ID, and we send now these charts to the front end. So right here we include a response. So let me copy this one and I'll paste it here, and here instead of response we say charts, like that. Okay, and I'll go ahead and save. Now we have two controllers, find user charts, create chart. Now let's create this final one, find chart. Find chart is also pretty easy and actually so similar to this one. And what I can do, I can actually just copy this one. Okay, it will be similar but a bit different. So let's paste it here. Let's say find chart. So this we will be having just one chart, okay, not multiple. Then async request response. So now right here from our params, we will be getting both the first ID and the second ID. So right here we can have a first ID of the two users who are having a conversation. So first ID, and we will also be having a second ID. So what we can do in such a case, we can just remove these, then right here we can extract first ID from the params, and also we can extract the second ID. Okay, now we will use these two to get a single chart. So we will do the same thing that we did here. So we will pass members, then we will use all parameter, we will pass our first ID and our second ID. So right here, instead of using in, we will use all. So we want a chart that is having both of them, okay? Not just one, both of them must be there, and they must be equal to whatever ID we are passing, okay? So all, then we will get a single chart, and all we will do is to send this chart to the front end. So we will do that way, then in case of an error, we catch the error. Okay, cool. We have all the controllers here. Remember, they are just controllers. So we should go ahead and also create the routes. So right here, let's add a new file. And now this one will be our chart route. Okay, before we create the route, remember we should export our controllers. So let's first export them down here. So right here we'll say module and then dot export, and we set this to be equal to create chart. So we are exporting the create chart, we are exporting user chart. Okay, find user charts and find right here chart. Cool. So we are exporting them. Let's go to now our routes. Let's add a new file here, and now we will be having our chart route .js. Now in here we will import Express so that we can use Express to create our router. So let's bring in Express. So this will be equal to require Express, and right here we can say const router will be equal to Express and then dot router. Now we can use this router to create our routes. So right here we can say router dot post. So when creating a chart, we will be making a post request. Let this be the root here, create chart. I click now on this one to import that controller. There we go. Cool. Okay, now we will be having another one. Let's just duplicate these 2 times. Now these two will be get requests. So right here we say get. Now for find user charts, we will be passing a single parameter, and we will call it user ID. And then now right here we can just call our find user charts. We click on it. Then right here we will be passing 2 parameters. So right here I can say I can add find here, and just to differentiate it a bit from this, and right here we can say first ID. This will be the first parameter. Then we will also be having another one, and we will say second ID. And here we will be getting a single chart using those 2 IDs. So we find our chart. Now all that remains is to export this router. So module dot exports, and we say router. I save. Okay, cool. Now we just need to bring in this router, which is our chart router, into our root application, which is index.js. So let's import that. Instead now of user router here, I'll change this to chart. So I'll use Control D to select even this part and say chart. and then now we can use it as a middleware here as app.use, and we will have a stroke API, then we can have a stroke chat, then at the very end we use a comma and we pass our chat route. And amazingly, we have created the 3 API endpoints, which is awesome. Now, the only thing that we can do is to actually test if it's working. So here we can say chats instead of chat. So what we can do is to go into the server here, cd server, and we start our server. So I'll use nodemon, and our server crashed, so something is wrong. So in our chat route, we should have called this router. So I think this is what's causing the issue. And then another thing that I have noticed in our chat controller, right here we just used find, but we want one chat, so you can use find one to get back an object. If you use just find, you might get an array here. We want it to be just an object, so use find one and make sure that you are calling your router, and now it's working. Cool. Now let's test our routes on Postman. So I'll open Postman, and at Postman I'll go ahead and add a new request here. It will be a post request, and I'll use this URL here, http localhost 5000 stroke API stroke chats. Then we need to have a body we select raw, then JSON, and right here we will pass the body of the request, which is an object. We will be having the first ID and the second ID. So at our body we should be having first ID and second ID. So this is what we include there. So let's go ahead and have our first ID, and this will be a string. So let's go to the database and grab the IDs from there. So right here we have chats, but it has nothing. So if we check it, it doesn't have anything, but we can grab our users from here and be able to create a chat. So let's say we were having a conversation between this user, Chaoo here. So I go back to Postman, that will be the first ID, and we will be having a second ID, and we grab the other ID again from the database. So, and we were having a conversation with John right here. So I will copy that and I'll open Postman, paste it here. And let's create a chat. So when we create a chat, we should be having the members, chat ID, timestamps, and so on. So I'll send. Let's see what happens. And there we go. So now we have created a chat. We have our members. We have the ID of the chat. Then we have the timestamps, which is awesome. So that route is working. Now when we get to creating messages, we will be getting a particular chat ID, and also we will be having a sender ID together with the message. So yeah, when we open a chat, we will be able to receive this ID in order for us to send the messages. Okay, so that is how they will be able to work together. Now this was for the post. Now let's try to get a certain user chats. So right here we will be making a request to this URL again right here. But now the cool thing is that we can now pass the parameter or the ID of a certain user. So let's pass the ID of John right here, like that. Okay, I stopped copying it. Let's just select one of the members here and pass it as right here. After chats, we pass this ID, and this will be selected as the parameter. We send, and we should get a chat back. So send, and there we go. We get this chart, and these are like all the charts for this particular user. Okay, now you can see we are getting in an array, so if we had multiple charts, they will be listed in here. Now we want to find a single chart given the first ID and the second ID. So this is the first ID. Now let's get the second ID here. So I copy this one and pass it here. So from our URL, we'll be able to pick these as a first ID and second ID. And also we should add something here. I have remembered we should add find, okay? So that is this route right here, this one. Find, then first ID, second ID. So let's make the request and see if we get back an object. Now this should not be an array. So send, and there we go. We get an object, which is a single chart. So the three routes are working. Now in the next video, whatever we will do, we will create our API routes for the messages, and I'll see you in the next one. And by the way, if you are enjoying this and you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, please do so. Subscribe, turn on post notification, and yeah, I'll be really happy for that. Hey, what's up everyone? So in the last episode, we were able to create some API endpoints that helps us to work with our charts. So we can be able to create a chart, list our chart, and also find a specific chart, okay? Now in this episode, I want us to work on some more API endpoints, just 2 of them, to work with our messages. One of the API endpoint will help us to get messages for a certain chart, just like this. And then on the front end, we'll be able to see who sent the message, who didn't send the message, and we will style them appropriately. And then we will also create another API endpoint, which will help us to submit a message. So this will be a post request to submit a message and create that message in the database. So let's just dive right in and create our messages APIs. So inside the server, we'll start by creating our messages model. So right here, I'll add a new file, and let's call it message model .js. Right here, we need to bring in mongoose. So I'll say const mongoose will be equal to require mongoose. Let's create our schema. So right here, I'll say const message schema will be equal to new mongoose.schema. So each message will be having a chart ID. So chart ID, and this will be a string. And then we will be having a sender ID, ID of the person who is sending the message, and this will be a string. And then we will be having the message itself. We can say text, and this will also be a string. And that will be the shape of our message. Using this chart ID, we'll be able to get all the messages for a certain chart. And then using this sender ID, we will know who sent the message and who received the message. So right here, let's also add the timestamps. Now that we have the schema here, let's create our model. So we'll say const our message, I can say message model will be equal to mongoose dot model, and we invoke these. We will call our collection messages. So right here, you just pass it as a singular word. And now right here, we pass our message schema. Now we have the model. Let's make sure that we are exporting it. So module.exports. of our message model. Okay, good. Now let's jump into our controllers and we will create the message controller. So I'll add a new file and I'll say message controller.js. Let's bring in our model. So these will be coming from, we require our models, then a message model. Now down here, let's create the first controller. We will be having two. One will be for creating a message, and then the other one will be for getting the messages. So get messages and create message. So let's start with create message. We will create an arrow function const create message, and this will be equal to an arrow function. It will be async, and let's work on our messages right here. So the first thing that we will do is to get the chat ID, the sender ID, and the text from our request body. So right here we should be having request and response. Let's extract const chat ID, sender ID, and text, and all these will come from our request.body. Now right here we can create a new document using our model. So const message, so this is a message document, will be equal to new message model. Then we pass our body or our values right here, and that will be chat ID, sender ID, and text. So I'll copy that and paste here. And now we need to save this message in the database. So right here, this will be an async call, and it's good to wrap it with a try and catch block. So let's try here and also catch. And now right here, we can save our message here to the DB. So I'll say message dot save. We can await it and also store it in a response. So I can say const response will be equal to await message.save. We send now these to the client. So we say res.status. Now this will be 200, meaning okay.json, and we send our response. So let me save to auto format, and this is what we have. Okay, pretty easy, pretty straightforward. Now we need to export this create message down here. So I'll say module.exports, and we set this to be our create message. Let's create this get messages controller. This is an easy one. So we'll be having a function. We will get the ID of a chat from the params. So here we will be getting all the messages for a certain chat. Okay, so we need the chat ID. So let's bring in chat ID here, and these will come from request.params, like that. Okay, and then now we can use this chat ID to find our messages. Okay, so right here I will try and catch. So try. Now let's come here and say const messages. Now these will be equal to we await our message model dot find, and we add a filter here. So we will add our chat ID. So that will get all the messages for a certain chat, okay? And then we send these to the client. Let me just copy this one, paste it here, and we change these two messages. So, and that's it. That is how we can create a message and also get all the messages for a certain chat. But we need to add these to our routes. So right here, let's complete. We export get messages. Then we go to our routes and we will add a message route. So I'll add a new file and I'll say message route.js. Okay. Now let me copy whatever is in our chat route. I will highlight everything, copy, and I'll paste in our message route. We will not be using these controllers. We will need Express, and we'll create our router, and we'll need these to export the router. Now right here, let us remove this. Now router.post, here we will be creating a message. So instead of create chat, let us call create message, and we make sure to auto import that right here. And then we need another one. Now this will be a get request to get the messages, and we should pass an ID at our param, which is chat ID. And right here we call our get messages controller. So that is it for this page. Now we need to bring in our message route in our root index.js here. So let's import that. Now this will be message right here. Our message route, we import that from our message route. Now right here, let us add it as a middleware here. So stroke API stroke messages, and then now right here we will have our message route. I save. Now we can go ahead and test if they are working. Okay, now from Postman, the first thing we need to perform a post request to our stroke API, and then our stroke messages. Okay, then we will have the body. We will need to include a sender ID. So right here, I can take this as the sender. So I'll say sender. And then the second one will be a text right here. So let's create the text, and we can say hello. We also need a chat ID. So I can get one of the chats. Here we were finding chats. Let's send. And we can get this ID for the chat. You can get also from the database, okay, the ID. So I'm just using this as an easier way. So right here, we also need to add the chat ID. Just like that. So these matches our messages model. So in our models, message model, we had chat ID, sender ID, and text. Cool. Now if I submit this request, we should get back the message with its own ID. So let's send and see if it's working. So chat ID, sender ID, text. Okay, now we need to test get messages, where we are getting all the messages for a certain chat. So we need this chat ID again. I'll copy it from here. Then right here now we will be performing a get request, but we will be doing these to stroke messages, and then stroke messages here, and then we need to include the ID of the chat right here. So when we do this, we should get all the messages in an array form of this particular chat. And right now we only have one message, this one. We should get it right here. So let's send, and now this is in an array, and we get that message right here. So this is working pretty nice. Now in the next episode, now we will move into our front end, and we will consume our chat API and also our messages APIs. And after that, we'll now be able to use Socket.io for real-time implementation and so on. So I'll see you in the next one. Hey, what's up everyone? So in our last 2 episodes, we were able to create chat APIs and also the messages APIs. And now I want us to consume these APIs on our front end, that is on our client or our React application. So we won't waste any time. Let's just dive right in. So now I'm in the client, and in the client I'll go to the SRC folder, and we will start by creating a utility function. So in our service we will still have this file, and right here we were creating a function to help us to perform the post request, but now we will create a function to help us perform the get request, so that we can be able to fetch our data from our backend. Okay, cool. So right here I'll just go ahead. Let me zoom in a little bit so that everything is super clear for you. Okay, so right here let's export. Oops, not caps. Let's export here const get request, and this get request will only accept a URL. So here we'll be having a URL, and we'll be able to use it in here to perform the request. So this will be an async function, so let's add async there. And right here, or we will do to get the data using fetch is super easy. It's less complicated than post request. So all we need to do is to await, and we'll say fetch, and then we just invoke it and pass our URL. So this is it. This will give us back a response. So we can say const response, and we set it to await fetch. Okay, nothing too complicated there. So to get our data now, we need to call the JSON method. So right here we can say const data will be equal to await, and we will say response dot JSON, and we call that method to convert the data. We get the data in form of an object. So after this we can perform a check for the error, and it will be so similar to what we were doing here. So we'll check our response, the status of OK. So right here we will say if. It's not too different, just a bit. So right here we'll still have if response is not OK. What we will do, we can set a message, let message, and we can set a custom message right here, and we can say an error card. I think that is enough. So this is just a custom message, but if we have an error from our data object, so right here, if our data here is containing an error instead of the actual data, we'll be having the error in there, and we'll have if data dot message exists, then what we will do, we will set our message here to be equal to data dot message. And then before we exit our if statement here, we can return error here to be true. So I'll set error to be true, and also we set our message. So when we call this get request, if we have an error, what we will get is this particular object with error true and the message. If we don't have an error, we will skip this execution and we will just return our data. So we will return our data, which is this one, and now it will be having our actual data. Okay, cool. This is it. It's a bit simple than the post request. Okay, now that we have this function to work with, we can jump into our context, and we will be creating a new context. So let's call this one chat context .jsx, and we open that file. Okay, right here we will need to import several stuff. We will bring in the create context from React. So let's import create context, and that will come from React. And another thing, we will be needing our get request, that method that we just created in our service. So we can say import the get request, this one, that is will come from our utility function services. We'll also be needing the base URL. So let's bring in base URL. So we had set that area at the very top here, so we bring it in. And also later on we will be needing our post request. We can just import it right now. Okay, so we are importing everything from our utilities and the services. Okay, now let's create our context. So right here we can export const. Right here we will have the chat context, and we'll set it to be equal to create context, and we invoke that function. Let's create our provider component. So right here we will export const, and now we will have a chat context provider, and here we will be receiving the children like that, and also we will be receiving the user. I'll show you how we will pass the user to this provider, and right here we will return. So for our chat, we will be having some piece of state, so we can set them right here. We will be having the user chats. We will be having set user chats, and we'll set this to be equal to use state hook, so that will be brought in from React. You can actually bring them in from the same line. So right here, create context and also use state hook. So why is it use state? Right here we invoke, and our initial value will be null, and I also make sure to capitalize that nicely. Okay, so this is our user chat state. When getting the user, we will be having the loading state and the error. Okay, cool. Now down here, and whatever we will return here is chat context, and then here we will say dot provider, and then in between here we will load our children, which is our child components. So let's say children like that, and now we will be able to pass here the value plop, so that we can pass the value of whichever data that will pass in here to our children. So right here, I'll use a double curly brackets, and then we'll now be having our user charts. So user charts, and we can pass is user charts loading, and also we will be passing the user charts error, just like that. Yeah, looking good, I think. So the only thing that remains is first perform the HTTP request and actually get our users from our backend API. So how will we do that? We'll be making use of the use effect hook, so we can bring it in from our React right here. So use effect. So when this a context, when it initially loads, it will be able to load our use effect and get our user charts. I'll say use effect. We invoke it, we pass a function here, just like that, and it also have a dependency array here. So for the dependency array, we will be getting our user charts whenever the user changes. Okay, every time a user change, we can be able to get the charts. Now right here, we can say const get user charts. So this is a retro function I'm creating here. This will be an async function, and we pass it like this, and then down here we can call this get user charts. So let's invoke it here, just like this, and now right here we can use our service to get our charts. So we can first check if we actually have a user ID. So right here we'll say if user, and this is the currently logged in user. So if user exists and we actually have ID in that user, and now we can be able to perform the HTTP request here. We can say const response will be equal to await, and whatever we will await is our get request service, and we invoke it, and we should pass our URL here. So I'll use the backtick, and then right here we'll be able to read the base URL, just like this, base URL, and then stroke charts, and then stroke. We'll be able to read the user ID right here. So we can say user, and then dot underscore ID. Okay. Okay, this is what we have here. This is how we are getting our response. And now this response will either be having the error or it will be having our charts. We can say if we have an error. So if response dot error exists, what we do, we return immediately, and we set our user charts error right here to be just the response. And then if we don't have the error, that means that everything is fine, and we can just set our user charts to be our response. Okay, another thing is the is loading state. So right here we can say before we even load our users from the DB, we say set is user charts loading to true, and then after that we should clear it up. Okay, so I'll copy this. We can do it immediately after this, after it has completed. Another thing, we should reset the error every time we want to make the request. So I'll copy this there, and I'll set this to be null. I save, and now this is it. We set the is loading status, we clear the error, we make the request, we okay, now right here we should set it back to false since we have completed that, and then we check the error and set it, and there we go. So now when we do this, we should be having our user charts right here if they are there. If we have an issue, then these two will give us the response. Cool. Now what we need to do is to actually make use of this chart context provider, and we will do that in our app.jsx file. So to make it easy, I can just wrap everything. So right here I can just say chart context provider like that, and it's also imported. And now right here we can be able to pass our user prop, which we are already getting right here. So user, and we set this user to be equal to user, and now this user will be received as a prop here, and we'll be able to make use of the ID to get the user charts using that user ID. So this will get the charts for the currently logged in user. Pretty nice. And now once we wrap everything with this, we can be able to go to our our chart component here and get our users from our context. So let's jump into pages, then go to chart, and we can receive our user charts in this particular file. So just right here we will say const, we will destructure our user charts, and then we'll also be having is user charts loading. These are the one, the error. Let me just copy these ones. We'll be able to access all of them right here, and we'll set this to be equal to the use context hook. So use context, and it's auto imported, and also we pass our chart context to this hook. So chart context, and also that is auto imported like that. So we can just log these user charts to the console and see if we actually get them. So right here I can say console.log of user charts, and right here we say user charts, and I save that file. Now we need to have both the front end and the back end running. I think right here I already have my back end running. Make sure you run yours with Nodemon, and then I'll add a new one, and I will go to the client. So I'll cd client, and then I'll use npm run dev. Remember we were using vit for our configuration for the client. So npm run dev, hit enter, and hopefully we don't get any issues. Let's see what happens. Okay, cool. Let's load these up. I have used control click, and this will open on your default browser. So it's opening here. Okay, there we go. Now we are already logged in, showing just these, but at our console we should be having an array of charts. So let's see at the console. Okay, we have user charts, but it's empty. So what I can do is to log out, and I'll try to log in as John. I don't know if I remember the email, john@gmail.com, and the password, fingers crossed this is right. There we go. Now look, when we log in as John, we get the charts for John. Let me log out, log in as Charles. We should be having a chart for Charles as well. I will refresh, and yeah, there we go. So we have a chart for both of them, and the reason is because we have these two IDs. One is for Charles, the other one is for John, so both should be having that chart. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, now the next thing that we should do is to actually display the user that we are chatting with right here. So if we are logged in as Charles, we should be able to get the other user detail, that is John, and display the details right here. The same for John. If we are logged in as John, we should be able to display the Charles details. Okay, so we'll see how we can do that in the next episode. Okay, so for us to list our charts, we'll be adding some styles. Some of the styles will be custom styles, and also we'll be making use of React Bootstrap and Bootstrap class names. So I don't want us to focus on styling too much, so I don't want to type every CSS here, which is the custom CSS. So I'll be sharing a link to this particular file at the description section below, so that you can also access it if you want to. So all I'll do, I'll copy these styles from all users here. I'll highlight everything, and by the way, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. It really helps. Okay, cool. Now once I copy, I'll go to my index.css file and I'll paste just after the body right there. And here are the classes that we'll be making use of. And another thing is that I have seen that color here is so repetitive. You can leave it the way it is, or you can use Ctrl D to highlight all the colors, remove them, then add just to the body here, color white. Okay, that's about the CSS. Now I'll just jump into chart. We were able to get our user charts here, and now we'll start working on the UI. So right here, we'll bring in a component from React Bootstrap called the container. We have already used it before. And now inside the container, first of all, we can check if we actually have the charts. So we can say if user charts here dot length is less than 1. So if we actually don't have any charts, the length is 0. We don't want to show anything, therefore what we will do, we will display null. Else we will display the stack component from React Bootstrap. So let's bring it in. Actually, I'll save. Now inside this stack component, we'll be having two things. The first one, we'll be having another stack component here. These will be for our list of charts, and then right here I'll just use a p tag as a placeholder, and we'll be having our chart box. So if I save, you will see that we have them now like these. So we want them to be side by side. We can specify that inside our stack here. We have the direction prop. So direction, we'll set it to horizontal. I'll save, and let's check if now they are side by side. So we have list here and we have the chart box here. So as you have noticed, this is further here. We want it to be closer. So if I happen to inspect here and hover over our list, so you'll notice our list is stretching all through. This is our list here. It's stretching all through, but we want it to be shorter. So this stack is made using the flexbox. So we can use some Bootstrap class name here to shrink it. So I'll add a class name and I'll set it to flex-grow, and I'll set this one to 0. If I save and I happen to check now, you'll see now they are right here, both of them. So now our list is not stretching, but we need a gap between them. So for that, we'll come to the first stack here, and we will add the gap plop, and we can say let the gap be 4. Also, I can add a class name here, class name. We will make sure that everything is aligned to the start. So align items right here to be start. Now when I save, you'll see that we have a gap between them, pretty nice. Now let's just dive into our list here. So inside this stack, we can add some few more styles. So for the class name, I'll also add messages. Now this is a custom style, and all it has is a height of the messages box. So I want the list to be having the same height as this. So to check these, you can just copy, come to index.css, use Ctrl F, then right here you just paste, and you see that style here, the height is set to 85 VH. So that is all. You can also have a gap here, and I'll set this to be 3. Now this is gap between our charts. Another thing that I will add is at our styles here, our classes, I'll say PE, meaning a padding end of 3. So that is just a Bootstrap class. So now right here we'll be able to map through our charts. Okay, so to show the loading status, you can just include this. So is user charts loading, and if we have that as true, we'll be having a p tag, and we can say loading charts. So that is how you can include that state. Now right here, let us just map through our charts, and we'll say user charts dot map. Right here we will have an arrow function. We'll get a chart at a time, and also we'll have access to the index of that chart. And in here we should now return a div. So let's say div, and we should give it a key, and I'll set the key to be index. Cool. And then inside this div we'll be having a component. So what I need to do is to go to components, add a new folder. I can call it charts, just chart. Inside this chart folder, let us add a new file, and now I can call this the user card component .jsx. Let's go ahead and create a sample component right here, sfc user chart. Then right here we can say user chart. So let's bring that in our chart.jsx here, and we'll make use of it inside here. So we'll say user chart. I click to auto import it like that. Now in this particular user chart, we will be passing our chart. So let's pass the chart. So we'll say chart will be chart. Also let us pass the user. We'll say user is equals to user. So we don't have this user, so let's bring that user in here, and I can just duplicate these. Actually I'll copy and paste. Then right here we will bring in the user from our auth context. So instead of chart context, I'll say auth context and save. So now we are bringing in the user and passing that user to our user chart through props. So I'll save, and at this point we should be able to see user chart here. So let's go and see, and I refresh. We have an error. This is not defined. I misspelled something on line 20. So user charts, I save. So we need to jump into this user chart. So I'll come back, go to user chart, and we'll be able to bring in our chart and also our user. So what I'll do, I'll create a custom hook, and then we'll use that hook to get the other user details. Okay, cool. So let's see how we can create a custom hook and make use of it right here. So inside our client, inside the src folder, I'll add a new folder and I'll call it hooks. Inside the hooks, I'll add a new file and we will call it use fetch recipient. So this is the other user.js. Now in this particular hook, we will be making use of the use state. So let's bring it in, and the use effect. So we'll be making use of use effect. Also we'll be making use of the use state right here, and that will come from React. And now down here we can make the function. We'll say export const use fetch recipient, and I'll set it to be an arrow function here. We will be accepting a chart and also the currently logged in user, like that. And now right here, just like in a normal component, we'll be able to set the state. So right here we can set const recipient user, and we'll say set recipient user, and we'll set this to be equal to use state. So our hook here, initially these will be null, and also we can have some for the error. So we will be making use of the use effect to fetch our other user from the DB. But before we do that, we should know the ID of the other user. We can make use of the find method. So right here, I'll say const recipient ID will be equal to, we have access to our chart, and inside the chart we have access to the members. So we have access to the members array, and then we use the find method, and we will find the user ID that is not equal to this user ID. I hope it makes sense. We will find the ID inside the members that is not equal to this particular ID. So that ID is the other user ID. Okay. So right here, members, remember it's just an array of IDs, 2 IDs. So right here we'll be having an ID, and whatever we will return is an ID that is not equal to our user.id. So that means that it's the other user ID. So now we use this ID to get these user details from the database. So right here we can make use of the use effect hook. I invoke it just like this. Right here we'll be having an array of dependencies, and we can say const get user will be equal to an async function. So async, and this can be an arrow function. And now down here we make sure that we are calling that get user, just like that. And in here we perform our request just like we did with our charts. So pretty similar. So first of all, we should make sure that we are having an ID before we attempt to make the request. So right here you can say if we don't have the recipient ID, let's just return from this, we return null. Okay, we immediately return, else we continue down here and we set const response to be equal to await. So we use our get request service, so I click on it to auto import it, and right here I use backticks, and we read the base URL right here. So I'll say base URL, let's auto import it, stroke users, stroke find, and we pass the ID of our user, who is now the recipient user. So here we pass our recipient ID. So if this goes through, we will be having our response, our user in our response. If it doesn't, we'll be having an error. So we can say if we have response dot error, or we will do is to set the error here. So we will immediately return set error to error. Okay, and if we don't have an error, we will set our recipient user to be our response. Okay, so now down here, after our use effect, we should be able to return something, and we will say return, whatever we will return is our recipient user. You can also pass the error here if you want, so you can pass the error, but I will not be handling so much error, so I'll just ignore it. Now we can make use of this hook, use fetch recipient user. Let's complete it to user so that it makes more sense. Now in our user charts, so right here we will say const, and we will destructure our recipient user from our use fetch recipient user. So use fetch recipient user, we invoke it. So this hook, it's a custom hook now, but it expects us to pass chat and user. So we do that right here. We pass user and chat. Now we should be able to get our user right here. Let's log that user to the console. So we can say console.log of recipient user, and I will save. So in our chart, let me remove this log so that we don't have so many logs in our console, and we should be having an object of a user. So let's see if it's coming through. We have some issues. Uncaught, cannot read property of undefined. We should be destructuring them here from props. Okay, so let's destructure them from props like that. That's why it's not working. So let's see. Okay, cool. Now we have our chart, and we are actually getting the other user, who is John. We are currently logged in as Chaoo, but we are able to get John. Pretty nice. So it's working. We were not just destructuring our props. So let's remove this. I'll save. So now we have the details of our other user inside our user chart right here, and we can now use those details to show that user here. I will remove the log. Instead of returning the user chart, we can have the stack. So we'll have the stack direction here will be equal to horizontal, a gap of 3. Another thing that we can add to the stack here is a class name. So class name, we will have the user hyphen card. So we should be importing this from Bootstrap. We align items to the center. We will be having a padding of 2 around our card, and we can justify hyphen content hyphen between, and I'll add a div with a class name of d-flex, standing for display flex. Okay, so in here we can add another div with a class name of me-2, meaning margin the end of 2, and right here is where we'll be having the avatar. So I'll include just an A. We can replace this later on with an image, and then right here we'll be having another div, and in here, so we'll be having .name. I hit enter, and right here we can now show our recipient name. So we'll say recipient user and .name. So there we should see John, and then after this we'll have text. This will be the text message. So right now we are not getting our messages. Let's say text message, like that. Let's save and see if we are actually getting something. Okay, cool. We have here A for avatar, then we have the name of the user, the other user, then we have this text message. Okay, cool. So far so good. After this div, dflex, we'll add another one down here, and we'll also be having d-flex, so display flex in short. This is Bootstrap classes, and then right here we can flex hyphen column, and we align hyphen items to the end. And now in here, the first thing that we show is a date, so .date, and right here we'll be having a dummy date, so just an example date. And then right here, after the date, and I'll hit enter, and I'll say maybe 2. I save, and now look, so we have John text message, have this and this. Pretty nice. Also we'll be showing an online status, so let's include here, down here we will be having a span. We'll be making some of these class names to be dynamic later on as we move on with our application. So now you see these online status here, green. Pretty nice. I hope we don't have any errors. I'm seeing a lot of red stuff here. Okay, cool. Now let's find an avatar. This is a nice site to get free illustrations. So let's search. Okay, profile, where we get something. We have this. I'll use this. We can get it as SVG. Download SVG for the project. So I'll save this particular SVG inside our project client. We had this assets folder, so I'll save it here, and I'll set it as avatar .svg, and I'll save. Okay, so now that is saved, we go to our app, and when you check now at assets here, we have this avatar SVG. Now we go to our user charts, and what I will do, here we had an A. Instead of using an A, we can load it as an image. I'll say img, we'll have a SLC here, and we'll set it to be equal to our avatar. For us to include it, we have to manually import it. So let's bring in an image. This is how we do it. So we will import avatar from, and right here we'll say, and then we move another step upward. Here we will be having our assets. I don't know why I'm not getting suggestions. And then we will be having our avatar .svg file. Now we can load this avatar right here at our SLC avatar. Okay, we can add a height, and I'll say that 5px. I'll save, and now we have a small one here. Now also another thing that we will be doing is that we want these to be clickable. So right here you can add the role of this stack component to be a button. Okay, now when I save and come back, when I hover, you can see it's changing the cursor. And what we will be doing when we click on this chart, we'll be setting it to state as current chart, and then we'll be able to get the ID of the chart and load the messages for it right here. Okay, but for now this is it. This is how we can get our chart. Now the next episode we will see how we can create a new chart. So that is it for this episode, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, what's up everyone? So far so good with our chat application, and actually just a few videos that are remaining, about 5 of them. So all that remains for us to do is to be able to create a chat, open that chat, and fetch the messages for that chat. Then we'll be able to send a message, and then after that we will be adding socket IO for real-time messaging and add a notification system on top of that. So only the good parts that remains, where you get to learn a lot of stuff. And another thing, I checked stats on the other day, and I saw that about 80% of you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, although you do watch my content. So if you find my content helpful, please make sure you do subscribe to the channel. It really helps. Also like the video. And another thing, if you need the source code, it is available on my Patreon just at $3 per month. This is another great way in which you can support my content. And also you can be able to give me direct DMs there, and I'll give your Patreon DMs a higher priority. So I'll answer your questions. Anyway, let's just dive right into the video and enjoy.
Okay, so I want us to list some users here whom we can have a chat with. So if we already have a chat with a user, we will not list them, and we will not also list ourselves. Okay, in MongoDB, I added some few more users so that we can have some data to work with. So you can also do the same if you want by registering as new users. So what we need to do is to just jump into VS Code, and then we will fetch all the users from the DB, and we'll perform some filtering. Okay, let's do that. I'll go to VS Code here. In the chat context right here, what we will do, we will add a new piece of state, and these will be const. I'll be calling them potential chats. So these are other users whom we can have a chat with, and we don't already have a chat with them. So I'll say potential chats here, and set potential chats. These will be equal to use state. Initially, these can be an empty array. And then the next thing is to make a HTTP request from the DB to get all the users. So we'll make use of the use effect hook. So I can call it here use effect. Here you'll have our dependency array, and then in here we can create a function. I'll say const get users will be equal to an arrow function. Also, we make sure that we are calling that get users here, get users, just like that, and we can perform our fetch right here. And I'll just copy this one. It will be so similar. We'll be making use of our get request service we had created earlier. We should include async here. since we are using await. Then base URL, we change this endpoint to users. So whatever we will get here is an array of all the users from our DB. Okay, so we should check if we are having an error. So right here I can say if response.error exists. What we should do is to return a console.log. So if you want, you can add a piece of state for the error, but I won't do that. I just want this to be simple, and this is good enough. So if we don't have an error, that means that the request was successful, and we have array of users here, and we can make use of that array of users to do some filters and then get our potential chats or users whom we can start a chat with. So here we can take our response, then we will use filter. When we use filter, we will get a user at a time. So here we will get each user at a time, and we will write our conditions here, and whatever we will be getting back is an array. So we can store that array here in a constant. So we can say const p chats. And then the first thing that we can do is to exclude ourselves or the currently logged in user. This is how we can do it. We perform a check. We can say if the user currently logged in user dot underscore id is equal to the user now from the DB, which we are iterating from this array, dot underscore id. So that means that this current user whom we are iterating is the logged in user. So we should not add that user to this array, this pchats array. So right here we immediately return, and we say false. So since now this condition is returning false, this user will not be added to the pchats. Okay, and now down here we should check if we already have a chat created with this user, and I'll do this like this. I'll add a variable here, and I'll say let is chat created. Okay, I should include it in a new line to be more readable here, to be equal to false. Okay, we will make use of this is chat created by checking our user chats using the sum array method. Okay, so first of all, you can see that the user chats here can be null. So we should check that we actually have user chats first. So I'll say if user chats actually exist. Let's go ahead and proceed with execution of the code in here. And here we will say user chats, and then we will use the sum array method. And this sum array method returns a boolean, either true or false. So we will be checking whether this ID of this user is included in the members of the chat. So when we use sum here, we will be having a chat at a time, and we can make use of this chat in here. We will return, and we will perform a condition. We will say chat, then we will access the members array, and we can read the first value. So we know that in our members we only have two members or two IDs of users, so we can access each of them. So right here I'm accessing the first one, then I'll compare it with the ID of the user. So this user, so I'll check if this user ID is inside our first member right here. So if it's equal, that means that we already have a chat with this particular user. Therefore, is chat created will be true. Okay, so whatever we return here will be true. That means that we can assign that to this variable. So we say is chat created to be equal to whatever we return here. So if it's true, that means that we already have a chat created with this member. But we should also make sure that we check the second member, just in case the ID matches on the second member. So right here we should add all, and then we'll say chat dot members, and we access the second member, and we set this to be equal to u dot underscore id. So if the first member is equal to the u dot underscore id, or the second chat member is equal to u underscore id, then if it returns true, that means that we have a chat created with that person, and if it returns false, it means that we don't have a chat created with that particular person. Okay, and then now right here, whatever we will return, if a chat is created, we don't want to return that. We want to return when a chat is not created. So we will negate this value. Okay, so we will say return a chat is not created. So I'll use not is chat created. So when a chat is not created, this will return false. Then we negate it here to true. So if a chat is not created, this user will be added to these p charts. I hope that makes sense. Okay. The last thing that I can do is to set the state. So now that we have these p charts, down here after this, I can say set potential charts to be our p charts. And remember, this p charts is just an array of users whom we can start a chat with. And then we should also include our user charts in our dependency array. Whenever this array changes, we make a call to this effect again. So let's just include user charts here. And then I save, and fingers crossed that will work. Now we can pass these potential charts down here. So right here, I'll say potential charts, just like that, and I'll save. I'll be adding a new component, and I can call it potential charts. So right inside the chart here, let's add a new file, and I'll say potential charts .jsx, and then in here sfc, then I'll say potential charts. Then we can do something in here. So right here we'll be able to access our array of potential charts from the use context or the chart context. So right here, let's bring in const with the structure potential charts, and I'll set this to be equal to use context, and I invoke this, and I will pass our chart context. There we go. And then we can log this to the console first to see if we get ending. So console.log. Okay, now we take these potential charts, and we will display this component inside our chart page. So we can do that just inside this container. So after this container, I'll include it here, and I'll say potential charts. Okay, I'll save, and also I think we can include something here just to see where it will be displayed. Okay, now I'll go into my browser, so you'll see start chart is here, and then inside the potential charts you'll see that we have two IDs, or two, actually it's not two IDs but two users. We have all the details of the user here. We have Jane and we have Peter. What's the reason that we don't have Charles? Because we already have a chat with Charles, all Chaoo here, And also we don't have ourselves because we already eliminated that. Now we can just take these details of the user, just maybe even the name, and display them here. So we can do that. It's okay. So in our potential charts, we just need to continue implementing this. Actually, I can just remove the log there. In here, I'll start by adding a div with a class of all users. That is the class name I used while styling. So dot all users. You can actually rename it to make more sense, but I'll just use it. I don't want to dive into CSS. We can map through our potential charts, so I can check if we actually have that array first. So right here, I'll say, does potential charts exist? So we'll say end. So if it exists, let us proceed to map through them. So we'll say that dot map, and in here, okay, we will get a user at a time, and then index of that user. And now in here, a div with a class name of a single user, and in here we'll be able to do something. But first of all, let us add a key, and we'll set the key to be the index. And right here we will just show the name. So I can say you dot name, but this is JSX, so we wrap it in the curly brackets like that. And then also in here we will be showing the online status, so we can add a span. You can say span dot user hyphen online. So Emmet will add that class name for us. And now right here, we don't need to add anything. The style for these will be added with CSS, but later will be conditionally be rendering this username. So online, actually here, I have not seen that. Okay, I'll save. And now we should be having a user with a good style and showing the online status right at the top here. And we don't see anything which is bad. At our chart context, line 23, it's complaining. Chart context, line 23, it's complaining about an ID. Okay, I can use this. Let me save. Let's refresh. We are no longer getting our charts for some reason. Let's log it back to the console. So console.log, you can say pcharts, and say potential charts. Okay, the crazy thing is that we still have our users here at our array, but we are not seeing them here. So to fix this, right here, we are not returning our div here. So we should include return keyword. So I'll say return, and we'll include it in here. Let's remove that semicolon here. Okay, it should be like this. Okay, so I'll save, and let's see. Cool, now there we go. We have Jane Doe, we have Peter. We can show the online status. Very nice. Now what remains is when we click on this user, we are able to create their chart and show them down here. Okay, so what we will do, we'll go back to our chart context, and in chart context we are going to create a function here that will help us to create a chart. So right here I'll say const create chart. These will be equal to the use callback. Here we'll have a function, and then here we'll have our dependency array. Okay, now right here we will make a HTTP request to our backend, in order for us to create a chart. So let me copy one of these. Now right here, we'll paste it. We will be getting a response, and this response will be an object of the chart. Then right here we are saying await, so we should be wrapping this with async, and then these will now be a post request. So we will change this to post request. Post request will be accepting two parameters. The URL, actually this will be just stroke charts. So this is the URL. Then second parameter, we should be having the first ID and the second ID. So we will get those whenever we call the function. So we can get them right here first. So we'll have a first ID and second ID, and this is what we will pass right here, and we can convert them into a JSON string. So I can make use of JSON dot stringify. We invoke these, we pass an object, and right here we will be having now our first ID comma our second ID. And now these will hit our endpoint. We will get first ID and second ID from the body, and we will create our chart and get a response right here. Now we can check if we actually have an error in this response. So if we have a response dot error, let us go ahead and return. Okay, if we don't have an error, that means that we will skip this part. And actually there is an issue. Oh, I'm doing these are so wrong. This should not be inside our post request. So I should cut it and include it out here. Okay, so it should be outside the post request. Yeah, there we go. So if we don't have an error, we'll be able to proceed down here, and we will set our user charts. We invoke these, and in here we can access the previous state, and we use that to update the state correctly. So right here I'll return an array, and I'll spread the previous state like this, and then we will add our response here, and that will update the array of our charts, and we should be able to see them in the UI. But now we should be calling these, okay, create chart from somewhere. So right here, let us go ahead and pass our create chart and jump into potential charts. We'll be able to bring in that create chart function here. So create chart. Okay, and then right here we will be calling an on-click event, okay, at a single chart here. So right here, I'll say on click. So whenever we click a user here, let us have these. We will call our create chart. So here create chart, we will invoke these, and we should pass our first ID and our second ID. So for the first ID, this will be the ID of the currently logged in user. So let us bring our user in. So const here we'll have user, and we'll set this to be equal to use context, and we invoke these to be auth context. And now right here we will have our user ID. So we can say user dot underscore ID. So right here you'll have u dot underscore ID. Now when we click on this create chart will be called. Our user dot underscore ID will be received right here as first ID, then the other one will be received as the second ID, and we'll pass those as the body of our request and use them to create a chart. Remember, our chart contains members only, and those members are just the IDs. Okay, let's try this in our browser and see if it actually works. I will refresh everything and I click on Jendo, and look, Jendo is removed from here and we get Jendo right here. Very nice. That is amazing. Okay, now what remains is for us, whenever we click on Chaoo here, we can be able to open a chat box here and list all the messages for that particular user. So we will do that in the next episode. Hey, what's up everyone? So in the last episode, we were able to create a new chart by clicking on a certain user right here. And now in this episode, I want us to be able to click on a specific chart and be able to see its messages right here at our chat box. So to begin with, what we will do, whenever we click on a certain chart, we will add that chart to state as our current chart, and then we'll be using that current chart to get the messages for that particular chart. So let's first do that, add the chart to state. Okay, so we need to jump into context and then chart context, and now right here we can add a new piece of state. So I'll say const, this will be current chart, then we can set current chart to be equal to use state. Initially these can be null. Okay, now the next step, we will create a retro helper function down here. I can do it after our use effects. I can do it right here. So I'll say const, we update our current chart. So I'll say update current chart, and I'll set this to be equal to use callback, just to optimize our function. We'll have a callback function and a dependency array, which will be empty. But now in here we can be able to call our set current chart, and we pass our chart here. So whenever we call this function, we'll be able to pass the chart, and then we use that chart to update our current chart. Okay, so I just need to pass this down here as update chart, as update current chart, and we receive it in our chart.jsx from this use context. So let's bring it in. So since you are not using these user chart errors, I can remove it, but if you're using it, I don't. So right here I'll add update current chart. So now we can use this function to update our current chart. So this is in our chart page, okay? And I want us, when we click on this user chart, we are able to update our current chart. So we'll be adding an onClick event to this div that is wrapping our user chart. So right here we'll be having an onClick event. So on click, and whenever we click it, we call our update current chart, and we invoke it, and we pass our chart here, the current chart that we are at. I hope that makes sense. So I'll save, and to test this, maybe we can log the current chart, the console. So right here you can say console.log of the current chart, and also maybe we can say current chart. I'll save, and then I'll jump into my browser and we check the console. So right here, current chat is null, and whenever I click, you'll see we update our current chat. So don't worry about the too many console. This is because the components always re-renders and logs again. But here we have our current chat being updated with our members right here. Cool, that is awesome. Now with this current chat, we can be able to get the ID of the current chat, this one, and use it to get the messages for this particular current chat. And those messages are the one that we will display in our chat box. Hope that makes sense. So let's just dive right in. So I can remove the log there. Also, if you don't want to see all these potential chats RI9, you can just remove it if you are done with it. So you can go to components, chats, potential chats, then just remove the log. Okay, now in my chat box, I'll be using another use effect. So we were having this to get users, we are having this to get chats, but I need to also get the messages. Also, we need the state for that, so let's set them up. Okay, this is good. Messages error, set messages error. Then is messages loading, set messages loading. Also, we have this one. Now we can add a use effect. We can add it after our chats here, just right here. So it will be so similar to whatever we were doing with these others. I think the easiest way to do it is to just copy this one and paste it here. Then we'll go through it and rectify everything. So we can call this method as get messages. This function that is. So remember to change here and down here, okay? And then it will be an async function. So in this case, we don't need to perform this check. So I can just remove the if statement. Also remember to remove this one. And from here now, we will have set is messages loading. And then set messages error. Okay, I think this is having an issue. So it should be set messages loading. Let's add is. And then now right here, we make a HTTP request. So we will be getting back a response. We await get request base URL. But now right here, instead of chats, we will say messages. And right here, instead of the user ID, we will have our current chat right here. Current chat and underscore ID. And then we can set is messages loading now to false. And then right here we check if we have an error in the response. If we do, we set the error for set messages error to our response, else we set the messages to our response. So I think that's right. So this is how we can perform the HTTP request to get our messages. And we can go ahead and log messages to the console and see if we actually get them. So right here, I'll console.log of messages. And we set messages. Also, we should be able to pass our current chat as a dependency here. So remove user and include current chat and save. So whenever our current chat changes, we will be able to show our messages at the console. So let's see. Okay, I will refresh. So currently message is null, then it tries to fetch and we get an empty array. But now whenever we click on this Chaoo here, you'll see that we are able to get back messages. So now we can be able to get these messages and show them at our chat box. Pretty nice. So that is what we are going to do now. We just pass our messages now right here. So we will have our messages, we will have our is messages loading, and also I think messages error. And now we can be able to access that in our chat here. Okay, actually we will not be using it in here. We will be making use of it in our components chat here. Okay, the chat box component. Did we have that component really? Okay, we didn't create that component. We have chat box here, but we didn't create that component. So we can go ahead and create a component here called chatbox. So I'll create a new file called chatbox.jsx. Let's add a stateless functional component, call it chatbox, and let's add some example JSX chatbox. Let's go ahead and come back to our chat, replace this p tag with that component. So chatbox like that, and I think you should make sure that you are importing it right here. So I'll save that file. Now we will get out of here and go to chatbox, and this is where we will be able to style this one and display the messages. Okay, so earlier we had created, or in the previous episodes we had created a custom hook that was helping us to get the other user details, and we were calling the other user details the recipient user. So we can make use of this same hook to get the other user details so that we can display its name at the header. And what we needed to pass to this hook is just the chat and the current user. So that is what we will do in our chat box next. We will bring in the user from auth context. So let's say const user here will be equal to use context. We invoke these and we pass our auth context. Okay, and now we have the current user. We should make sure that we are importing both of these. So let's bring in auth context. There we go. Okay, now let's also bring in our chat. So const, we will say current chat. Remember, it's now in state current chat. Whenever we click on it, we will be able to get it from use context, then chat context. Okay, now we have our user and our current chat, and these two can help us to get the other user or the recipient user, just like this. So right here we can be able to say const, we destructure the recipient user, and these will come from our custom hook, which is use fetch recipient user, and we are supposed to pass two parameters, the chat, which is now here our current chat, and the current user. That way we get the other user details right here. Awesome. Also now we will be able to get our messages here from chat context. Also we can be able to get is messages loading, and also you can be able to get the errors, although I will not be displaying any error. but you should do that if you want your chat, if you are like taking your chat to production. So in case we don't have a recipient user, whatever we will display in this particular chat box is that we don't have a conversation selected yet. So we should select a conversation for us to see the messages. So right here I can perform a simple check. So if we don't have the recipient user, we should return right here a p tag, and we can say no conversation selected yet. So we should like select a conversation for us to see the charts. Okay, now we should add some styles. So right here I can add some inline style just right here. Align the text to center, and then I can set the width to be 100%. So width to be 100%. Okay, let's see what we have. We should be able to see no conversation selected yet. Okay, so there we go, no conversation selected yet. But whenever we click a chat, we see chat box. So I click Chaoo here. Oops, it's not working. So our code is not updating our recipient user, and to fix that, in the hook use fetch recipient, whenever this recipient ID changes, we should be able to call this use effect again. So we pass the recipient ID as a dependency right here. So here I'll say recipient ID and I will save. And now whenever we go back here, you'll see that we have our chat box right there. Whenever we click on a conversation, okay, so we should now be able to get the recipient user name and display it here. For example, right now we are chatting with a Chaoo. We display Chaoo at the header. So yeah, we will do that inside our chat box, and let me just remove some of those components from there, and I will do it in here. Actually, before we do that, we can show the loading state for messages. So if messages are still loading, we can show a different text here. I'll just paste this one down here, and we will say if is messages loading, then let's return a p tag. Text align will be center, width will be 100, and we'll say loading chart. Loading chart. So I'll save. Now I think you will be able to see its effect. So right now we click on Gendo. Okay, it comes and disappears so quickly, but it's there. Now after that, let's go ahead and style our chat box. We will start by adding a stack, and this is a component coming from React Bootstrap, and then we will add a gap here of 4. So gap will be equal to 4, and we can also add a class name of chatbox. Now this is coming from my custom CSS, and now right here we can be able to do some more stuff. So the first thing that you're going to display is a header. So I'll add a div with a class of chat-header, and in here we can add a strong tag just to make this bold, and we add our recipient name. So we'll say recipient user dot name. Now if I save that, we should have a cool header, and we get an error. So I think we are not importing some of these components, the stack from React Bootstrap. Let's make sure we are importing it and see. There we go. And when I click on Chaoo, look, we have now this chat box right there, and we have a header saying that we are chatting with Chaoo here. Now we can just display the messages in here. Pretty awesome. So that design is have come from the chat box, class name, and the header here. Okay, so down here we can have another stack component, and for this stack component is where we'll have our messages. We can add a gap right here of 3 like this, and also what else, let's add a class name of messages. Remember, I'm not focusing too much on styling in this particular course, so all this style are coming from my custom CSS here, which we talked about earlier. Okay, so now right here we can map through our messages. So we'll say, do we have messages? If we do, let's go ahead and say messages dot map, so that we get a message at a time, and also the index of each message. So here we should include these in a callback function, like this, and then do like this, and now we can be able to display another stack that will now show each message. So right here we are returning a stack. Okay, there we go. So I will save to auto format. So inside this stack, actually we should give it a key of index, and then in here, so here we are displaying each message. Okay, so we can have a span, and we will show the message here dot text. Also remember, at a message we have a date, so we can also show the date. So I can say span, and right here we will say we will make use of moment to format the date. So let me check if it's installed. So I don't have moment installed, so just go ahead and inside the client, cd client and npm I moment to install moment. As that installs, this is how we will use that package. We will call it moment, so I'll say moment here, we call it, okay, sorry, what happened, we call it, and we pass our message date here. So we'll say message dot created at and then I will say dot calendar. So you can format it the way you want. You can go to moment docs and see how you can format in different ways. So right here I'm just saying dot calendar, you can say dot from now, and so on. Okay, we should make sure that we are bringing in moment. So let's go at the top and import moment from moment. Save. Now down here we have displayed our message, but we are not adding any styles. We can check if we have anything and style later on. So Chaoo, I refresh here, we don't see anything. So let's add styles. Chaoo. Okay, actually we see it. We have the message here, but it's not styled correctly. Also we have an issue here. Okay, we used class name with a small n instead of capital. This will be class name. Now let's just add the styles. We are able to see the message. Okay, So okay, for this date it is our message footer, so I'll add a class name of message hyphen footer, and then inside this stack, not that one but this one, after we map we have this one, we will add a class name and we will dynamically render this class name so that we check if we are the one sending the message or if it's the other person sending the message, and that way we include different styles. Okay, so right here I'll set it to be equal to this, but again I'll make use of backticks in here, and with backticks I can be able to read a variable. So I will compare the sender ID, message.sender ID, with the current user or the current logged in user. So right here I will include this. So you remember this is now inside a string, so we are comparing the message dot sender ID. If this ID is equal to user dot ID underscore ID, okay, that means that this user, the currently logged in user, is the one sending the message. So in this case we will include these class names. We will say message, and then we will say self, and then we will align hyphen self hyphen and we will flex hyphen grow hyphen 0, else we will include this. So I can copy this, they'll be so similar. I'll paste here, and we'll have message. We'll not have this self, so this will make the difference. Then we will have align self, not end but now start, and we'll flex grow 0. So this self, I think it's a custom class right here, so let me use Control F, then type self, and here we go. We have now different background color, okay, for that. So let's see, we should have a cool design. And look, now we have this right there. So Jane, okay, so we have the other style for the other user, but we can't see it because we don't have a message for that yet. So the next thing, we should see how we can be able to submit a message and save that message to the DB, and now we'll be able to compare the styles after that. Okay, make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps if you find my video helpful. Also, check a link for Patreon at the description section below. Support me on Patreon. Also, you'll be getting all source code for all my courses there. So just join my Patreon if you want the source code for this entire course, and just to support me mainly. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Hey, what's up everyone? So far so good with our chat application, and in the last episode we were able to click on a certain chat and we were able to open it right here and read the messages. So that is really cool, because now in this episode we are going to add an input field at the very bottom here, and we will now be able to submit a message and save that message to the DB. Okay, and then after this we'll now start checking at socket.io, where we'll add the real-time system, real-time chatting, real-time notification, and so on. So first of all, before we continue, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who have supported my channel, to everyone who have been watching my videos, because I can see now right here we are approaching at 10k subscribers. So thank you so much for the huge support, and I really appreciate this achievement. And if you are watching and you haven't subscribed yet and you actually get to enjoy my videos, please go ahead and subscribe. I know we can get 100k, so I really appreciate. Okay, so thank you so much. And another thing is that if you wish to support me on Patreon, I can see we are already at 11 patrons. I'm sure we can get to 100. Just go to patreon.com/ChaooCharles and join as a patron. The benefits that you get from this is that I upload all the source codes right here. So if you want all the source code for this particular chat application, it's already on Patreon. And then we also have the e-commerce source code and my React portfolio source code, and I'll be adding more with time. So those are the benefits. So let's just dive right back to our chat app, and whatever we are going to do is to add an input field at the bottom of our chat box. So in the chat box component, we will make use of an existing library to add the input field. The benefit of using this library is because it has the emoji feature, but you can totally use a normal input field. There is no problem with that. Okay, so let me go ahead and open my terminal, and I'll add a new terminal here. Go to cd client. So right here I'll say npm I, and I will install react hyphen input hyphen emoji. So this will install this particular library, and right here we can be able to import something from it. So I'll say import, and we will be importing a component called input emoji, and these will be coming from that library. So from react input emoji. Cool. So this is an input component, and we can make use of it just after our messages stack, this stack here. So after this we can come right here, and we are going to actually add another stack for this one. So I'll say stack, and we will make the direction to be horizontal. So here I will add direction prop to be horizontal, and then we will also add a gap. So whatever we are organizing here is the input emoji component and the button. So we want them to be horizontal, and we also want them to have a gap of 3. Also, I'll add some class name. So right here I'll add a class name component plop, and I'll say chat hyphen input. So this is a custom style from our index.css. Then I'll also add a Bootstrap class name flex grow of 0. Cool. Now right here we can make use of our input component. So I'll say input emoji, and it will accept several props. The first one is the value. This is whatever changes that we are making, we can store it in state, and then we have the onChange event to update that state. So let's make a piece of state here. We can just do it right here. So I'll say const text message, and then set text message, and these will be equal to use state. We bring it in from React, and initially it can be an empty string. Okay, this should be const. Cool. Now at our this component, input emoji component, we will have a value plop. So we can say value, and we'll set this value to be our text message. So this is the state that we have just set, and then we'll have the onChange event here. on change, and right here we will update our text message by calling set text message. Just that, then input emoji, you know what to do with it. And then right here we can specify the font family, so we can say red font family. For consistency, since input emoji comes with its own, we can set this one to Nonito, since that's the font family I guess we are using. And finally, I can set a specific border color, and I'll say here, okay, I'll set this one to be equal to RGBA, these values 72, 112, and 223, and for opacity 0.2. So I'll save to auto format these. So these are the plops that we are adding there, okay? And with these, whenever we type something, it will update the text message, so we can confirm that. So I'll say text, okay, we can log it to the console.log of text message. Okay, let's confirm if it's updating. So we go to our app and we click on a conversation, and look at the bottom here, we now have that input emoji component, and also we are able to add emojis by clicking on this. So this is the beauty of using that component. And let's just open the console here. So console and text, it's null. Let's type something, hello. Look, it's updating, so it's working well. Let's add an emoji, this one, there we go. So it's working fine. The next step is to submit this message to the backend, okay? But we need to have a button, so let's add the button first. So okay, we need to come back to our chat box here, and after the input emoji, we'll add a button. So right here we'll say button, and we'll have a class name for this button, and I'll say send btn. Okay, cool. And then for this button, we can just say send, or you can use an icon here. Should we use an icon? Let's just use an icon. Let me show you how to do it. You can just search for Bootstrap icons, Okay, go to this site, icons, get Bootstrap icons, then you can search for icon. I'm not sure what we should search for. Let me say send and see if we get something. There we go. We have a lot of icons here which we can use. I think I can use this one, the filter one. Then you can go to right here and copy this SVG. I'll copy and I'll come back and paste it here. Okay, there we go. I'll save to auto format, and you can change this class here to class name. There we go. I'll save, and we can check if it's there now. And here we are. We have this icon now added right here. That's pretty awesome, right? Now we just need to add functionality to this icon, okay, to this button, so that when we click, we actually send this message. So for that, we will be adding a function that will help us to send the message, so that when we click on this button, we call that function, and we'll create that function in our chat context. So chat context, we will create it here. So at our chat context, after the use effect, we can add a function here. So I'll say const send text message, and we set this to be equal to the use callback hook. here we'll be having a dependency array like this. Okay, and now here we can be able to perform a HTTP request to send a message. So that will be a post request, and all these were get requests. So now we are making a post request. So right here, let's make that request. First of all, we can check if we have a text message or not. So right here, we will be receiving the text message in this particular function. Also, we will be receiving the sender. So this is the currently logged in user. We will be receiving the current chat ID. So we will be receiving the current chat ID and also the set text message right here, set text message to update our input field. So now we can check if we have a text message or not. So right here, if we don't have the text message, we can go ahead and return immediately so that we don't send these requests. So we can immediately return just a log there to prevent us from submitting an empty text. Okay, so right here now we will make the request. We had already created a service called post request, and we should make sure that we are actually importing that, and we just need to call it. The first parameter is the URL, so I make use of the backtick for us to add the base URL right here, and we use / messages. So that will be our endpoint for the post request. And the second parameter for this post request is the body, and we will use JSON.stringify. We invoke this one, and whatever we pass in here is now the shape of our message. We will be having the chat ID. So here we pass the current chat ID. Each message should have a chat ID, and then we should have the sender ID, and right here we pass our sender _ID, and finally we should have a message. Okay, so right here we should have a text, and we pass our text message. Okay, now this is our HTTP request. It takes some time to process. We can await it and store the response in a constant. So we store the response here in a constant, and we await our post request. Awesome. If we use await, we should use async at this particular function. So we add async to this callback so that this doesn't throw the error there. Okay, cool. Now we have our response, and these will either contain the error or the data. So we can check if we have an error right here. Okay, I will add some piece of state right here. Two of them. One will store the message error, and once we successfully send a message to the backend, if we get back the message, we can set a new message was successfully added to the backend. Then we will use that piece of state later on for our socket.io implementation. So you'll see how this will work out. So first of all, right here, let's have send text message error, and right here we can set send text message error to be equal to use state initially let it be null. Okay, and also I'll add another one here, const new message, and right here set new message. Initially, this should also be null. So use state null. Okay. So we have those two piece of state. Now right here, we check for the error and update the error. I can copy this one and paste it here, but update this one here to set send text message error to response. Okay, so now if we don't have an error, that means that we have successfully saved that message to the DB and we get it back. So right here, we can set the new message to state here. Also, we should do two more other things. The other thing that we can do is to clear our input using set text message here. So we set text message here to an empty string. Now the final thing that we should do, we should update our array of messages or our messages state. So we have set messages here and we invoke that. Now to correctly update these, we can use a callback here, which will have access to the previous state, and the previous state is the array of messages, and we spread it here, previous, and now right here we add the response. Okay, I think that should work correctly. Now the only thing that remains is for us to use this send text message on our button. So we should come right here, pass it through the value. So send text message, was it that way? Yeah, send text message, we pass it there, we save that. In our chat box, we are able to get it right here. Send text message, send text message. Now, once we get it right here from chat context, we are able to use it at our button. So we will be adding an on-click event to this button. So we will say on-click, and this is what we will do. Right here, we will return send text message, and we call it, and we pass our parameters. So we will pass the text message parameter, and then we will pass our user. So user now there will be the sender here. Then we pass the current chat ID and set text message. Okay, so the current chat ID will be current chat dot underscore ID, and we also pass the send text message. This will be used to update this input right here. Cool. Chaoo here, and maybe I can inspect in case of any error. We see them at the console. So let's type something. Good morning. Let's add a fancy emoji like this one. I now click send, and look, this emoji is added right here. And okay, I think, okay, we don't have an error. It's added there, and let's refresh and see if it's still there. So we go to Chaoo, and look, we have our message here. I realized something. I am fine. Whenever I send, the state is not being cleared here. Our message is being sent, everything I think is fine, but we have a few issues. Now, the only thing that we will do is for us to add the real-time messaging, because right now, whenever I send a message, it will save to the database, but it will not update automatically for the other user. I don't know if I should show you a demonstration I can open Chrome here, two browsers, different browsers here. So right here, let me go to the same URL here, and for this browser I can go to login. I'll try to log in as Jane Doe. So Jane at gmail.com, and will I remember the password? I'm not sure, but let's see. Okay, I can't remember the password. There we go. Awesome. So I can open this chat right here, and I can open this chat right here. So if we are chatting with Jane Doe here, if I say hello, so this will correctly update the state right here, but it will not update that state at our John right here. Okay, so it's not real time until we refresh these. So it's in the database, so if we refresh and come back, it's when we see it, but it's not real time. So we will be using Socket.io for us to even get the message real time. When we send it to the server, we also get it right here, and we'll do that in the next episode. So this is the fun part where we are getting to use Socket.io. So when we send a message here, hello, we are having this uncaught error and we are not clearing the state. So I think the issue is at our chat box right here. So right here we are trying to call send text message again, and the second time it calls, we don't have the user ID, and also we don't have the text message and so on. So what we can do right here is to make sure that this is called correctly, set text message, and that way it won't call send text message again without a user. So let's see now. I think that should solve it. I'm not sure actually, but let's see. So now if I send a hi and send, look, it sent the message here, and also the state is and also our console doesn't have the error. Okay, that's awesome. Now the next thing that remains is for us to throw in Socket.io and add the real-time functionality to our app, and we'll do that in the next episode. Also later on we'll be adding auto scroll to this one, so that when you send a message it automatically scrolls. And remember to subscribe to my channel. Let's grow the channel real quick. If you are enjoying my content, also support me on Patreon, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, what's up everyone? So in this particular episode, we'll start to check on Socket.io, and Socket.io is the one that will help us to perform real-time messaging and also be able to send notifications in real time. Okay, so we'll check the difference between Socket.io and the REST APIs. What is the difference? And after that, we'll be able to implement Socket.io in our application. So again, if you need the source code, all the source code is available on my Patreon. You can check for a link at the description section below. Also, if you are new here and you are enjoying the content, please make sure you do subscribe. Also share with your friends, and that will be really helpful. And let's dive right in.
Okay, so far we are able to send messages, receive messages, but it's not real time. For the other user, we have to refresh the page for us to see the message being added or being sent. Anyway, in this particular episode, we'll make this messaging process to be real time. So the user will automatically receive a message if we send it from another user, and vice versa. And then we'll also be able to see users who are online and those who are not online with the help of Socket.io. So right here, I am at Socket.io website, and what Socket.io is, it is built on top of the WebSocket. So right here, it is built on top of WebSocket protocol, and what it does, it allows what we call bidirectional communication between the client and the server. So what this means is that the server will be able to send a message to client, and the client can receive that message automatically by listening to an event, okay? And vice versa. So the client can also be able to send a message to server, and the server will be able to receive that message automatically by listening to an event. So I think the main difference between the REST APIs and the WebSocket is that REST APIs are what we call unidirectional, and WebSockets are bidirectional. So right here, only either server or client will communicate, but right here, the messages can be received or sent by both server or client. So right here on REST API, the client will not be able to receive a message unless they send a request to the server. But here, we don't need to send any request, we just need to listen to the incoming message, okay? So I hope with the example, you'll understand better. So to get started, we need to go to Socket.io right here. You can go to server, and we'll see how we can create a server in Socket.io. The first thing you need to do is to install Socket.io right here. So I have gone through this process, so let me guide you through it. Okay, we had added this Socket folder or directory right here, but I'm sure yours is empty. So what you need to do is to initialize a package.json file. So how do you do this? I think we have done it before, and let me guide you through. Okay, right here, let me create everything. I was testing things out before I dived into the video, but what you need to do here is to run npm init, and then use the yes flag. Once you hit enter, that will generate the package.json file. After that, you can paste this command, and then just create a new file, index.js right here. And right here, we are going to create the WebSocket or the Socket.io server. Okay, so what you can do is to go to initialization, and then right here, I'll just copy this code right here, copy, then go to index.js and paste it right here. So I'll paste. Right here, we are bringing in the server class from Socket.io, and then we are using it to create this IO object, and here we can pass some options, and I'll pass one of them. So here I'll pass course, and the reason I'm doing this is because the client and our Socket server are on different domains. So we can specify that domain right here. You can go to the client terminal. If you have it already running, it should actually be already running. We need this URL for the client. So I can highlight it right here, and then I'll copy it and include it right here. So this server now will only communicate with this particular client, this URL, okay? And whenever you are deploying the application, remember that you'll have to change this to the live site. Okay, now we are using this IO, and we are listening to an event. So we are saying io.on, and we listen to the connection event. So this will be fired automatically whenever we run our client. The client now in this case is the browser, okay? And then we will be able to execute code right here. So right here we can console .log the socket .id. So we'll see this ID whenever we have a connection, okay? Actually, you can add a message, new connection. Like that, okay? Save. So right now, we need to set up our client as well. So for client, we will do that in our ContextAPI right here, chat context. So what you need to do, I had already created or started this. So what you need to do is to install Socket.io client into our client directory. So let me show you. So if you are inside the client right here, actually you can go to the browser here. We have client installation, and this is the process of installing it, all the command here. You just need to run these, okay? So you will copy that and paste in the client and hit enter to install it, okay? After that, we can make use of this IO to create a connection to our server, okay? So this is how we do it. So right here, we are initializing the socket. We are making use of the use effect, just this part, okay? And we are calling IO function here, and we are passing our backend URL, okay? So you need to pass this backend URL, which is running on port 3000, okay? And make sure that this port is different from client and server. Remember, our client is running on this port, and then our server is running on port 5000. Our socket is running now on port 3000. Make sure they are different. You can use different. If you are already using 3000 on the client, it's common with Create React app. You can change this to something like 8080 or 4000. You can choose a random port to use, okay? Cool. Just wanted to make that clear. Now we are connecting to our socket server, and once we just do this, that message should log to the console. And this extra step here is just to set this new socket object to our state. So right here I have a piece of state socket and then set socket, and we make use of this state and we set it to state like this. So we'll be using this later on to send messages or receive, or send a notification or receive, and so on, okay? So this is it. This is how we are connecting the client to the server. But we also need to have a cleanup function. So right here we can return, and we will return a cleanup function right here. So we will say a new socket. This is how we will clean it up, and then we'll say dot disconnect. So we can disconnect the socket if we are no longer using it, or if we are trying to connect again, okay? So if we connect now and we try to connect again, this cleanup function will disconnect first, and then we create that new connection. Okay, now we can test it out. So whenever we run our client, we should be able to see at our socket here this message, okay, right here. So let's start up our socket server. So I'll say nodemon, and we should actually get this. I think my client is already running, and you'll see here new connection, and we have these IDs. And okay, you'll see that this ID keeps on changing. Let me do this and go to client. Yeah, so here is our client. So whenever I refresh, you'll see that the ID here changes, okay? So if I happen to refresh, I'm refreshing, you see we have new IDs are being logged to the console, and this socket ID keeps on changing, okay? So we'll need to track this socket ID because we will need it to send a private message. Let me show you what I mean. So if I come here to this documentation and go to events, yes, and then emit cheat sheet. Here we have different methods which we can use, but what I want us to focus on is for private message right here. So when sending a private message, we'll call io.to, and we'll pass a socket ID for a specific client, and then we will send the message. So we need to keep track of this socket ID. So what we will do, we need to set our online users, or users who are online, and then we will use the user IDs to track the socket ID. We need to listen to an event coming from the client, okay? So right here we will listen to an event, listen to a connection. Okay, I know we already have this connection, but we are listening to a custom connection that we will be able to pass our user ID through it, okay? So this is how we will do. We will make use of this socket, and we use .on. This is the one that we can use to listen to an event, incoming event, and we can say add a new user, and then here we will have a callback function. We will be receiving a user ID from client, and we'll be able to make use of that user ID right here. So what I want us to do is to have online users, and we can create a variable here. So let online users be an empty array. So we set it to be equal to an empty array. And then now right here, whenever the client triggers add new user event, we will pass an ID to it. And we can simply add that ID together with the current socket ID to this array as our online user, okay? So right here, we will say online users. It's easy actually. And then we can just push this user to the online users array. So we can say online users for it to make more sense. Here we'll pass it as an object, and then we'll have user ID. And right here, okay, user ID, since the key and the value are the same, we can just pass it this way. And we'll have the socket ID. Now the socket ID is the one that keeps changing, so we keep track of it using the user ID. I hope it makes sense. And we add this. So this object will be one user, like a connected user, okay? Now, before we push it to this array, we need to make sure that we don't have an existing user in here already. So we can use the sum array method to check. So we can say online users dot sum. So this is an array method which will go through each user, and then we can compare the ID. So here we'll get a user at a time, and we can be able to return is user dot user ID. So this is now from the online users equal to the incoming user ID here. So is this equal to the incoming user ID? Okay. Okay, so if they are equal, that means that this user is already online, like we already have them online here, okay? So sum here will return true. And we don't want to add this right here if we already have that user, okay? So if it returns true, we need to negate it so that it's false, okay? And then right here you'll say end. So whenever this is true is when we will perform this action. And we have seen if we have a user already, this will be true, and then we will negate it, so it will be false now, okay? If it's false, we will not add that user. Otherwise, if we didn't have a user, it will be false, and then we negate that false to true, and therefore we go ahead and add this user ID to our online users. I hope it makes sense. Go through the sum array method if it doesn't. Cool. So what are we doing right here? We are listening to the add new user event. So we need to fire this event on our client. So let's go to chat context, and we will make use of a new use effect. So right here, make sure that you add the user as a dependency so that whenever we have a new user, we set a new socket. Now right here, we'll have the use effect. I'll invoke it. And right here, an empty dependency array. Okay. Now in this particular use effect, we had already set our new socket to the state. So we have this socket right here, which is a variable in our state, and we can use a method on this socket to trigger an event, and we will trigger this event right here, add new user, okay? So right here, we trigger the event, we'll say socket dot emit. So we use emit to trigger the event, and whatever we will trigger is add new user, okay? And once that event is triggered, we also pass the user ID as the second parameter. So right here, we pass user and then dot ID. This will be our message. This ID will be received now right here, and we will add that ID to our online users array. I hope that makes sense. So before we complete this, we need to check if socket is null. Remember, socket can be null, so we need to make sure that it's not null. So right here, you'll say if our socket is equal to null, we will not be able to trigger this event, so let's immediately return. Okay, And then whenever this socket changes, so if it's null initially, we will not be able to run the effect. So if socket changes, let's run the effect again. Okay, so right here we'll say socket as a dependency. So whenever the socket changes, that means that there was a new connection, so we run it again. I can log online users to the console. So right here, maybe after this add new, we can say console .log of online users, and right here we say online users. I save. Let me log these right here inside our this event here. So I'll save. So I'll go ahead and refresh. Okay, so we are adding these to the online users array, but user ID is null. And the problem is that right here, I should have used underscore ID. So if I happen to save that and we go and refresh our page right here. Okay, now if we check, you'll see that our online users, now we have an object here, and we have the user ID right there, and also we have the socket ID. Now you can see, even if this socket ID changes, we'll be able to have our user ID, and we can keep track of the socket ID using the user ID. Or we can know which user we want to send the private message to, okay? But this is what we need to do, okay? And now the cool thing is that we can be able to send all the online users to the client, and we'll use them to show if a user is online or not. Let's just do that. So in our index.js, we can io.emit, we invoke these, and we can give our event a name like get online users, and then right here we send the data, which will be our online users. Okay, so I'm saying io.emit, this is on the server, we trigger this event, then we send the users. Okay, and now in our chat context, we can do it just right here after this one. We can say socket, and then we use the .on method, and right here we will include this event here. So we are listening to this event, so we'll say socket.on, we listen to that event, and right here we will have a callback function, and now this callback function will be containing our response, and this response is the online users, amazingly. So here we'll have a callback function, and whatever we will do, we can set these online users to state. So right here we can create a new state, so we can say const online users, and online users, and then we can set online users. Right here we be equal to use state, and then we invoke part. Initially it can be null or be an empty array. I think an empty array is much better. Okay, online users, set online users. I'm so bad at spelling, so I have to confirm. So whenever we get this response is the array of our online users, and we can make use of it right here by saying set online users, okay, to be response. Cool. Now if we happen to log these online users to the console, we should see it. So let us have online users, and then right here we log these right here, online users. I save. Okay, so let's see if we go to our browser and then we go to console. I will refresh, and see if we get that logged. Cool. Now look, online users starts as an empty array, and until we have a connection and we update it. Now you'll see here online users is having our online users. We have even the socket ID here and also the user ID, which is awesome. And this user ID is the currently logged in user. We are the only people who are online. So if I happen to log in as a different person, we will be able to see the online user, the other online user being added here. Let me show you. So let me open this one. So we have logged in as Jendo. Let's check these here. You'll see our online users on the other browser have been automatically been updated by our socket IO. And you can see now we have two online users. We have two different IDs. And that is the bidirectional communication we are talking about. We don't have to send a request from this client to backend. We just need to listen to the event being fired, okay? So what happened whenever we opened or logged into Chrome here, our socket server right here, we created a new connection, and then we listened to an event coming from client. Now that browser received a user ID, and then we added it to state. And then now down here, we sent an event to any client who is listening to this particular event, get online users, and we gave them the data, okay? So this is happening through events. And now we have online users, and we can use these online users on our client to tell whether a user is online or not. So let's do that. So on our client, we now have online users in state. We can come down here and pass it through context right here to our value. So we will say online users. Awesome. Now we can go to our components, chat components, and I think, okay, potential charts. Potential charts are this one right here. This one right here, where we show also if we have an online user. So what we can do here is that we will be able to receive our online users from chat context. So we'll say online users right here. Okay, now that we have online users here, we will need to perform a check before adding this user online class name, okay? So we can do this. Here we will include the curly brackets. So we'll set class name to be equal to these curly brackets so that we can be able to write JavaScript in here, okay? And let me add a new line here. So this is what we will do. We will say online users, which we are getting from here. So online users, and we will use the sum array method, and right here we will invoke it. We will have a user at a time here, and we can compare this user ID with this UID, like the other user ID, the potential user ID. We compare them, and if they are equal, that means that this user is already online, and then we can set this class here, okay? So right here, we will say is user dot user ID. I can use a ternary check here for safety, is equal to our u dot ID. So if this is equal, that means that this user, the potential chat user, is available in our online users, and that means that the user is online. So right here, we will say if that is true, let us have, I think, user online, else we will have an empty string. Okay, right here I missed a full stop. This is throwing an issue. So this is our line here, and I can save to auto format, and now there we go. Let's come here, let's log out, and let's register a new user just to see if it's working, okay? user. Probably I'll forget this password, but I want to just log in. There we go. Okay, from this new user, you can see John is online, Jendo is online. Awesome, that works. This is not the Peter is not online, Chaoo is not online. And if we go back to here, unfortunately we don't see the online all the users unless we refresh here. Let's just refresh and see. We will configure that later on using Socket.io. So now you'll see Peter, and then new user is online. And if we come to new user here and happen to close this tab, you'll see they'll disappear from here. So if I close that, okay, this is wrong, and I know why it's wrong. We are not disconnecting the user. So let's add that. We should be able to disconnect a user and remove them from the array. So this is how we disconnect a user right here. After this, after socket.on, after this one here, down here, we can listen to the disconnect event. So we can say socket.on. So this disconnect event will be fired automatically by our browser whenever we disconnect. Okay, so disconnect. So if we happen to disconnect, we will have a callback function here, and right here we can now be able to remove or update our online users. Okay, so remember, in our online users we have both the socket ID and the user ID. So that socket ID is the one that will help us to know that the user who has disconnected. So right here we will say let online users be equal to online users, and we filter here. So we call the filter method. Now right here we'll get a user at a time, and this user has the socket ID. So we will compare that user socket ID with this socket ID right here, the current socket ID here. So we'll say if the user dot socket ID is not equal to our socket dot ID, that means that the user has disconnected, therefore that user will not be added to this array, okay, of online users. And then now right here, all we need to do is to send the new array of online users. So right here I'll copy that and I'll paste it here. Now if I happen to save, this now will automatically update our online users. So for some reason it's not actually updating it, and I have clicked it by mistake. So it's not actually updating that list. Okay, right now it's working, but I made a few changes. Okay, let me show you. So right now I created a new user called another user. Right now I'm logged in here as another user, and you can see another user is online. If I happen to disconnect now, if I click this one, you'll see that now right here we are no longer online because we have disconnected. And if I bring it back, you'll see now this another user will be online. So it's working. But let me show you whatever I did. First of all, right here I was missing the spelling was wrong. The disconnect spelling was wrong. So I fixed that, and then now we filter out on disconnect and we emit the event. And then at chat context, we added now this cleanup function right here at our use effect where we were getting the online users. Okay, so right here you can add a comment, add online users. Okay, cool. So far so good. Or what we need to do now is to maybe update the online users that are right here at our charts. So right here we have the recipient user, and we have the currently logged in user, and also we should bring in our online users. So let's bring in online users first. So I can say const with the structure online users from use context, and then right here we include our chat context. So chat context. Now we can perform another check using the sum array method to see if a user is online. Actually, I can create a variable const is user, or we can say is online, just like that, to be equal to this will be so similar to whatever we did at potential chats. Right here, I'll just copy this sum array method and I'll make use of it right here. So I'll paste it. Okay, now right here we are saying online users dot sum. We get a user at a time. We check that ID, and we now check this recipient ID instead of this one. So we compare it with our recipient user, and then dot underscore ID. So that will return true. If it returns true, that means that this user is online, and we can make use of that to dynamically display this class. So at this class, we wrap it with the curly brackets, and then to begin with, I'll say is online, and if that is true, then we set the class, else we will not set the class. We'll include an empty string. If I save, that should now work, okay? So if I go to right here, now you'll see all these users are not online. Only another user is online. And for another user, only John is online. But if I happen to add that right here, if I add another user here, you'll see they are online. So it's working. If I refresh, you'll see another user is online. And if I happen to close it, it's not online. Cool, that is working. So right now we have focused on the online users, and we have seen from the server, from the socket server, we use socket.on to resend an event coming from the client, and we use io.emit to trigger an event, and that event is received by the client. And then we use this connection to connect a client to see the current connections on this server, and the disconnect to disconnect the client. We can use it to update our online users. And then on the chat context, we have now socket. Now here we don't have that IO method, we have socket. We can use emit to trigger event, and on to receive or resend to an event, okay? Cool. So with this, it will now be easy for us to send a message real time and receive a message real time, and that is what we are going to do now, okay? So right here, we can send message to the server. So we'll say send message, and then right here, we will make use of the use effect. So I can copy this one and paste it here. So when sending the message, remember we had added a new message here to state. When we perform the HTTP request and save the message to DB, we were getting it back and adding it to state. So here, where we have send message, when a new message changes, that is when we run the effect. So new message here, right here. And we are now taking this message to the socket server, and then socket server will update the other user about that message, okay? That is like the dot process. So right here, let's now work out through this. So first of all, we check if socket is null. If it's null, we immediately return. Else, right here, I'll remove the content of this, and we will emit or trigger an event, okay? So I'll say socket.emit. Right here, we will have event as send message, and then we will have the data. So right here for data, I'll pass an object, and this object will be containing the new message right here. So I'll spread new message. There is a reason I'm spreading this one, new message. But also we will be needing the recipient ID. So I'll add the recipient ID to this new message, okay? So right here, I'll say recipient ID. So this is the other recipient ID, and we will use this to check if this user is online, and then we automatically send them that message. Okay, cool. So we need this recipient ID. For us to get it, we will need to filter. So I think we were performing filters before. I'm not sure if we will get it at our hook. I just don't want to type it out here. Awesome. So I'll just copy this for filtering, and I can include it here to get the recipient ID. So we check the chat.members.find ID at a time, and we compare that with the user ID. So we pass that ID right here. Okay, now this is it. This is the way now. Once we get the message, we want to tell the socket server there was a new message by emitting this event. Now at the socket server, we should be able to listen to that event. So right here, we can say add message, and then we will listen using socket.on. And what are we listening to? Send message. That is the event that we included on our client. So we listen to it right here, and right here we will have a callback, and it will give us the message, and this message will have the recipient ID, remember. So right here we do like that. So right here we first find the user using our online users. Okay, so we say const user will be equal to online users. So online users, and then dot find, and once we do this, we'll get a user at a time, and we'll compare the ID. So the user dot user ID, this is now from the online users. Remember, we had this user ID. We compare that with the person whom we want to send the message to. So we say message. Remember, this is an object. We added a property called recipient ID. So recipient ID. So if these are equal, that means that we have this user, and this user is currently online. So if this user is currently online, we'll be able to get them here, and that user will have the socket ID. So the user will have the user ID and the socket ID, and we will use this socket ID to send message specifically to that specific user. I hope that makes sense, and that is why we needed to add this socket ID and track it using user ID. Okay, so right here we perform a check. If we have this user, to send the message to a specific person, the private message, I don't know if you remember the syntax, but we had this cheat sheet. So we need to do something like this. Okay, so I can now copy that, then I can paste it here. So we'll say io.to, we include the socket ID. The good thing, we have the user here, and that user has our socket ID. So we can say user dot socket ID. So this is the recipient user socket ID. So we pass it here, then we emit the whatever we want to send to the other user. Okay, so right here we are triggering an event again. So we trigger get message. Okay, and then right here we include our message here. Okay, cool. So far, what have we done? At our chat, whenever we successfully save a message to the DB, we were getting back a new message. From here, let's start here. So we send the message to the backend by performing a HTTP request, and we get back a response. Once we get the response, we set the new message as that response, and also we update the array of state for the current user. Now we'll use this new message to tell the socket server that we have this message and we want you to update the recipient. So how do we do that? We come right here at our socket, we trigger an event called send a message, and we pass our new message there together with the recipient ID, the person we are sending the message to. So once we come to the backend here, we listen to that event. So we receive the message, and then we check if we have the user online, if the user is currently online, by filtering our online users and by using the recipient ID. And I think this is wrong, recipient. Okay, that will give us issues, and then I'll be all over the place wondering what is wrong. So let's make sure it's correct. So using that recipient ID, if we have that user, we emit another event now called get message, which the recipient user is supposed to listen to and get that message. So let's go back now to client, and we listen to this get message, and we update the other users messages. Okay, so right here we will say receive message, just like that. And now we can make use of another use effect. Now right here we will be calling this whenever the socket changes, and also the current chart. So right here I'll also include our current chart. Okay, current chart. These are the dependency array for this effect. So we start by checking if the socket is null. If it's null, we immediately return. And then right here, now right here, we will be able to listen. So we'll say socket and then a dot on, and we will listen to which event? Get message. Okay, get message right here. So if this is fired, and it will be fired to a specific user because of the socket ID. Okay, it will not be fired to everyone. It will be fired to the user who has this socket ID. Okay, so if it's fired and then we listen to it right here, we will be able to get back a response. And remember, this response is our message, so we can do something with it in here. And whenever we listen to an event like this, like right here, we were listening to this, we included a cleanup function. It's a good practice. So I want to also add a cleanup function for this one. So whenever we listen or we call socket.on, let us also return here a cleanup function, and we will say socket dot off, and I'll pass in our get message. Okay, now right here we will say if we'll perform a check, and we'll say if the current chart, we need to get the correct chart for this particular user. So if the current chart dot underscore ID is not equal to the message, the ID for whatever message you are getting here. Remember, this message has a chart ID. So we'll say if that is not equal to our, so if that is not equal to our response, and then a dot chart ID, let us immediately return. Okay, so this will prevent us from updating the wrong chart. Okay, so if we are in the correct chart, then we can go ahead and set the messages right here to be I'll use the previous state to correctly update this state, and I'll set it to be an array. This array will have our previous state, and we will add our response, which is now our new message. Okay, and this will now be real time. Like when we send the message, the server will listen if we have a new message, and then we will emit an event. We will emit an event to a specific user with the specific socket ID. Then that user will be able to receive it like this. Then we will check if the current chat ID is the same as the chat ID of that message. Then if it's the same, we add that message right there in the we add that message in the array of messages. So let's test it out, and fingers crossed it works. Okay, from another user, let's send a message to John. Hey John. And we send. So our app is breaking, something is wrong. So let's see. Chat is not defined. Chat context line 53, 52. So instead of chat, we should have used current chat. I save. So I come back. Let's refresh. We might have another error, I'm not sure, but let's try. Hi. Send. The message was successfully sent, but we didn't receive it here in real time. We have a node crashing here at our socket, so we have an issue at socket. So we have cannot access user before initialization. So whenever we find, we get a user at a time. Okay, I missed an arrow function here. I remove these and I remove these. Okay, so we fix our find method, and now it should work. Okay, so if we happen to test it, now this is another user. We say hello and we send. So look, now it's working. Whenever I send a new message, we get it right here. So if I say hi and then I submit and I scroll here, you'll see it. When I scroll here, you'll see it. So basically it's working, but I have to like scroll because I have sent a lot of messages. So if yours is not working, you can try to refresh the page and then try it again. Otherwise, check for any spelling mistake that you might have. For example, I had several of them. I'm sorry for that. But now we can be able to send our chats live. It's real time. And also we can be able to see users who are online and those users who are not online. Actually thinking of it, we should be able to see that another user here is online. Why are we not seeing that one? Okay, it's there. I don't know why it wasn't there initially. In case of any issue, I'll let you know. But now in the next step, I want us to add a notification system to this app so that whenever I send a message from here to here and that user is online, we add a notification right here and also at the top here. So that is what we will do next. So we will be exploring more of Socket.io, but I hope you have learned something in this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Make sure you subscribe. If you need the source code, it is available at my Patreon, and you can get it from there. I'll leave a link at the description section below. Hey, what's up everyone? So in the last episode, we were able to check at Socket.io and we were able to send messages in real time, and also we were able to see users who are online and those who are not online. Okay, now in this episode, I want us to add the notification system in our application so that we can see users who have sent us messages and those who have not yet in real time. Okay, so I will not be including a database for this. I will not be saving the notifications in the database. So if you want to take that extra step, you can. For now, I'll just show you how to show the notifications in real time using Socket.io. Okay, so far we can be able to send a message here. For example, right here I'm logged in as John and I'm chatting with another user, and I can say, hey there, another user. So if I send this, and here I'm logged in as another user, we should see that message coming here in real time without refreshing the page. So I'll send this one, and when I come here, now I have to scroll down for me to see this message. Okay, so first of all, before we dive into notification system, I want to show you how you can add auto scroll to this box so that you don't have to scroll down every time. Okay, so we will do that in the chat box component, and let's dive right there. Okay, here I have a lot of components opened. Let me just close all of them so that you can follow easily. Okay, so in client, you can go to SLC, components, chat, and then chat box. So this is the component where we are going to add the auto scroll, and we will be making use of the use ref hook to track the position of our page. So right here we can say const scroll, and then we'll set this to be equal to use ref right here, and we can invoke that. So make sure that use ref is imported right there. Cool. Now we can make use of this scroll. So we will add a ref to our stack of messages. So this one right here, after you map, we have this stack. So I'll add right here a prop called ref, and we'll set that to be equal to scroll. Just like that. Then now we can make use of this scroll for us to scroll to down. So I'll make use of a use effect. So right here, every time we get a message, we run this use effect. So use effect here. Then we can invoke that, pass an arrow function and a dependency array, and we will run this effect every time we get a message. So we pass messages there. When messages changes, we run this effect, and whatever we will say is we scroll to view. So right here, we will say scroll dot current. If this exists, let us scroll into view. So we have this method in scroll into view, and then we invoke it, and we can add a behavior here. So we want it to be smooth, so we can say behavior, let it be smooth, just like that. Let's test it out and see what we have. So now if I come back here, another user, actually it should scroll automatically without me having to. There we go. So you can see it's scrolling down. Let's send a message and see if it will work now. Let's also refresh this one, and we click on John. We scroll. Awesome. Then we say, hey John. Then I send. Look, we are scrolling automatically, and when we receive it here, we are also scrolling. So you can make use of useref to add that behavior, and it's smooth. Awesome. Now let's dive into notifications. So I'll just close this one, and every time we send a message, I want us to also send a notification to the other user. So we can start at our socket. So I'll go to socket here, right here, where we were sending a message. So when we will send a message, I want us to send a message to this user, as well as we send a notification to this user. Okay. So it will be similar thing. We will be sending to a specific user. We can just duplicate this. Then we will say io.to user.socketid. We are sending to the same user whom we are sending the message to, but we can fire a different event or trigger a different event, and we will say get notification. And then right here, we are supposed to send some data. So right here, we will send our notification data, and we will have the sender ID, and then we can set this to be a message dot sender ID. Then we will have is red. So initially every notification will not be red, so we'll say is red is false. And we can also add a date, so we can say date to be new date, and this is how we fire that event, and we can listen to it on our client. So let's go to client, and then we'll go to chat context now. So chat context, and here it's where we will listen to the event. So first of all, let us add an array of notifications. So right here we can say const notifications, and then we set notifications, set notifications. Then we have use state here, we invoke it and pass an empty array to begin with. And then we will need to create a use effect like we were doing. Or we don't have to, because we can use this one right here, because the socket ID is the same. So we'll be able to receive the message as well as receive a notification for that message. Okay. So here we can say receive message and notification, and right here we were listening to get message event. So down here we can listen to get notification event, socket.on, and then we'll say get notification. So now I listen to get notification event, and here we'll have a response, and this response will be containing our notification data. And now in here we can do something with that data. Okay. So there is one thing that I want us to check. We want to see if the chat which we have received a message in is currently opened or not. So a chat can either be open or it cannot be open. So let me show you. So right now, right here, the chat between John and another user is open. This is where we are currently at. But a chat with John and a new user is not currently opened, with Geno is not currently opened, and with Chaoo is not currently opened. But when I click Chaoo, now we have this chat with John and Chaoo currently opened. So I want us to know if the chat is currently opened, and if that chat is currently opened, I don't want us to add the notification. Okay, we will add the notification, but we will mark it as already read. Okay. Else we'll mark it as not read, and we'll be able to show it right here. So I don't want us to be having an open chat here, but we are showing the count of notification here. Since we are already here, we have already read those messages, so that's what I'll be assuming. Okay. So let's track if a chat is currently opened. So right here we can use the sum array method. We check the members, and we compare if this sender ID, remember we have added a sender ID, is available in the members. This ID is available in the members, then that chat is currently opened, and we should mark the notification as read. So right here you'll say const is chat open, and we'll set it to be equal to, so we have our current chat, and we'll use dot members, and we'll check dot sum, and in this sum we'll get an ID at a time. So we'll have an ID, and we can compare this ID. We can say is ID equal to res dot sender ID. So if that is equal, that means that we currently have that chat open with the person who is sending the message. So now down here we can make use of this is chat open. This sum will either return true or false, so we can use this is chat open to compare. So we can say if is chat open, then we'll be able to do something in here, and we will just update the state of notifications. So set notifications to be, I'll use previous notifications array, then we'll update it right here. We return an array, and remember this will be an array now of notifications. So I want to edit the current notification which we are receiving here. So initially isRead was false, now I'll edit it to true. So I'll add it to the array by including it here, but we will spread it first, and I'll also set right here isRead to true, just like that. Now I'll also include a comma here, and I'll spread our previous notifications. So previous, okay. Now I'm using this spread operator to combine the previous notifications with this new notification, and in this new notification I'm also updating isRead to true. Since we have that chat open, we don't have to show the count of the notifications. So right here we can have else, and we will set notifications, and right here we just need to update without changing our response. So we'll have previous right here, and we can use the spread operator to combine them. Right here we'll start with the response without changing isRead, then we will also have the previous notifications. And yeah, that is cool. Now since we have here socket.on, it's also awesome to clean it up. So here we'll set socket.off, and we will say get notifications. Okay, so if I save, this is what we have. So when we send a message, we are also sending a notification and receiving it right here. Okay, now we can log the notifications to the console and see if we can get them. So right here I'll say notifications, and right here I'll say notifications, and I'll save. So let's see if we can get that array at the console of our notifications. So here we have it, another user, and we go to console. I think we have an error here, I'm not sure. Let's refresh to make sure that we don't have an error. Yeah, we don't. So we have notifications. Currently it's an empty array, and let's go to John and send a message to another user. So another user, and we say hello. Yeah, I'm using a lot of hi, hello, hello, hi. It's okay for testing. So if I send, you'll see here we have notifications. If I open it and come here, you'll see that isRead is false. The date and the sender ID is there. So we are getting the notification. And let's open this now at another user. We still have this notification. We'll be cleaning it up whenever we open a chat. But for now, let us send another one and see if isRead will be true, since the chat is open, okay? So right here, are you there? And I send. Now if I scroll here, we have 2 notifications, and if I happen to check and expand these 2, you will see this one isRead is true, since we have the chat open. Cool, that is working like magic. And let's continue now. We need to add an icon here for our notification. Okay, cool. So the first thing that you can do is to pass this notification as a value here. So right here we can say notifications like that. So the first thing is to create a component here, and I can add as notification .jsx. Is that correct? I'll enter, then I'll use sfc, and I'll say notification. Okay, then right here let me just return a div, and I'll give this div a class of notification. So class name will be notifications, and then in here we'll have another div for the notification icon. So I can say dot notifications hyphen icon, and then I'll hit enter. That will create that div, and in this div I want us to add an SVG. Let's go to Bootstrap icons. So you can use the bell icon or you can use the message icon. So in this case I will use the message icon, so I can search here. I think chat or message. So if I do chat, I can choose one of these. I'll use this one and I'll copy it, and then I'll come back and paste it here. And now since we are in React, instead of class here, you can use class name. So class name. And what else can you do? You can increase the size of the icon by changing the height and the width. And then I save. So now we have that notification icon. Let's see if we can see it, but we need to hook this component into our navbar. So before the logout, we can include it here. So we can say notification, and we import it and we close it like that. So I'll save, and let's see what we have. Okay, so if I come back here, look, we have this retro icon here like that for our notifications. Awesome. Okay, now after this notification icon, we need to have where we will be having our notification, like a notification box. So after this div for our notification icon, we can add another div, and I'll call it notification box. We already have the styles for this, so you can check the CSS. And in this box, we will be having a header. So let's add the header, and I can say dot notifications header, and then I hit enter. Then right here we'll have a h3, and we can say notifications, and then after the h3 we will be having a button to mark all notifications as red. So I'll say div, and we'll say mark all as red. Then right here we'll be having a class name, and these will be mark hyphen as hyphen red. Okay, so let's see what we have. I think we should be seeing that by now. So if I happen to come, now you'll see here we have these notifications and mark all as red, and we have that style there. So now I want us to implement a non-click event where if I click this, it opens, and if I click it again, it closes. Okay, so we'll make use of state, a piece of state. We can say const is open, set is open, and initially this will be false. Okay, so whenever we click the icon, we will change the state to true and vice versa. So we will toggle it. So right here, set is open, and whatever we will do, we will toggle is open. Okay, now we can make use of this is open to determine whether we want to see this notification box or not. So right here, we can just say this is open, and if that is true, we will show this div right here, else we will show nothing. Okay, so I save, and let's test it out. So if I happen to come here, right now we don't have it opened, and if I happen to click, it opens. If I click again, it closes. So now we can be able to open our notifications and close them. Awesome. Now we can continue to implement it. So we need to know which notifications are not red, which ones are red, and so on. So let's come here and bring in our notifications from the use context or chat context. Okay, so here I'll say const. We will destructure notifications, user, chats. Also, we can get all users, and we'd say this is coming from use context, and we pass in our chat context. So make sure use context is imported and chat context is imported. Actually, we can also bring in the user from the auth context. So right here, let's bring the currently logged in user from auth context. So user here will be equal to use context, and we bring in from auth context. Okay, let's bring it in, and we'll have here auth context. This will come from context, then auth context. I'm missing a T there. Cool. So we are bringing in the user, all notifications, all user chats for the currently logged in user, and all the users. Okay. And now right here, I want us to get all the unread notifications, and we'll be making use of that functionality in another component. So it's good to include it somewhere else, then we can import that functionality. So in our utils, I'll be adding a new function here, or a new utility function, and I'll call it unread notifications JS. Now right here we can export const unread notifications, and I can say func for function to be equal to an arrow function here. So we will pass all notifications here, notifications. So remember, these notifications have both read and unread notifications. So whatever I want us to do is to return only the unread notifications. So here we will return notifications, then we filter them. So we can say filter, and we invoke these. We'll have a notification at a time, and we can return n dot isRead is equal to false. So here, if a notification is not read, we return it to this particular function. So it will return an array here, since we are using a filter. So it will return an array, and then that array will be returned by this function. Okay, so let's save that, and then let's come back to our notifications here, and we can import that function and get our unread notifications. So right here you can say const unread notifications, and we set this to be equal to unread notification function, and we import it, and also we pass our notifications to it. Okay, remember, it will receive now that notifications, and then it will filter them out using this check. Cool. Okay, so now we have all our unread notifications there. I want to modify the notifications such that I am able to add the name of the sender. Okay, remember, we don't have a name because in index.js we included the sender ID, isRead, and also date. We don't have the name of the sender. We can use this sender ID to get the name. So I'll modify all the notifications, these ones, into a new array here. So I can say const modified notifications will be equal to our notifications, and we can use the map method, which will return a new array of modified notifications, and we'll get a notification at a time, and we can make use of it in here. Notification. Now right here we will get the sender. We can find the sender using the notification ID. So the sender ID, that is, so const sender will be equal to, so this is the other user who sent this message, so we want to get this user information. So this will be equal to all users. So we have an array of all users here, and we can find that user from there. So we can find the user. So here we'll get a user at a time, and we can compare their ID. So I'll say is user dot underscore ID equal to the notification dot sender ID. So notification dot sender ID. So if they are equal, then we get that sender. Then we can use that sender information at our notification. So here we will return now a modified object, and we will spread our notification, and in this notification we'll add the sender name. Okay, and here we will say the sender name is sender, then dot name. Now here we will get an array of modified notifications. Maybe we can test if we are getting all this before we proceed with our UI. Okay, so let's save that and make sure that we don't have any errors, and let's see. So back here, and also back here, I think here we already had a console opened, and you can see we are already getting some issues here. And let's refresh and see if we still have that issue. Console again. Let's send a message, see what happens. Hello, and we send. So we have an issue actually. Okay, so let's fix these issues. From here, type error, cannot read property of undefined, reading find. Okay, so let's see. Which line is that? I think it's line 13. Line 13, we are calling find. Okay, so we didn't set all users. Right here we were getting all the users, but all we did is update the potential charts, but we didn't save all users. So what we can do is to add a piece of state right here. So I can say const all users, and here we will set all users. Then these can initially be an empty array, I guess. So use state and pass an empty array. So now, after we set our potential charts, we should also set all users. Okay, so look for the use effect where we were getting the users. Then after the potential charts, we should also set all users to be our response. Okay, and then now I can pass all users down here. So I'll say all users. I'll save. Let's see if we have something working out or if we are getting another error. So now we don't have the error, and here we have unread notification and modified notifications. So let's send a message. This is John. We sent to another user, hello. This now should be read notification here. So if I send, you'll see we have unread notification, but it's actually read. So this is wrong somehow. So is read false? Oh, okay, it's not read since we haven't opened the chart. It's correct. Okay, so we have one unread notification, and the modified notification should have a name. So we have a name. So if we happen to send a notification when the chart is open, we shouldn't add the unread notification, but we should still have the modified notification. Okay, so let's send again, hi, then we send. Okay, now look, unread notification, we have only one because it's not read yet, but modified notification, we have all of them, and each of them is modified with the sender name. Okay, so that is working. We have both the unread notification and the modified notifications. So now we can use this information to set up our UI for the notification box and also the count and so on. So we can start with the count here. Okay, so after this SVG here we will check if we have any unread notifications. So we'll say unread notifications, and we'll check the length dot length. So remember, it's an array. So if we have something in here, we show the count. If we don't show the count. So I'll say if the length of this array is 0, let us not show the count. So I'll say null. Okay. Else, so if the length is more than 0, that means that we have some notifications, and I will include those brackets. Then I'll include a span element here, and we can give it a class name, and here we will say notification count. Okay, notification hyphen count. Okay, cool. And then in here I'll go ahead and also include another span, which will be having now our actual count, and the count now will be our unread notifications length. So I'll copy that and I'll include it in the curly brackets right there. So actually I think length is not written this way, so let's fix this th. Okay, so now we should be seeing a count of unread notifications. So let's save and see if we see that. So we come back here or here, and look, we have one unread notification. But if I click, I don't see those notifications. But now we have like a count here, which is awesome. And if I happen to send another message, okay, let me refresh so that I am not in this chat. So I don't have any chat opened here. So we should have several unread notifications whenever I send. So if I happen to send, we should see the count updating in real time, since we are using Socket.io. So hello, we should see it updating in real time. Look, we have one unread notification. How are you? I send again, and look, now we have two unread notifications. Now let's show them here. So if we don't have any notifications, I want to say that we don't have notifications yet. Else, we map through the notifications, and then we show each notification at a time. We can perform a check of modified notification strength. So I can say modified notifications, and then dot length. So if this length is equal to 0, that means that we don't have any notifications, and therefore we'll use this, and we will display a span. So I'll say span. Okay, it's not auto suggested, span, and here I'll say no notifications yet, just like that. Else, right here, I'll display null. Let's add a class name, and we can say notification. So after this check, let's go down here now. Now we'll say, do we have modified notifications? And we should include it also in these curly brackets, like these, and let's use end. So if we have that, let's go ahead and say modified notifications dot map. So we map through these notifications, and we will get a notification at a time plus its index, and we can go ahead and return right here. We can say return. So first of all, let us pass a key of index. Also, we'll pass a class name. So this class name, we will check if the notification is read or not. Then we will display a dynamic class. So right here we'll say this will be equal to, we pass the curly brackets, and then we have our notification now at a time, and we'll say notification dot is read. So this can either be true or false. So we can perform a check like this. So if the notification is read, we will just return the notification class, notification. else if the notification is not read, we will return notification is not read here. Notification. So we will have the notification class, and also we will have not read class. Make sure all the spellings are correct, otherwise it will not show the correct thing. Okay, so that is the class. Now in here we will be able to show these notifications. So we can have a span here. We can include the curly bracket like this, and I want to display a string. So use the backtick so that we can read JavaScript right here using the $sign and the curly brackets. Then I can access our notification.sender name. So notification dot sender name. Yeah. Then we add here sent you a message, a new message. Okay. And then down here you can include the date. So we can have another span. Right here we will use moment to format the date. So we can say moment, which we are not currently importing, but we should do so in a few. And right here, okay, what is this? Right here we'll have n dot date, and here we can say dot calendar. You can use dot from now. We have a lot of methods, so you can check moment library for that, or even you can use a different library. So calendar, is calendar written this way? I think so. So here we format the date. Also let's add a class. So I'll say class name. Then these will be notification time, notification hyphen time. Okay, I think it looks cool. Let's save to auto format everything, and let's import moment. I know right now it's yelling at us, so we will import moment. Okay, looks good. Let's save and see. So we come back and we come back here. So everything refreshed. Let's send new messages. Hello there. I send. Now we have a notification. If I click it, look, we have John sent you a new message, and this one is not read because you can see it's highlighted. So we have different styles for both read and unread. So let's send another one which is already read. Hi, we sent, and now here you'll see we have this one now, 8:30. John sent you a new message. So so far so good, I think. Now we should implement opening a notification. So whenever I click like this one, which is not read, we should be able to open the chat. Okay, and then also we have this mark all as read, so we should be able to implement these. Okay, and this is what I want us to do next. Okay, so marking all notifications as read is the easier one. Let's start with that. So we need to come to chat context, and we need to create more functions here. So you can do it anywhere you want. So I'll do it right here. So I'll say const, and we'll have a function. I'll call it mark all notifications as read. A pretty wrong name, but it's descriptive, which is awesome. So let's use callback here, and remember this use callback should have a function here and also an array of dependencies here, which will be empty. Okay, so this function mark all notifications as read will receive all the notifications. So we will have all the notifications here, and then we'll be able to modify these notifications. Okay, so here I'll say const m notifications for modified notifications. So these will be equal to all notifications, and then we mark through them, and we will have a notification at a time, and whatever we will return is an object, and this object will have our notification, and right here we will mark is read as true. Okay, so here we can use another curly bracket, and here, and then right here we will say return that object. So if I save, this is the syntax. So we have this, then we return this object where we have is read, which is wrong, is read as true. So now here we have a new array of modified notifications. Okay, and then we can now set our notifications to be that modified notification. So I'll set notifications, all notifications now will be read, since we have marked all of them as read. So we set them to m notifications, and then I save. Okay, and we can test that one out. Okay, we are not done yet. We need to pass this mark all notifications as read down here. So I will copy that and I'll pass it right here, and I'll come back to our notifications, and we should be able to bring it in from our use context chat context. So mark, did I copy it so that I can just paste it? There we go. So we go to the div where we had mark all notifications as read right here. Here we will fire an on click event. So we'll say on click, and whatever we will do, we'll have mark notifications as read, and we pass all our notifications. Then I save. Cool, this should work. Let's see. So if I come back, let's open both of them. Now we don't have any notification. You can see no notifications yet. So let's send some. They will not be read by default. So hey, hey, hi is easier to send. So now we have two messages. Mark all as read. Look, now they are all read. They are no wrong highlighted, and you can confirm here by modified notifications here. True is read, true is read, true. So we are good. Awesome. Now we need to mark an individual notification right here as read, as well as open that chat. Okay, so back to chat context, we'll have a similar function like this one, but it will be a bit more complex than this. So let's work on it. We'll have const mark notification as read. So here we will have use callback. Now you know the drill, and right here we'll do some stuff. So here we will be receiving several arguments or parameters right here. So we will receive the notification that we have clicked on, then we will receive all the user chats, then we will receive the currently logged in user, and finally we will receive all the notifications. Okay, now right here we can use them. The first thing that we need to do is to find a chat to open. Find chat to open. So this is the first step here. I can say const, we can say desired chat, the chat that we want to open. So to be equal to user chats, then we will use the find array method. This find array method will return the object that fits the check that we'll do in here. So here in this we'll get a chat at a time, and we'll be able to return. We know our chat members, so const chat members should have the user currently logged in user ID and the other user ID, which we'll get from the notification sender ID. So we know our chat members is an array that has our user and then our dot underscore ID and our n dot sender ID. So we know that. Now we can use this to perform checks. So down here we will say const is desired chat, and we'll set this to be equal to, we have a chat at a time, so we'll be checking each chat. So here we have a chat at a time, and this chat has members, so we'll say members, and we'll use dot every member. So we'll say every, we will invoke this, we will have a member at a time, and in here we will return. So we have member at a time, then in here we return, and we will say chat members dot includes, and we pass our current member. Okay, so here we go through the user charts to find a chart. So we will loop over each chart. So if we get that chart right here, we use chat members dot every member. So it will perform a check in each member. So we have two. So the first iteration, we will get a member, then we will use includes to check if that member is in our chat members. That if that returns true, then we will continue to check the other member. So we'll go to the next iteration, we get a member, then we see if this returns true. So if both of them returns true, we will get is desired chat as true. Okay, so this will either be true or false. So if one of them is wrong or both of them is not true, then this will be false. Okay, now with this we just need to return true or false inside our find here. Okay, so inside our find here we just need to return is desired chat. So if this is true, then this chart will be added here as our desired chart. If it's false, then it will not. Okay, so we'll get only one chart which satisfies both of these. So now we have our desired chart, and what we need to do is to set this chart as our current chart. So we had this function called update current chart, and we just need to call it and pass our desired chart, our desired chart. Cool, now we have opened that chart whenever we click a notification. Now we want to mark that notification as read. So now right here, I'll say mark now notification as read. We will be returning our M notifications or modified notifications. So the concept is similar as the other one, only that we will only be editing one of them. Okay, so this is what we will do. We will have notifications dot map, just like we were doing here. So notifications dot map, and here we return. Okay, okay. So we know our current notification that we have clicked on, it's this one here, and this one is all the notifications that we are going through. So we need to find it in our notifications and modify it, else we just return this notification without modification. So here we will just perform a check, and we will say n dot sender ID, and we say is this equal to our L dot, okay, this is not second but sender, is equal to L dot sender ID, sender ID. So if these are equal, that means that we have gotten to the notification that we clicked on, and we should return a modified notification. So here we will return our notification, and we will say is red is true. Okay, so we return the notification that we clicked on, and we return is red is true. So if these are equal, okay, so if they are not equal, so here we can say else. We will return the error, the element, that notification that is not modified. Okay, and now here we have our modified notifications. Only one is being changed, and we can update our notifications right here. So we can set notifications, and right here we will say notifications. So there we go. So we have completed this function. The first thing that we are doing, we are opening a chart. The other thing, we are modifying a specific notification, and now we can make use of this function at our notifications component. So let's pass it there. I save that component or that file, that is. Then we go to notification, and we'll go to where we have a single notification at a time, which is this one here. Okay, where we are mapping through. So right here, we will have an on click event. So right here we'll say on click, and we will say, okay, we set it to be equal to curly brackets, and we'll have an arrow function, and we will return something here. So here we will return mark notification as read. So this is wrong here. I will paste whatever I copied from the other file, mark notification as read, and we should actually bring it in from here like that. And now right here we invoke it, we pass our current notification. It's expecting that. It's also expecting user charts, so we pass user charts. Remember, we were already importing that right here, so we bring it in there. And then right here we pass the currently logged in user, and also we pass all our notifications. With this, I think it should work. Let's test it out. So we go back here and here. Let's send a message. Hello. We send. So we get a notification. I open. I click on this, and look, we are able to open that notification or that chart. We are able to open that chart, and we also clean it up and mark it as red. Awesome. Now we need to also close these pop-up whenever we click on it. So that is super easy. All we need to do here is to set is open as false. Okay, and I save. So let's test that one out. Okay, we can also do vice versa. You know, we have sent a lot from John. We can also do the vice versa. Hi, sorry I was away. We haven't replied any of these highs. So let's give a reasonable response. I was away. So I sent to John. Now John should receive the message. Hi, sorry I was away. Okay, now that this is already open, you see that we don't get the notification here, which is cool. So let's make sure that this chat is closed so that we get the notification and test everything. Let's say, how are you? How are you? And we send to John. So John, we receive a notification if the chat is not open. Then we have this. We click on it. We open the chat, and we also hide our pop-up. Awesome. Everything is working cool, and I'm really happy about that. Interesting. Okay, now the next thing that you can do is to to work on these right here, okay, we need to work on these. Actually, we need to update this message here, update this date, and also update the count right here. Okay, so that is what we are going to do next. So we need to go to the user chart right here, and we need to work on this. There is a lot that we haven't done yet. Let's do it. So right here, we were bringing in our users from the chart context. Now we will also bring in our notifications. So notifications, and right here we'll be able to get our unread notifications. So we'll say const unread notifications, and we'll set this to be equal to unread notifications. So this is the function that we created earlier as a utility function. Now we just need to call it since we have already worked on it, and it is expecting us to pass our notifications, which we are already importing it here. So we will get all our unread notifications. Remember, in our unread notifications, we will get all unread notifications, but those notifications may not be for a specific chart. Like, let me show you what I mean. Okay, so if we had a notification from Jendo and new user, those are two notifications, but they are from two different people. So here it's okay if we show all of them, two notifications not read. But here we want to show the individual notification. So we want to show Jendo 1, then new user 1. Then here it's okay we show 2. So these, if we include unread notification direct, it will show the total but not the individual. So we need to figure out a way of getting the individual count of notifications. Okay, we will use the filter array method. So we can say this user notifications will be equal to, we have our unread notifications now, so we'll have unread notifications. Then we use this safety check. If notifications doesn't have anything, we be safe. So I say dot filter, then right here whatever we will return, okay, we will get a notification at a time. So whatever we will return now is we compare the sender ID of the notification here and the recipient user. So this is the other user ID. Okay, so we compare n dot sender ID is equal to our recipient user, then dot underscore ID. So if these are equal, we will get that specific user that is being displayed on the card number of notifications. Okay, so we now have these user notifications right here, and this is now what we should use to dynamically display this class. Let's do that. And now right here we can perform a check using these user notifications array. These user notifications dot length, we check if this is greater than 0, and if it is greater than 0, we get to display this class, else here we get to display an empty array. So that will add the style. We will show now the count. So right here we can have these user notifications. So we check the length. If it's greater than 0, we will show these user notifications length. So I copy that and paste it here. Else we'll show just an empty string. Okay, so this should give us the count, okay, of each. Let's see if it works. So right here we have another user. You can see now we are not showing the count of any from another user is online. So this is turning out to be awesome. So let's send John a message and see if we get a count here. So we say hello and we send. It's there. but it's not updating, so something is wrong. Wait a minute, I know what is wrong. It's because this is already open, right? Let's refresh and test it again, and let's test it again. I think it's because it was already open, but I'm not sure, but let's see. So hi. There we go. It's because it was open. Now we get these right here. We can see the count and we don't see the rest, so I think it's working. Now if I click this, you'll see that we still have our count and we still have our count. So we need to also figure out a way, whenever we click, we also mark these notifications as red for this specific user. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so we need to create another function. So I'll go to chat context, and we will do a similar thing as this one, but a little bit different. So let's come here. We will create a new function and we will call it mark these user notifications as red. We set it to be equal to use callback. Right here we will be able to receive these user notifications. So remember, this is an array of a specific user notifications, and then we will receive all notifications. So right here we can say const. Remember, I'm using M for modified. It's okay if you write the entire name for readability. Will be equal to. Now we will map through all our notifications. So we'll say notifications dot map. Then in here we'll be able to do something else. So we'll start by creating a variable of let notification right there. Then down here we will go through our these user notifications. So let's say these user notifications, and we will use the for each to loop them. So for each of those we will get a notification at a time. Now right here we can use n since we are not using it right here, and we will get, okay, we can do something with these n here. So we will compare the IDs. Okay, if we have our n.sender ID, okay, not second, sender ID being equal to our element dot sender ID, element.sender ID. If these two are equal, that means that we have gotten this user notification from our list of notifications. So what we do here is that we will set our notification to be equal to, right here we modify that notification. So we will spread our n, and then we will set is red to true. Okay, and then whatever we will do down here is that we will return our notification. So right here we return our notification. So now this will return that notification in our modified notifications. So right here, if this does not match, what we will do, we'll say else. What we will do here, we'll just set our notification to be equal to our element at the top here. Okay, now if we do that, this notification will be returned right here, even though it's not modified. So we won't touch the other users' notifications. After we get our modified notifications, we can update the list of all notifications. So right here we can say set notifications to be m notifications. Okay, and then we take these right here and we pass it right here. Okay, now we need to go to our user chat, and we will make use of that, mark these user notifications right here. We bring it in, mark these user notifications as read, and now whenever we click on this stack, which we had given a row of button, we will be having an on-click event. So we add the on-click here, and we'll set it to be equal to we pass these. So we will make sure that we have these user notifications. So remember, we can click a user who doesn't have notifications yet. So we make sure that we have those notifications. So we can say these user notifications dot length. We make sure that it's not equal to 0. Then if that returns true, we go ahead in here and we will call our mark these user notifications as read. We invoke it, and whatever we will do is we pass the necessary details. It's expecting us to pass these user notifications, and also it's expecting us to pass all the notifications. So all the notifications. I go ahead and save. Awesome. Okay, so here we are. Let's test this out. So we can test it with different data. So right here we are logged in as another user. Here we are logged in as John. I can try to log in as John though in a new incognito tab here. So I can copy this URL here and paste it here. What did I do? Okay, there we go. Let's try to log in as Jane here. Okay, we are in. Awesome. So now John can chat with the two users and we'll be able to compare them. So John, I send the message, hello John. I send, and look, we have a notification from Jane Doe, and total here we have 1. So if we come to the other one here, this is the other user, and we send a message, how are you? I send. Now look, we have 2 here, but we have 1 here and 1 here, working like magic. Let's send another one. Hi. This user is so annoying. Hi, hi, hi. Anyway, it's for testing. Now look, 3 here, 2. Awesome. Now if I happen to click another user, we should clear these notifications here, and also from here we should have 1. Fingers crossed it works, and there we go. So right here we have 1 notification now from Jane Doe, since we have opened another user chat, and it's working so well. It's scrolling to the bottom, and I'm pretty happy about that. If I open this one, now all the notifications are red. If we click this, nothing happens. It's okay, it's fine. And you can see this Jane Doe is online, another user is online. So we are almost done with this. Actually, we just need to show this text message here, a brief text message, and also the date. Let's do that. We need to find out the last message that was sent, okay? And for that, I'll make use of another hook. So right here, I can add a custom hook, and I can say use fetch latest message .js, and I don't want to type it out, so I'll just paste some code here, and then we'll go through it. So I'm creating this hook called use fetch last message.js, and whatever we are doing here, we are performing a get request of the messages using the chat ID. So when calling this hook, we will be passing this chat, and right here we are setting some state, and then right here how we are getting the latest messages is by using our response here and using the length, this bracket notation, the position of the last message. So it will be response.length, then we remove 1, and that will give us our very last message, and we'll set it to state. So we get it right here. Okay, let's make use of this hook back to the user charts. We need to get now our latest message. Okay, so I'll say const, I will destructure the latest message, and these will come from use fetch the latest message, and then we invoke it, and it's expecting us to pass our current chart. Now here we'll have our latest message, and we can use this to display the date. So down here, here we had the class of date and whatever. So here we can make use of moment, then right here I'll say latest message, then dot created at, then we can have dot after this one we can have dot calendar. We invoke that. Okay, looks good. Let's bring in moment. It's there. Awesome, it's already there. The other thing that we need to do is to truncate the text right here. Okay, we want to display a text with a certain width or a certain number of characters. Okay, so we will create a substring. Let's create a function here, a helper function for us to do so. So we'll say const right here truncate text, then we will invoke this one to a function. We will receive the text here, and we'll do something with it right here. So let a short text be equal to our text, then we create a substring. So we'll say, so this is a string method. So right here we include from 0, then we include the number of characters that we want, 20, and then that is good enough. So here we will check the length of the text. So we will say if the text dot length is greater than 20, that means that this is has more details and so on. We will get our short text, and whatever we'll do with this short text is that we will add 3 dots. So short text, then we add our 3 dots right here. Okay, and then right here we can now return something from this function, and whatever we will return is our short text. So right here we are creating a substring from 0 to 20 characters. Then if it's more than 20 characters, we are also adding these 3 dots, and we are returning it right here. Now we can make use of this truncate function which we have created at our text message right here. Okay, so right here we will have this curly brackets, and we can perform a check first. Okay, so we will check our latest message. So we will say latest message, and we will check the text, and we will check if it's there. So if we have this, let's go ahead. So we can include a span, and right here we will call our truncate function, helper function. So truncate text, and it's expecting us to pass our latest message text. So we copy this one and we pass it in here. So I save. Let's see if we have any issues. Let's refresh, and we have an error. Okay, so it's not getting these. Let's remove, and okay, should get a suggestion. Oh, so here it's services. Mine was service, So make sure it's imported the correct way. Which errors? This one. I'll save. Now right here you can see the date right here, today at 9:14 a.m. So we have these Rust messages. The style is a bit off, but you can fix that. Like, I'll leave that up to you. We also get the truncated text here for the latest message. So let's go to another user and send a message here and see if it will update in real time. And let's see, hello. So I send, and look, it's updating in real time and showing that message. If I click, it's also reading the message. Let's send a long message that should be truncated, a message that is over 20 characters. So I can copy something random from maybe Bootstrap blogs, from anywhere. I'll copy all this text here. I'll copy that, and let's see it in real time. So let's open the other browser. Okay, here. Now I'll paste that text here, and I send. And if I happen to send and it's more than 20 characters, we add these 3 dots. Awesome. So now we are showing the time for the last message. We are showing the these right here, the online user, and so on. The other thing, the last thing that we will do is whenever we send a message to a user who we don't currently have a chat with. So when we create a chat and then we send a message, I want us, the other user, to automatically get that message. So what we should do is to go to where we were getting our user chats, and that is in chat context right here. So let's see, user chats, get user chats. Here, get user chats. So right here we were passing a dependency of user. Now the only thing that we should do is that if we have a notification, let us get the chats, okay, again. So also here we will add notifications. This is all we need to do. So let's test it out and see. Okay, so right now we don't have a chat with the third user. So here, third user, okay. So currently we don't have a chat with anyone. We can see Johnny is online, Jemdo is online, but we don't have a chat, we don't have notification. But now I want here, whenever we click the third user here, we have created a new chat with them. Also, you can find a way of ordering this chat such that the new chat is always like at the top, or the chat with the latest message is always at the top. So I want to do that. I'll leave that up to you, okay? So now, right now we have created this chat, but we haven't sent any message, so we don't see the chat yet there. So what we can do, if we send a message, hello, and they happen to get a notification, the chat will now be automatically created and we'll be able to see it. That is what should happen. Fingers crossed it works. So I send, and there we go. So now you can see it loaded the chats, and we can be able to see the chat right here. Let's come to Jendo here, and Jendo, and we happen to chat with the third user. So I have created a new chat with the third user here, and if I send a message, I can minimize this one, and we say hi there. So it's sent, and also we are able to automatically load these user chats there and get the message there, and now they can be able to open it and mark the notifications as read. Awesome. So we have come to the end of this video. I know it was super long, and I hope you have learned something about Socket.io, and we have worked on a lot of stuff. You can apply Socket.io in a lot of fields, like real-time voting system, real-time chat application, and so much more. And if I happen to prepare a video on how to deploy it, you'll find it on the channel. So I don't have that yet prepared. So yeah, this is like the end. You can try to improve on this. You can create groups. You can try to create groups and chat in groups. So those are called rooms. Socket.io has that capability. In future, I might also bring some tutorials on the same. But for now, this is the end of the video and the course. We have created a real-time chat app and also a real-time messaging system. And I'll see you in the next one.